Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter Dark Heir of Goddess Artemis? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The sound of murmurs filled the chambers as the noble houses of the British Isles talk among themselves in low voices as they discuss the fate of the four men chained in the middle of the chamber while being gagged by magic. They have been captured and caught in the middle of helping the self-stylized Dark Lord, known as Voldemort, in a ritual most foul. The announcement of Voldemort's return had broken in the morning edition of the Daily Prophet just 2 days ago, much to the collective horror of the United Kingdom. The paper had hailed Dumbledore and Harry Potter as heroes for warning the people of the British Isles of the Dark Lord's return that was later collaborated with all 8 ancient and noble houses. Before reassuring the good people of Britain that the ministry had everything under control. The bang of a gavel draws the attention of the lords and ladies of the YEA I to the large podium in the middle of the Hall of Thrones. Amelia Bones presided over the trial that was wrapping up before them, her monocle glinting in the flickering witch lights as she looked down at the criminals before her with contempt. Lords and ladies of YEA, the evidence before us is damning. We have heard testimony from both sworn Aurors and other members of this esteemed body testifying to the guilt of the 4 men before us. Amelia announces to the gathering of YEA, her eyes scanning the crowd below her for those who would try to speak out against her words. 2 of these men, I remind you, were cleared of any wrongdoing at the close of the last war. With that in mind, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is leveling our harshest punishment against these men. Life imprisonment in Azkaban, she says before the murmuring of the courts begin again. Antonin Dolohov, Alfred Avery II, Vincent Crabbe Sr., and Anthony Gibbon, we of the YEA hereby sentence you all to life imprisonment in Azkaban. May the gods have mercy on your souls. Amelia Bones states before raising her gavel to strike it against the block to render the verdict final. However, before Amelia could bring the hammer down, another voice spoke out. This is the harshest punishment that this grand body can levy against these men? A voice says with scorn in her voice. Amelia and all other of the noble lords of YEA turned to the highest seats in the court, the most ancient and most noble houses. 2 seats sat empty after the deaths of Lord Sirius Black and Lady Lupus Regina not just a few days before. These men were involved in the resurrection of one of the greatest threats this country has ever known. They help in a ritual to release horrors that stretch human comprehension and indirectly contributed to 2 deaths of this esteemed body, Talia Peveril says from her seat. Disgust in her tone and on her face as her lips curl as she looks around the hall and in the shadows of the chamber, giving her an almost animal-like look to her. Imprisonment in a place that we know that can be cracked open like an egg whenever Voldemort wants. Lady Peveril asks, her eyes sweeping the chamber as if she was looking for an explanation for what she saw as madness. Lady Peveril, Azkaban is our harshest punishment other than the Dementor's kiss. You are not seriously considering damning 2 lords of YEA to such a horrible fate, are you? Lord Corban Yaxley says, standing from his seat in the mid-rows looking at Talia aghast at what the woman was suggesting. And feed those creatures? Nay, Corban, you misunderstand me, Talia says, sending a false smile of a shark down towards Yaxley. The man sighs under his breath and goes to sit back down, not expecting this show to continue. He had bribed and threatened many lords and ladies to vote to send the 4 men to Azkaban after all. No, I am saying we execute them, Talia says, causing some of the lord and ladies to gasp at the mere suggestion, and for Yaxley to completely miss his seat in shock to land on his ass. We are not muggles, Lady Peveril. We do not execute our dash, Lord Flint says in a rage as he stands with a red-faced and scowling. but his words die in his throat as he begins to choke on them. Quite literally. Oh, please. Do keep your holier-than-thou pretentious attitude to yourself, Flint. Because I assure you, the only thing that separates wizards and witches from their muggle counterparts is the fact you can use magic. That is all, Talia says as she stands, her hands straightening her dress as she does. But the truth of the matter is rather simple. Humans, no matter what they like to do or say, are animals. The only thing that is separating you all from the likes of lions, tigers, and baboons is the thin layer of civility you thrust upon yourselves, she says as she folds her hands behind her back and begins to walk down the stairs of the ancient hall. The whole of Wizengamot found themselves unable to speak as the chamber filled with an unholy amount of power, flooding their senses with a power that dangled above their heads like a sword as the Lady Peveril continued her way down the steps at a slow, meandering pace. And you all are the worst offenders of that. So enraptured by your perceived place on the totem pole that you refuse to get your hands dirty, and going so far as to turn your noses up at even the mere suggestion of the act, Talia says with a small shake of her head, showing her disgust with the nobility present in the chamber. And Voldemort has gleefully taken advantage of that simple fact. The fact is that you all lack the conviction of implementing a final solution to these cowards, to these rebels against the crown and country, to these dissenters, she says with a curling lip as she makes it to the bottom. Everything about Talia Peveril began to unravel before the Wizengamot eyes. Her outfit shifts like mist and shadows. The dark robes melted before them into a long dress of pitch blackness. Her hair that was normally done up into a neat bun becomes undone as her long dark hair falls down her back before it rises as if she was underwater. Her features become sharper, more angular, and less human than most have seen outside of the rare fae that crossed from the hedge. But that is fine, for you mortals are such simple creatures, always needing a leader, an example to follow. So allow me, in lieu of that firm leadership, show you how it's done, the inhuman visage says as she saunters forward to the bond criminals before waving her hand and freeing them from the gags that were ordered upon them. Vincent Crabbe Sr., you are found guilty of your crimes against the Isles and hereby sentenced to death for them. Do you have any last words? She asks, looking down upon the first one in the row of four. You can't. I am a sitting lord of Wizengamot. You can't just execute me. They won't allow it, Vincent says, looking around at the wide, terrified eyes of the other sitting lords and ladies, unmoving from their spot. Aorus. The Aorus will dash was the last words that Vincent Crabbe Sr. speaks just before the inhuman woman he had met in the graveyard flicks her hand and lops off his head. His body remains kneeling as blood spurted from his neck before it fell over, pooling blood from the stump around his cooling body. She walks past the headless corpse of Vincent Crabbe Sr. to the next person in line. Alfred Avery II was looking at the body of his fellow lord in open shock before slowly turning his head to the merciless goddess standing over him. Alfred Avery II, you are found guilty of your crimes against the Isles and hereby sentenced to death for them. Do you have any last words? She asks the kneeling man with a flat, emotionless face and tone of voice. Duck you, Avery screams in the face of death. Duck you, you blood traitor stupid. When my lord is done with you, you'll be begging for death. I hope you scream while they rape Dash was the last thing that Alfred Avery II says as the merciless goddess smirks and flicks her hand once more. His words turn into screams as his organs begin to cook and burn in his chest. The choking black smoke that begins to pour from his mouth smells of burnt fat, meat, and feces. The fire burns up, engulfing the collarbone, neck, and skull, charring the bones black before what was left falls to the floor, undoubtedly dead. Horror. It was the only thing that most of Wizengamot felt as they watched as this inhumanly beautiful creature that had been masquerading as one of them executed, without mercy, the men who had sided with Dark Lord. Anthony Gibbon, you are found guilty of your crimes against the Isles and hereby sentenced to death for them. Do you have any last words? She repeats for a second time, looking down at the next kneeling man in the row. PP, please, I know things. I can tell you whatever you want. Please, I don't want to die. I'll do anything. Paley dash, but once more, the cries were cut off when a loud, wet snap. The man fell dead as if he was hung by the neck. The inhuman woman footsteps echo around the chamber as she approaches the last one in the line. None stepped forward to stop her. None could say anything. They could only watch. Anton and Dolohov, you are found guilty of your crimes against the Isles and hereby sentenced to death for them. Do you have any last words? The beautiful, unearthly creature asks for the last time. The last prisoner had said nothing, done nothing, and watched each one of his comrades' deaths with a passive face. Antonin looks up at the inhuman creature before him with a resolved look set up on his face. My only regret is that I did not die with my boots in the dirt and wand in my hand. So, do your worst, he states without fear before closing his eyes and accepting his fate at the hands of the goddess before him. The Dark Lady, however, pauses as she looks down at Anton Dolohov, her black eyes sparkling with something akin to respect. She graces the warrior with a smile before reaching down to tilt Dolohov's head back, causing the man to open his eyes once more. Be blessed, warrior. If you wish for a battlefield to die upon, then you will find an endless one in endless dreams, she tells him in a whisper before leaning forward and pressing a kiss to his forehead. And the light leaves Anton Dolohov's eyes as he slumps forward in a painless death. The woman stands straight before turning to the gathered lords and ladies of the Wisengamot. Her face was a sheet of carved ice, and shadows were thrown over her face from the dark fires burning in her eyes. As for this moment forward, all who bear the mark of Voldemort, all who wear a silver mask and dark cloaks to sow and inspire fear, are to be killed on sight. The Morrigan voice echoes around the chamber, reverberating in everyone's mind. The Death Eaters and their allies will be shown no mercy and given no quarter. If they wish to act like animals, then they will be put down like animals. So speaks your mother magic. So speaks your queen. So speaks the Morrigan. The queen of the Celtic gods announces to the speechless masses. Malfoy Manor, July 5th, 1996. All of you but Lucius are dismissed, Voldemort says from beside his throne, his new wings folded in under his arms. All of his inner circle but Lucius Malfoy bowed deeply to his dark radiance before. Sweeping out of the room he had taken occupation in, one hand resting on the shadowed and stone throne as he looks out into the dark of night with a passive look on his face as his mind turns over the new information from the meeting. As the door closes behind the inner circle, with only Severus looking back momentarily before the door closes completely. Does the news of the ministry installing Thief's downfall so disturb you, my lord? Lucius asks, leaning on his cane with a blank face and unblinking. If it was just that bothersome goblin enchantment, no. But it is the other ways they are shoring up the defense of the ministry that has me more worried, Voldemort admits with a frown. The Morrigan had usurped the ministry in a day and had taken the office of the minister for herself without anyone even raising a fuss about it. She then proceeded to round up every member of all departments that were even suspected of being a Death Eater before telling them they were not to return to the ministry unless called to it. She had effectively closed all doors but the Wisengamot to him. But even then, those who bore his mark were watched constantly when inside. She has neutered my hold on the ministry from within, and most of the ones who we had ensorcelled will be free as soon as they pass underneath the thief's downfall. If we just hold them back, then suspicion would be aroused as to why they haven't showed up, he tells Lucius as his clawed fingers tap on his throne as he considers his options moving forward. What did you expect? The Morrigan is a war goddess as well as one of fate. She's been fighting wars far longer than you have, and could see through all your plans prior to us mantling in deck. Whispers in Voldemort's mind, causing the compost being to frown. It had taken a day to get used to in deck whispering in his mind. He tried to block him off from the sanctity of his mind, but the ancient fear had laughed at his attempts. They were one being now, both avoiding death's grasp by using one another. It had taken even longer for Voldemort to grow used to his body and new powers, while his body was now stable thanks to them devouring some half-Fomorian from the lightless beast. His powers were ever growing. Voldemort doesn't dignify in deck with an answer, even in the privacy of his own mind. Lucky enough, another arrives to distract him from the ancient fear of the dark in his mind by sitting in his ducking throne. My, is it me, or does magic seem to rob you mortals of your imagination whenever you discover you have it? A new voice asks. His words are like honey upon the lips, smooth and sweet, as if they were crafted for you alone. Where's the subtlety? The skullduggery? The seduction? Have those concepts all but died in the modern age with you mortals, or has magic made everything so easy for you? The voice says as Voldemort turns to the being speaking with a scowl. He looked decidedly mortal with his extra eyes closed and looking no more like moles. His robes were neither extravagant nor worn down. He looked as if he came from money, but did not flaunt it. Get off my throne, Bress, Voldemort warns as he bares his teeth at the ancient fear. You must forgive Bress and his flippant attitude. While he is the most lax of my kin, he is also the most resourceful. Bress not only got the Tuatha to actually like him enough to marry Bridget, but also to crown him king for a short while. Do not underestimate him, Indec whispers into Voldemort's mind, causing the Dark Lord to narrow his eyes at Bress. Bress merely chuckles before pushing himself out of Voldemort's throne. But of course, my lord, I didn't mean any offense by it. You have my word, he informs Voldemort before walking into the middle of the room before doing a sweeping bow to Voldemort. Voldemort scoffs, sooner trusting the word of a snake oil salesman than the spider just behind him. Where are the rest? I believe I called most of you here, he says as he turns to face both Lucius and Bress. But, my lord, most of us have been here, Bress says with a grin, showing off the razor-sharp teeth that Voldemort now had as well, as Voldemort narrows his eyes at the Weaver of Plots. Bress turns his head to the far left side of the room, where a door sat, bright yellow with purple spirals dancing across it. The eyesore was something Voldemort was sure wasn't there before Bress had pointed it out. The door opens as someone steps through, checking a pocket watch for the time. It was a woman of dark complexion with wild and curly hair that shot all around her head and was only held back by a black band. She wore, in what Voldemort could only describe as a very loud purple suit. She turns to the gathered monsters in the room and smiles a wide shark teeth-filled smile before snapping the pocket watch shut before putting it into her pocket. Evening, loves. How are we doing tonight? Lom says, her fractal-like pupils twinkling with a mad glee. Oh, Lucius, lovely to see you again. How's the new suit treating you? Lom says with a wide smile that splits her face in two as she throws her arm around Lucius' shoulder. Ah, Lom, it is not what it is, the distortion and the twisting deceit, all names that mean something to you, but are meaningless to it. If there is one being among my kin that you absolutely should not trust, it's Lom. It will smile. It will tell you everything you want to know. It will even act as your best friend. But that's all that it is, an act. Indec says sheepishly, as if he really had no excuse for Lom antics. But it is easiest to control out of all my kin once you know how to. It lives to play games with its food, whether they be games that span decades or the ones that are only a few days long. All you have to do is remind it of its place and point out an interesting person every now and then. He points out to Voldemort. Lucius' polite smile was strained as he turned to the woman. I am fine as ever, Lom. But do you mind removing your arm from me now? He says with a bit of an edge to his tone before using his cane to shove Lom's arm off of him. Touchy aren't we? Lom says with her grin never wavering. Fine, be that way. I guess I'll just have to hang out with Raggy, she says with a flick of her hand as she steps by Lucius. How about no, Lom? A new voice says with a snarl. All I want is peace and quiet. Can't have that when you're mucking about. The voice echoed around the room in a way that it seemed the room was far larger than it was. As all eyes turned toward the farthest corner of the room from anyone else in the room, Regan is seen leaning against the wall. He was dressed head to toe in a fine black muggle suit with a white tie. Over it and hanging low to the ground was a leather duster with a fine white mist hanging around the hem of his coat. Ah, Regan, the one alone, the most sensitive soul of my kin. Out of all of them, it's Regan that I've gotten along with the best on a personal level. He'll do what you ask without question, so long as you leave him be to do it and never pair him up with anyone, especially with Lom. Indec whispers once more in his mind as he watches the ancient fears interacting with one another. Oh, come on now, Reggie, Lam says, deflating a bit. Don't you want to get out, paint the town red and all that? It says with a frown. No, Reagan says with a slight growl to his voice that causes Lam to sigh. As Lam goes to open its mouth again, Voldemort quickly cuts it off. Enough, I did not summon you to bicker with one another, he says before fully turning to the gathered monsters. What we should be doing is asking just why we are letting some stuck-up mortal order us around. A haughty and snide voice says right before the main doors to the room opens. Nimd, in all his wrapped and disgusting grandeur, walks into the room, still dressed as lost royalty from over 1,000 years or more ago. The moth, wing-like cloak sways as he walks into the room, his once handsome face now marred with sickness and malady. Voldemort watches with a frown as a centipede bursts from one of the pustules on the side of Nimd and crawls over his face to bury itself into his tear duct in his right eye. Nimd, the crawling rot, the hive of flesh, and the coughing prince. He was once a mortal, like yourself, a prince of the Nemedians that settled upon Ireland long ago. Oh, how he tormented his people relentlessly back in those days. He and his people rebelled against us and sacked Conrad's tower. After they had thought they won and went back to Ireland, they also brought back the infection from our claws, fangs, and weapons that kick-started a plague amongst his people. So swallowed up by the paranoia and fear of what was happening, none had noticed the changes happening to Nim till it was far, far too late. Indek explains with a dark chuckle at the end. So infectious was that dark glee of Indek that Voldemort felt his own smile grow on his face. Nim needs a firm hand to keep him in place. While his abilities are annoying, he can be dealt with much like the mortals that knee before you. But do not think you can win him over, the coughing prince will always hate you for the simple fact of what you are. Indek informs Voldemort as the Dark Lord frowns at Nimd. It does not matter why you listen to me, Nimd, just so long as you do so, Voldemort says, his tone short and clipped with the ancient fear. Do not speak to me as if you are greater, mortal. Nimd spits with disdain as he stands in the middle of the room. I've killed and devoured a host of your kind in a day. Before the swarm you are nothing but a snack, he growls out. Voldemort's eyes narrow as the growl becomes louder, turning more into a hum that causes his joints to ache. The Dark Lord sneers back at the crawling rot. Before, and without warning, the Dark Lord lashes out. Voldemort's shadow pools around him like deep, dark waters as he watches Nimd's body shift under his clothes, as if multiple pieces of himself begin to break off and writhe across his skin. As Nimd shifts his body to unleash whatever he had prepared for Voldemort, a pair of inky black tendrils burst from the dark waters of Voldemort's shadow. With barbed tips and gnashing maws dotting down the side, they pierce Nimd before slamming the crawling rot into the wall behind him. The inky blackness begins to cover Nimd head to toe as a wet, ripping sound of meat fills the room. The other Fomorians stand apart from the conflict, watching on with mixed reactions. Reagan was passive and frowning, as if he didn't even want to be in the room. Brest looked on, stroking his chin with an impressed look upon his face, while Lam was pointing and laughing madly at the coughing prince's struggle. I remind you, Nimd, that I am in no way mortal, Voldemort says with a sneer as the dark begins to cocoon the disrespectful former prince. And I do not allow disrespect to slide with my Death Eaters, so you lot will be no different. So long as we are civil with one another with the understanding we are working toward a common goal, then I will, benevolently, allow you your continued existence. Voldemort states as he makes his way over to the cocoon of shadow as Nimd struggles against its confines. But make no mistake about just who is in charge of you. Malignant creatures. If you wish to feed, fine, do so long as no harm comes to my Death Eaters or their families. If you wish to sow fear across the land, then do so, in fact the more the better. But if tell you to stop, if I tell you to starve, then you will. Or you will be trapped in the dark's umbral embrace until you dash. Voldemort's smile grows, large and sadist, as he feels the maws of the dark continue to bit and rip into Nimd putrid flesh. See the light, shall we say? Indeka's laughter echoes in Voldemort's mind as their wings twitch with amusement. Oh, I'm going to steal that one if you don't mind, Indek says between bouts of laughter. By all means, Voldemort thinks back before causally tossing the body of Nimd away to land in a heap toward the middle of the room. Voldemort had punched through the heart and brain of the crawling rot, and brackish seawater leaked from the holes he had made. The body twitches as he walks by it, and back to his throne to take a seat, his wings fanning out as he does. After a few more moments, Nim's body jerked and began to pick itself up, pus, seawater, and all manner of creepy crawlers falling from the holes Voldemort had made as Nim stands. In a twisted and disgusting display of the Fomorian's regenerative capabilities, the wounds closed, throwing pus and seawater all over the floor, causing Voldemort to frown. "Fine, have it your way," Nim says as he falls in line. The unspoken, for now, hangs in the air as he glares at Voldemort on his throne. Voldemort looks at the mess Nimd made on Narcissa floor, his lips curling in disgust. He waves his fingers once and vanishes the mess with what little magic he had access to. He was mastering Indeka's power at a rate that surprised even the Fear himself. He excelled in it as he did in all things, but the access to his own power has been cut off. His wand was destroyed by that interloping Jap bitch that almost destroyed his body with the help of Dumbledore, and the worst part was that he couldn't find a replacement for it. Every time he held a wand and tried to use it, the dark would consume it as Indek would call it incompatible with his powers before apologizing to Voldemort. Neither thought it was wise to only rely on just Indeka's power. It was something Voldemort would need to fix and fix soon. At the very least, the Jap stupid had been given the boot from the Isles just a few days ago. Mikoshi had broken the ICW treaty that disallowed any operations other than recruitment on signed ICW soil without a 3/4 vote from the Wisengamot, and was quickly asked to leave. Voldemort had little doubt that the troublesome woman would return in due time, by his estimate, by the winter solstice meeting at the latest. So, for now, she didn't matter. "What are the tasks I have set you all on? Have you started and or completed them?" Voldemort asks as his shadowed eyes look around the room. "I've already started on mine," Bress says, raising a finger to catch Voldemort's attention. "Luckily, I can both feed and start spinning my web all at the same time, and have already made inroads with many of the guilds and families on the Isles with some help of that lovely woman, Narcissa," he says with a charming smile. "I remind you, Bress, that is my wife." Lucius speaks up, drawing a snide glare to the father of puppets. "I would ask you to keep your hands off of her. All 8 of them," he threatens Bress with a glare. The waver just rolls his eyes and chuckles. "But of course, Lucius, I would never dream of hurting her in any way. Besides, I am far more interested in this wizarding wireless radio and the daily profit more than stealing someone's wife," Bress says as he waves his hand dismissively toward Lucius with a dark chuckle. "I've started on mine as well," Nim says with a sneer toward Voldemort. "But I need to go slow. If I rot them too fast, then it will alert someone I'd rather not meet in combat," he informs Voldemort as he crosses his arms over his chest in challenge. "That is more than fine, Nimd. The task I gave you is delicate in nature, and I am aware that it will take time," the Dark Lord says with a single nod to the crawling rot. "And I would rather have the task done right instead of fast, but be prepared to collapse them immediately if asked to," Voldemort informs Nimd before turning his attention to Lom. Lom shuffles its feet for a moment before speaking. "So, like you asked, I tested if I can go to the places you asked of without getting caught. And I can," it says with a wave of its hand as if it was a joke to it. "Boo, the orb thingy you wanted me to snag wasn't there," it admits as its face screws up in disconcert for delivering bad news. Voldemort grips the stone arms of his throne, sending cracks throughout the chair as his face twists in anger. "Then where the bloody hell did it go, Lom?" Voldemort asks, his anger showing as the shadows around begin to bubble like boiling water. But before the twisting deceit could open its mouth, a new voice spoke up. "It was taken by the mortal Albus Dumbledore," the voice says, causing all within the room to look upwards towards the vaulted ceiling. Sitting on the ceiling upside down was a striking beauty. Her short blonde hair looked flipped over one side of her face with the side buzzed down near her scalp and seemingly unaffected by gravity. She wore a simple sleeveless white sundress with odd black markings all over it, causing each fold in the cotton-like material to look like an eye. Always watching, always waiting. The woman's skin was decorated in eye-like iconography in the forms of tattoos, from the tips of her fingers Up her arms, across her chest and cheeks and forehead, all eyes looking in different directions, always open and always watching. Voldemort hears Indek's sigh in aggravation in his mind and feels it course through his body. Cathlin, the ceaseless watcher, the beholding, it knows you. Out of all my kin, you will find not one more hated by us all than Cathlin. The only two that seemed to stand her were her husband, Baylor, and just barely at that, and Gaul. I never understood her and Gaul's relationship and the odd couple they make, but do not expect much from her. All she ever does is watch, record, and report. Indek informs Voldemort with disdain clear in his voice for the ceaseless watcher. Then pray tell, Cathlin, what did Albus do with it? Voldemort asks, a little of Indeka's own emotions pouring into his voice as he was looking up at the fear of being watched, blinking only once, and opening his eyes to see the tattoos across Cathlin's body have moved. The eye that was in the middle of her forehead was now in the hollow of her throat, the ones on her cheeks now resting on her clavicle, and all were turned toward him. Voldemort could hear the echoes of the air raid sirens going off in London, the stench of cooked bodies and burning flesh heavy in the air, as the dust chokes his lungs as Cathlin smiles at him. Be careful of how you speak to me, Lord Voldemort. Mantled to Lord Indek you may be, but a mantled mortal is still immortal, and thus your fear runs deep like dark water. Cathlin whispers to him before falling from the ceiling, her body twisting in midair with her dress fanning out as she lands on bare feet. But I do not know what became of the prophecy between you and the legacy of Tethra. Albus Dumbledore delivered it to the hands of the Six Eyes and the Washer in the Fens. I was not about to risk exposure with those two around, so I fell back, but if my guess is correct, and they normally are, the prophecy has been destroyed by the Washer, she calmly states, her lips curling into a small smile. Voldemort growls at Cathlin's words, his lips pulling back to reveal shark-like teeth. Watch yourself, Cathlin, or I will blind those eyes you are so proud of. Voldemort threatens, and Cathlin bows her head in repentance as they both ignore Lucius' scathing comments under his breath, egging Voldemort to do just that. Voldemort takes a deep, calming breath before leaning back into his throne. But what are the tasks I've set you upon? Are you able to do them? He asks flatly. Unless it is a place where the Six Eyes dwells, I will go unnoticed by all. Be it the throne room of the Day Danan or the depths of Duin Scaith, I am able to behold all with the Watcher's crown. Cathlin says with a smile as the tattoos across her body begin to smoke and glow an ominous dark green. In the twisting smoke from her rising hand, a kaleidoscope of images begin to dance and play before them all. Flashes of everyday lives of both mundane and magical, from shades of love to the deep waters of fear, of gods and mortals. Cathlin closes her hands, and the images vanish along with the smoke as she turns a haunting smile to Voldemort. But with that news, another fact I feel the need to share, Cathlin says, all the eyes across her blink at once. The boy is no longer on the Isles, she informs Voldemort. Voldemort frowns at the news. Then where is he? He asks of the beholding, but to his annoyance, Cathlin just shrugs. Beyond my sight, but there is a good possibility that he went to America, Cathlin informs the Dark Lord. And before you ask, no, I will not look into those lands to keep track of the boy, she tells Voldemort. And why not? Voldemort asks, more curious than angry at Cathlin for not keeping track of Potter. We already have to deal with the Tuatha Dé Danann, which will be difficult without my husband and sickle, so I doubt we would want to anger another pantheon of gods, or at worst, the multiple that call that land home. Cathlin points out as Voldemort frowns. The ceaseless watcher had brought up a good point. His understanding of divine politics was lacking, but finding another divine in the territory of another just spelt trouble, even to him. So be it. But you will keep an eye out for the boy's return. I wish to know as soon as his feet touch the Isles, Voldemort informs Cathlin, who curtsies in acceptance of her task. Conrad will be retaking his tower soon. Afterwards, we will be moving all operations there to use as a fortress against our enemies. In the meantime, those of you who have tasks will return to them. As for the rest, I will call you when I have something come up. Until then, Voldemort's smile turns malicious as his shadow-filled eyes scan the room. Torment and feed to your black heart's content, he informs the monsters of myth in front of him. Oh, bloody good, Lam says with a wide, mad grin. I've found me a lovely pair of blondes to play with for the time being, so if you need me, just follow the screams. It replies with cheer as it turns on its heels and walks over to the door from whence it came, giving a wave to her kin as it goes. A mad laugh sounded as it was echoing down endless hallways as it opened the door and vanished through it. I will be with Gaul if you wish to see me, Lord Voldemort, Catelyn says as she turns on her heel, raising her hand to wave goodbye before vanishing herself in the blink of an eye. One by one, most of the Fomorians give a bow or say a goodbye before vanishing. Regan and Nim say nothing as they vanish to only leave Lucius and Voldemort in the room. Lucius turns to Voldemort with a raised brow. Are you sure you're okay with Banya and Gaul running wild, my lord? He asks. Banya is of no concern. He is working with Nimd on their project together for the most part, and I'd rather him be busy working toward that rather than him attending pointless meetings, the Dark Lord states as he steeples his hands. Some things were more important than simple meetings to stay informed about things that did not concern a person or monster in this case. Much like how he treats Rockwood, the man was always busy with one thing or another for the war effort, so he decided to treat the Fomorians. If they're busy with a task he assigned them, they needn't come. What concerns me more is Gaul ignoring my summons, he says out loud. I would not take that personally if I were you, Indek whispers in his mind. Gaul has always been difficult to control even at the best of times. Out of all of my kin, Gaul, Tethra, and myself are the oldest, and while me and Tethra butted heads more times than I care to count, Gaul has never challenged me for leadership. I could not tell you why that is. And it is not for the lack of strength, I'll tell you. But if I were to hazard a guess, it would simply because he doesn't care. Gaul has always done his own thing, but has always turned up when there was a fight to be had. Besides, we will need him in the long run, so best to keep on his good side and not force him to do anything he doesn't want to do. Indek explains in a whimsical voice, as if he enjoyed whatever shenanigans that Gaul would get up to. Why will we need him in the long run? Voldemort questions Indek in his own mind as he frowns. To deal with the boy, of course. Indek informs Voldemort before pausing as he feels Voldemort's displeasure. Oh, will you just drop it? Indek snaps at the Dark Lord. Forsake the notion of you killing the boy personally. It's a fool's play to go after the boy yourself. He is the living legacy of Tethra and wields the very same weapon that killed the End. And if it works on Tethra, it will work on us. He tells Voldemort with an edge to his tone that causes the Dark Lord to scowl. And if the spear works on us, how would Gaul be able to overcome it? Voldemort asks, and his answer was Indek's mocking laughter ringing inside of his mind. Quite simply because all things are prey before Gaul. Indek says ominously as Voldemort could feel his dark grin in the back of his mind. My lord, Lucius says, a bit forcefully as he looks up at Voldemort as the Dark Lord finally turns his attention back to Lucius. My deepest apologies, my lord, for my tone of voice, but you did not answer me, he says calmly. You are forgiven, Lucius. And have my apologies as well. I got sidetracked by another, Voldemort says, gesturing to his head. Lucius merely smiles knowingly before giving a quick bow. I understand completely, my lord. But back to what I had asked. Do you wish me to track down Gaul and bring him before you? Lucius asks with a raised brow as he raises himself back up. No, Gaul is just fine as he is, but you have my thanks for the offer. For now, we will continue with our war preparations. Is everything going according to schedule? To a point, my lord. Greyback is being as contemptuous as usual, but the rest of the dark creatures are amassing under your banner as expected. The only ones that have not been seen are the Vila. Lucius informs his lord with an almost bored tone. Not all that surprising seeing that their queen has returned. Voldemort says with a frown, for the Vila were a true loss to his forces. They were small in number, but their ferociousness and bloodthirsty attitudes made them a force to be reckoned with when combined with their martial prowess. Voldemort lets out a small sigh as he turns this information in his head, and before long a small smile begins to grow on his face. My orders for you, Lucius, are twofold. First, I wish for you to track down Gaul and introduce our mutual friend Fenrir to him. Voldemort tells his servant with a dark grin, one that Lucius shares with him. "Oh my, that will be fun," Lucius admits with a dark chuckle. "I will have to stay around to watch that for, at the very least, to pass along the memory of it to you, my lord." "Indeed," Voldemort says, sharing Lucius' dark chuckle. "But your second task is one that you will be doing first, for it will be the quickest. I require 7 large toads," the Dark Lord tells Lucius, much to the other's confusion. "Whatever for, my lord?" Lucius asks with a confused face. "What else?" "For war, my dear Lucius." "For war," Voldemort says with a dark grin, as Indec howls with laughter in his mind at Voldemort's plan. "Oh, this is going to be so much fun," Indec says, and Voldemort couldn't agree more. Chapter done. The lines in the sand are drawn as man, gods, and fear prepare for the war to come. Voldemort and the Fomorians take center stage in this chapter because we will rarely see all of them together in one room. We will get to meet, speak to, and learn about each of the fears in turn as they pop up throughout this story. King's Call Out. Part 1. The Philosophy of Fear. Part 1. The Dying, the Dead, and the Night. After the events of the Third Battle of Mag Turid, Harry Potter finds himself in the Americas trying to come to terms with the losses he has suffered. He walks through a fog that the world has become to him, only finding brief respites from the cold and deadened world in the hunts he is able to go on. While a world away, the Tuatha Dé Danann prepare to once more meet their ancient foes and battle once more. But without their greatest champion, is there any true hope at all? The Golden City waits, watched over by the last god who awaits an end of it all. The Greeks and the Romans aren't blind to the unwanted and unwelcome magician in their midst, and some plan on doing something about it. While one will reenact a myth of old to see the boy so haunted happy once more. And at the end of it all, Harry will find more about the mystery of the girl named Didi while looking into the eyes of the night. Nephophobia. Once more we return to the main character of this strange and wild tale. For in this chapter we get to see what Harry, Artemis, and the hunt have been up to. On with the show. Somewhere in Parque Nacional Bawajasonian, South America, July 17th, 1996. The humidity crawled up their backs like a sticky, all-consuming feeling that clung to their skin and caused a river of sweat to slide down their backs. They 40 in total were hidden around the clearing that broke for a small waterfall coming down from the steep and sweeping hills that led up to the Andes Mountains. Their scents masked as they waited patiently for their prey they had been tracking for the last day or so to show themselves. They had a run-in with the monsters not even 2 days ago to the north. The initial ambush had been bloody as they killed 8 of them in quick succession. One of their numbers had been injured in his impatience to chase down the monsters, but he was back at camp resting and healing in his tent. The snap of a branch alerted the hunters to their prey. Their hunt was simple yet exhilarating. They were to thin the numbers of the Pride till they were more manageable for the local magical government, which their leader had accepted happily. The hunters waited with bated breaths with arrows notched but unpooled as the first of the prey entered the clearing. The chimeras that entered the clearing were, like all their kind, massive, standing 1.5 meters at the shoulder and closer to 2 meters at the tips of their ears, and each weighing close to a ton of raw fury. The heads of the chimeras were that of a lion. Most males had a mane of thick, coarse hair that was as thick and tough as celestial bronze to help protect their throats from attacks, while the females had none. The bodies of the beasts were wrapped in snake-like scales that reflected a rainbow of dark colors when the sun hit them just right. The bodies of the chimeras ended at the feet and got like hooves for climbing over rocky terrain from the land they were native from, and a serpentine-like tail that extended as long as their bodies and ending in spear and hook-like points. They were a marvel of bestial might, and that wasn't even touching upon their ability to breath fire or the poison in the tips of their tails. They were more than a worthy hunt for Artemis and her hunters. The only thing that soured this hunt was the fact that they were mixing work with what should be a time of celebration. It had been only 2 weeks since the death of Atlanta, and in those 2 weeks the hunt had fallen into mourning for their sister. But now the mourning was over for all but one, and the hunt before them was dedicated in their fallen sister's name. Pull! Artemis orders her hunters, and the symphony of her hunters pulling back their notched arrows as one was like music to her ears with the crescendo of a soft click of a rifle. "Hold!" she whispers softly as the pride of 18 Chimera, counting the cubs, began to move toward the watering hole that was the waterfall. "Hold!" she whispers once more. The pride had splintered after the first ambush, and the hunters were currently after the larger, more dangerous pride because one among them was a bit of a rarity. Even divine and magical creatures could not escape the mundane mutations found in some normal wildlife, and in this case, melanism. One of the male chimera's coat and scales were as black as night, giving the beast a majestic look, and Artemis wanted it rather badly, for she already had the coat of an albino one she had come across some 800 years ago. The largest of the females approaches the watering hole and gives the life-giving liquid a tentative sniff as Artemis smiles. As the beast begins to lap up the water, the smaller cubs begin to drink from the water, as well as the rest standing guard over their children. But Artemis was not here for the cubs. She was here to cull a large portion of the pride, but leave the cubs and a few of the older ones alive to live in balance with the mortals. That was all. As Artemis raises her hand to give the signal to her hunters to release their arrows, the heads of the older chimeras all snap to the west. "No," Artemis thinks to herself as her own head snaps in that direction, much to the confusion of her hunters. The chimeras begin to circle around their cubs in a protective formation. "No, no, no," Artemis thinks as her jaw clenches at the sound of something moving rapidly through the jungle. The largest male roars before bracing itself, flames dancing in its maw. "Do not tell me he left the campgrounds when I had specifically told him not to," Artemis thinks as her anger becomes evident on her face right before all hell breaks loose again. From the underbrush of the rainforest, a blur burst forth, shredding all manner of flora as it moved at par-natural speeds that most in the hunt couldn't even follow. The largest male tries to release a gout of flames as soon as the blur bursts from the jungle, but it was for naught as a pair of dragonhide boots slam into its face with a sickening crack caving in its skull. The fire in the chimera's maw is swallowed and mixes with the natural gases in the throat sac of the beast, setting it to explode out the back half of the chimera. The blur leaps through the flames and carnage, slowing down enough to show itself, dressed in simple blue jeans, boots, and his steel-colored jacket, while armed with his crimson-red spear and his torso wrapped in white bandages, was the son of Artemis, the heir to the hunt. Harry Potter had arrived in the middle of his divine mother's ambush to spread his unique brand of chaos. Artemis facepalms before cursing under her breath at the sight of her son. "He's at it again, my lady," Artemis Lieutenant Zoe Nightshade says, voicing her own aggravation over the boy as she frowns at the sight below them. Harry, armed with only his spear and a mad smile, lands in the middle of the pride, his eyes matching Artemis' own amber cat eyes lit with the utter and unfettered joy of the hunt. The chimeras that remain all turn to look at Harry as he lands in a crouch, his spear at the ready, ignorant that their fates were already sealed. The largest female roars at Harry, raising his whip-like barbed tail dripping with poison as fire gathered in its maw. But Harry, in the state he was in, cared nothing for the show of aggression as he charged forward, spear pulled back and aimed to skewer the largest female. Half mad with the hunt, as Harry was at the moment, he had lost sight of anything outside his next kill. But before his spear could drive through the roof of the chimera's mouth, a silver arrow deflects the blow away from the beast from Artemis' own bow. "Fire at will," cries Artemis with an angry growl. "Try not to hit my fool of a son, the largest female, and the cubs," she orders before a resound blam could be heard as one of the smaller males falls to Sophie's rifle and arrows begin to rain down on the chimeras. Harry twists himself with the momentum of where Artemis' arrow had deflected his spear, using the butt of his spear to smash into the face of another chimera as it pounced at him. He leaps back from his spin and swings his spear down. The serrated and barbed blade meets the neck of the beast and passes through it like it wasn't even there. His wild eyes scan the clearing as arrows begin to rain down on his prey. He charges forward through the falling projectiles to meet another chimera head-on. Harry ducks under the lash of its tail before hopping up and spinning in midair to lash out with his spear, carving down the side of the beast before he finishes his spin by cutting through the armored tail. The chimera that Harry wounds freezes as black veins begin to crawl across its form. As they weave together and intersect, the body of the chimera begins to break down and collapse upon itself until the slow crawling effect of the promised end delivers the beast to a final death. As Harry twists and spins, pivoting and juking around tail swipes, fire, and fangs, the bandages across his torso begin to blossom red with blood. But Harry pays no mind to the pain across his chest and his stomach, merely smiling as he skewers another of the chimera and enjoying the rush of the hunt in his veins. "That ducking idiot!" Phoebe screams as she sees the blood soaking through the bandages she had painstakingly wrapped around her brother's torso. She notches another arrow before. With her anger behind, she lets loose an arrow of solar fire that sinks into the eye of one of the beasts. He tore open his wounds, she yells as she watches Harry dance and deflect the attacks from the chimera around him. Artemis grits her teeth as she watches Harry continue his foolish and selfish actions. His spear came down on the head of one of the chimera's head and split it like a log of wood. This wasn't the first time Harry had disobeyed an order from her during the hunt, and she had a feeling it wouldn't be the last. Her eyes track him as dances and slashes through chimera after chimera, cutting them down with ease and bringing them to their end. The arrows of her hunters put most out of their misery that beset their bodies after. Harry had wounded the beasts with his spear until, after the largest female and the cubs fled, there was only one of the beasts left. The large male with the black coat. Harry turns to it, a wicked smile on his face as his eyes shimmered with the hunt. "Harry Potter, don't you dare!" Artemis yells as she watches her son level his spear at the beast. "Gee," Harry calls out, igniting the ancient curse held within the spear. The spectral thorns tear through Harry's arm, opening those wounds fresh again. Phoebe just about screams at Harry's actions as Artemis begins to panic, her eyes searching for another target, any other target for the curse. "Ball!" He roars as Artemis fails, and watches in horror as the spear sinks into the beautiful hide of the chimera. "No!" Artemis yells as she watches helplessly as the chimera and its hide are torn asunder by the curse of doing Scathe. "Domains damn that woman, right to the end of time," she thinks to herself, knowing that the witch queen of doing Scathe was laughing at her somewhere. "Zoe!" Artemis snaps in anger and bitter disappointment, causing her oldest friend to turn to her. "Go collect Harry, I need to have words with him," she says with a growl as her lieutenant simply nods her head and leaps into the clearing. Zoe is followed by a few of her sisters, arrows notched and ready, but otherwise relaxed as they look over the carnage in the clearing and the boy who caused it. Harry stood in the middle of the clearing covered in the carnage and aftermath of his hunt, taking deep, even breaths as he looked blankly forward, seeming lost to the world around him. "Harry," Zoe says softly, causing him to whirl around to face her, his eyes sharp and eager for another fight. But before he could do anything else, before Artemis hunters could raise their bows, Zoe had moved. Her steps were quick, and in a burst of speed, she had stepped into the range of Harry's spear, and with a picture-perfect right hook, Harry fell to the ground unconscious. Zoe sighs and frowns down at the little brother she never wanted but had come to love, worry dancing in her eyes. "Foolish boy, you never listened to anyone," she says sadly. The Hunters of Artemis Campground, Peru, South America, July 18th, 12:28 a.m. Harry Potter. "Harry, please, I didn't tell him anything. Please let me explain," Delphine says, tears running down her cheek as she begged Harry to listen, for her to explain. But Harry didn't want to listen. He didn't care. Anger boiled in his stomach as red rage took over his vision. "Why? So you can just lie again? So you can go tell your dad all about how you fooled poor dumb Harry Potter?" He had screamed back, his biggest flaw taking him over as the hunt roared in his veins, aching for blood to be fed. Harry tossed in his bed, a cold sweat crawling across his body as he turned over again and again, unable to escape his own mind. "No, oh, whoa." Delphine's words morph and twist, changing in pitch and tone as Atlanta charges at him. Her arms outstretched, Her eyes filled with a wild desperation as the monsters cackled madly just behind her. Harry feels Atlanta hit him, and all of a sudden, he is flying backwards away from. Harry had awoken in the first aid 10 hours before, his body sore and his right arm unresponsive. He had pushed himself up to a sitting position only to have a bedpan slam across the back of his head and a screaming Phoebe just inches from his face. "You fool! You absolute idiot! I told you! I told you not to use your spear. I told you to rest. Now look at you. I had to waste supplies to stem the bleeding after you reopened your wounds. You foolish boy!" Phoebe had yelled at him, the last 3 words highlighted by the ding of the aluminum bedpan hitting his head. "Just give me some ambrosia and nectar and I'll be fine," Harry told her as he rubbed the back of his head. It wasn't even close to any real damage the enraged healer could do to him if she really wanted to. "No," Phoebe says sternly as she crosses her arms and leveled a glare at him. "I gave you some the other day after doing the same foolish thing. You will get no more until after we are done here and start moving back to the States. I refuse to watch leap into death feet first and undo all my hard work to keep you alive," she told him, her blue eyes stormy with anger before hitting him on the head with the bedpan one more time. "Ow, damn it! What happened to the Hippocratic Oath?" "Bloody hell," Harry said, rubbing the spot where Phoebe had hit him. "Unfortunately for you, I never studied under Hippocrates and never took his dumb oath. Now get out of my infirmary," she said while pointing to the exit. Harry scowled but stood up from the cot. Phoebe was mad at him, but not mad enough to help him put his arm in a sling. After checking his pockets and arm, he had turned back to Phoebe, scowl still on his face. "Where the hell are my spears?" he asked the medic of the hunt. "Lady Artemis took them while you were asleep. Go talk to her if you want them back," Phoebe told him as she stripped the bed of the sheets. Harry had cursed before turning to leave, only to pause when Phoebe spoke again, this time in a much more gentle voice. "Harry, I know it hurts. Losing his sister is never easy, even for someone my age, but it doesn't mean you have to suffer alone or dash," she tried to tell him. But Harry snaps at her, cutting off her words. "I'm fine, Phoebe," Harry said angrily before the front door in his mind slams shut again as he throws open the curtain to the medical tent and stores out. "Serious?" Harry screams, his arms outstretched to somehow grab his godfather, to somehow pull him with him. Sirius doesn't say a word, nor show any signs of pain, even with the barbed spears piercing his legs. All he does is smile as the flames consume him, leaving naught but ash behind. Shock, pain, disbelief, and denial stab through Harry's heart, not wanting it to be true, not wanting them to be gone. His back hits a wall, and he slides down, his breath leaving his lungs as he looks upon the unmoving form of Atlanta. "Please no! Atlanta, get up! Atlanta!" Harry screams as he reaches for her, only for the door to the cupboard, his cupboard, to snap shut. "You'll be here forever!" Uncle Vernon screams, always screaming, as the vent on the door of the cupboard slides shut. No one left to care about the freak. And why is that, I wonder? Aunt Petunia's snide voice mocks him from beyond the door. "It's because Dash," a new voice says, high and hissing in the dark as red serpentine-like eyes open and glow in the dark of his cupboard. "He's killed them all. His mother and father died to protect a worthless little freak, and their replacements to him died pointlessly because he couldn't kill me," the monster says, his pale face showing in the dark, looming over Harry with a mocking grin. "Poor, pathetic boy. Who else are you going to let die for you?" the monster says, with a dark chuckle. "I can't wait to find out." The monster throws his head back as he laughs, high and cruel as the memories of Sirius and Atlanta play in Harry's mind on repeat. He feels them then, cold arms encircling him, trying to comfort him in the dark of his cupboard. "No," Harry whispers as the arms pause. "Stop!" Harry snaps as he tries and pushes them away, but they fight against him, trying once more to hold him. "I said stop! Get out of my dash!" A gasp passes across his lips as Harry shoots up in his bed, pain lancing up his arm as the raw grief he feels overtakes his heart and mind. He grits his teeth to cut off the sob trying to escape his chest, and he squeezes his eyes shut. Slam, slam, slam goes the front door as he tosses each of the rabbits out into the snow with the others. As his mind clears and the feelings die away to nothing but thumping and hopping of the small prey animals, he feels himself empty of emotion as a burning void of nothing sets uncomfortably in his chest. Harry sighs and rubs his face with his good hand before tossing his blanket off of him and over both Brittany and Sophie's sleeping forms. Harry looks over to his sisters for a long moment before getting out of his bed and pulling on his jacket, glasses, and boots over his pajamas. Hedwig hoots from the corner. The concern in that one sound was enough to stop Harry at the exit of his tent. "It's okay, girl. I'm just going on a short walk. I'll be back," Harry says, his voice coming out flat and emotionless even to him, and unaware that Hedwig wasn't the only one who watched him leave. Harry steps outside of his tent and into the campgrounds of the Hunters of Artemis. A light drizzle falling from the overcast skies above, but it doesn't bother Harry much as he walks through the campgrounds. He was trying and failing to clear his mind of Slam, of the memories of Slam, what happened only a few weeks ago and his failure, how he had gotten Slam, them killed, how he had gotten his friends hurt, how Slam, the last meeting with Slam, her went. He could feel the lukewarm rain on his neck as he kept looking at the ground as he walked to the bounds of the campground. He quickly found himself on the border of camp and found a place to sit. Harry looks out into the darkness of the rainforest with a blank face and dull eyes. The memories playing on a loop of things he'd rather not remember haunt him even in the waking world. Sirius' death, Atlanta's death, the Fomorians being freed, learning that Voldemort had mantled thanks to the blood he stole from Harry, and his time with the Dursleys. He didn't know why the last one would play out for him. He had thought he put those years behind them, to forget about them and to let them go. But the more he thought about the last few weeks, the more the years he had spent with them would be brought forward in his mind. It was like he was on a slide that he couldn't stop or slow down on, just constantly spiraling into his own memories of what happened in number 4, Privet Drive. And he just couldn't stop, no matter how much the front door slammed shut in his mind. So lost in his thoughts, Harry didn't hear someone walking up behind him and calling out his name over the soft pitter-patter of the rain. "Harry," Artemis says softly, sounding concerned more than angry with him. After she had taken his weapons, she had basically grounded him to his tent for the remainder of the hunt. "Harry, what are you doing out here?" she asks, but Harry doesn't answer, too deep in his own thoughts. Artemis sighs before walking up to Harry and placing a hand on his shoulder before gently shaking him. Finally, Harry has a reaction as he turns to look up into Artemis' worried eyes. "Did you not hear me?" she asks as she sees the surprise in his eyes. "Oh, I know," Harry says quietly before turning to look back into the dark. "Sorry," he says softly. Artemis frowns at her son's reaction. "I'm not chastising you, Harry. I'm dash," she pauses, unsure what to say or what to do. "I'm just worried," she offers and is unsurprised when Harry shrugs off her hand before speaking. "I'm fine," he says, his voice coming out dead and hollow and filled with a bitter bone, deep weariness. Artemis' lips press into a fine line, not buying what her son told her for a moment. "You should be asleep," she tells him before sliding her hand back into her jacket pocket. "I'm not tired," Harry quickly answers. "When was the last time you got a full night's sleep?" Artemis questions only for Harry to shrug. He honestly didn't know it was before Mag Turied, that was for sure. But in the last few weeks his sleep had been sporadic, lasting only for an hour or two before he could stand the nightmares and the terrors that laid behind his eyes. "Harry, I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but sleep is important, and it has been obvious that you haven't been getting any. Even Sophie is sleeping more than you," she points out, but still all Harry does is shrug. Artemis moves to kneel down in front of her son, to look him in the eyes, and all she could see in his emerald eyes was a hollow dead look that echoed a deep pain. Was this what they looked like when he was younger? When that house had taken everything from him? Artemis thinks to herself, a pain twisting in her chest with a want, a need to help him, to help Harry, to help her son. She hated this look in Harry's eyes. It was a sight she never wanted to see, where his eyes no longer sparkled with happiness. "Harry," Artemis tries once more, her voice dripping with desperation to reach out to him, to have him listen, to let her help. "I cannot help you if you don't talk to me. Please, Harry. Please talk to me," she asks once more, reaching up to place one of her hands on his cheek. Harry looks into Artemis' ancient eyes, eyes filled with desperation and pain, of the want and need to do something she didn't know how to do. Harry's lip trembles and his mouth opens. The words on the tip of his tongue and the images haunting his mind come fresh with stinging, scaring pain, and he wants to tell her. But he could feel the burning tears gather in the corners of his eyes. Slam goes the front door. Uncle Vernon always hated when he cried. Harry turns away from Artemis' hand, looking toward the ground. "I'm fine," he says without looking back. The sigh that escapes Artemis is so filled with frustration and pain that Harry almost looks back at her when she stands. "Fine," Artemis says quietly, allowing Harry to let out a sigh of relief that she wasn't going to bother him about it anymore. "We do this the hard way," she says, causing Harry to snap back to look at her confused as he watches her raise her hand. "Sleep," Artemis says with the full force and authority of the goddess of the hunt before snapping her fingers. Harry's eyes roll back into his head before his body tilts backwards and sleep overtakes his mind. Artemis swiftly reaches out and takes Harry's now unconscious form into her arms. "Fool," she whispers softly and sadly as she picks up her son with little difficulty. "Is he going to be okay?" A voice asks from the darkness. Artemis isn't surprised by who it is. She was the one who had come to her the last 2 weeks to inform her that Harry wasn't sleeping. Artemis smiles at the concern in her hunter's voice over Harry, but still, she answers the girl honestly. "I don't know, Sophie. He has been through a lot in such a short amount of time. I was hoping he would open up to one of you, but he seems to be pushing all of us away." Artemis admits to the mad hunter softly as she adjusts Harry in her arms before turning to Sophie with a sad smile. "I am hoping Cecilia can help him like she had done last time," she says, watching as Sophie crosses her arms over her chest. A worried look on Sophie's face as she looks at Harry in Artemis' arms. "Well," Sophie says with a sigh, "at least he'll get some sleep like this. I know what a lack of sleep can do to the mind, especially one in a fragile state," she says with a frown and a look that spoke of her own experience in the matter, the dark bags under her own eyes showing the truth of her words. "Would you like me to?" Artemis says, trailing off as she offers Sophie something unspoken. But the mad hunter merely shakes her head before speaking with a sad smile. "Thank you, my lady, but no thank you. I know mine will pass sooner or later, and I'll crash out somewhere down the line. I'm just worried about Harry," Sophie admits as she and Artemis begin to walk back towards the hunter's camp and Harry's tent. "He's been acting a bit crazy. Well, crazier than normal, I mean," she says after pausing to consider who she was talking about. Artemis says nothing more as they walk back to Harry's tent. She doesn't even try to correct Sophie, because her mad hunter was right. Harry has been recklessly throwing himself into hunt after hunt in an attempt to bury his feelings under the rapture and bloodlust of the hunt. That scared Artemis deeply. Harry was never one to listen to the warning about drawing on too much of the hunt at once, and now he was doing it non-stop in an attempt to kill the grief he felt over the deaths of Atlanta and Sirius. An event, no matter what Artemis or Harry's sister would say, he blamed himself for. Artemis once more found herself lost on what to do with Harry and how to help him, and that was a pain she couldn't put into words. The Hunter's Campground, July 19th, 1996, 12:30 p.m. Phoebe has been true to her word, and other than standard treatment, Harry was given nothing to help him heal faster, so he could get back to the hunt faster. But even if she did, Artemis had put her foot down and refused to let Harry come on any more hunts until he was fully healed and rested. She was still angry with Harry over what had happened during the first 2 ambushes and how he went out of control and not only endangered the hunt, but had gotten himself hurt with his own foolish actions. So, Harry was sequestered in his tent as Artemis and his sisters finished culling a majority of the pride of chimeras. They had returned to the camp an hour or so ago, carrying trophies aplenty, and began preparing for the celebration tonight for a successful hunt before breaking down camp the next morning to head back to the States. Harry had been kept away from any of the logistical planning for where they were headed to next, which was fine with him. He was out of his depth when it came to where was what in the States. Harry was currently sitting on the floor in his tent, looking off into space, lost in his own mind and memories of what he could have done that night. Going over the what-ifs and maybes, spiraling deeper into himself as his arm still lays in the sling, useless just like him. He's pulled from his musing by a tapping at his tent door. "Harry, are you decent?" The voice of Zoe calls out in question. "Yeah," Harry says back in a flat, emotionless tone, not bothering to look over at the entrance to his tent as the flaps part and Zoe steps inside. The lieutenant of Artemis takes one look at Harry and holds back a sigh. She knew the tone of voice from her little brother all too well by now, as well as the lost look on his face. He was thinking about that night again. She knew the look well. It was a look of regret. Zoe had spent many sleepless nights over her millennia-long life with the same look on her face as she thought of the day Heracles came to the garden. It hurt even more seeing that same look on Harry's face. She walks over to the edge of Harry's bed and sits down next to him, looking at the floor with her lips pressed into a thin line as she considers how to start. "Harry," Zoe says softly, I understand what you're going through, we all do. And it's okay to feel what you were feeling, it's okay to not be okay, but you can't keep bottling it up and burying it under the hut. You need to learn to let yourself feel." Zoe tries as she turns to look at Harry. In the past 2 weeks, she had not seen him cry once over Atlanta's and Sirius deaths. Not ever when he had lit the pyre that held Atlanta's body. Only a cold, blank look sitting on his face while his pupils were split like a cat's, and for the last 2 weeks they had not changed. "I'm fine, Zoe," Harry says in the same hollow voice that cuts Zoe deeper than any blade as Harry's only good hand was balled into a fist. Zoe was sure it was because of Harry's great respect and love for her that kept his hand from striking her. But, honestly, she would prefer that than this cold, emotionless shell wearing her little brother's face. "Harry, you can talk to Dash," Zoe tries once more, but Harry swiftly cuts her off. "Is there something you want, Zoe?" Harry says with more heat in his tone than she had heard from him outside of a hunt in weeks. For a brief moment the fire in his eyes returned, bringing back the boy she had fought so much with, laughed with, joked with, and teased. In that moment Zoe hoped for him to return, to scream, to cry, to throw a fist, to do anything to show he still had that fire in him. But Harry blinks, and that fire is gone once more. Zoe holds back a sigh before standing back up and withdrawing her hand, knowing she would try once more to wake that boy later. "Lady Artemis wishes to speak to you about what we will be doing next," Zoe says, not wishing to give away that her lady was planning to split away from the hunt for a few days with Harry to bring him to the local magic school for a visit. She watches as Harry huffs before standing. "All right, I'll go talk to her," he says in that same dead voice that he unknowingly hurt Zoe so much with. Zoe watches him leave his tent before she lets go of her sigh and rubs her face before turning to the wisest in the room. "What are we going to do with him, Hedwig?" Zoe asks sadly as the owl hoots back, just as sad, not having an answer for the lieutenant. Harry marches across the campground to the beat of a slamming door in his mind, his eyes firmly locked onto the ground. He didn't want to deal with this. He didn't want to see the hurt and worry in Zoe's eyes because he was fine. But he hates to see that pain in both Artemis and Zoe's eyes, in the eyes of all his sisters who looked at him. He didn't want to hurt them like he was. Slam. Harry sighs before looking up at Artemis' tent with a frown. He didn't want to go in to talk to his mother. All Harry wanted to do was go on a hunt so he could feel joy and happiness once more, lost deep in the chase. Kakabioum. The hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood straight up as the sound of thunder shook him to his bones as lightning flashed just behind him where he stood. Harry turns to see what had just happened, surprised that the lightning had struck the earth and not one of the many trees that intersected the hunter's campground. Harry blinks as he comes face to face with something he hadn't expected, a man. He stood tall and proud with his shoulders straight, and his hands slipped into the pockets of his immaculate and pressed pinstripe gray and blue suit. His long, dark, and curly hair was swept back and fell to his shoulders as a neatly trimmed but long beard sat on his face. The man's gray eyes moved and shifted like the storm clouds above as they turned to look down at Harry with a frown. The man slips one hand out of his pockets. The man's fingers crackle with electricity, and the last thing Harry hears before a small jolt of that power jumped from the man's fingers to his chest was the scream of his mother. "Father, don't!" Followed by a boom and blackness as Harry was thrown from his feet and across the campground, remembering no more. Chapter done. Well, boy, is Harry chugging down that triple XL Grande Depresso. One of the things in the Half-Blood Prince I hated the most was just how quickly Harry got over serious death, because that is not how that works. In this chapter, we see Harry using occlumency to block out things he'd rather not feel or deal with, and refusing to actually deal with his issues. We also see a few members of the Hunters and Artemis trying to help Harry, trying to get him to talk, but as always, he is being stubborn. But don't worry. The whole first part is about Harry dealing with his issues and finally facing his trauma with a little divine help. King saxcuL out. Astrophobia. Welcome one and all to the next chapter of the Philosophy of Fear, where Big Daddy Skyducker shows up to teach Artemis a hard lesson. On with the show. Artemis, the Hunter's Campground, South America. Father, don't. Artemis screams as she watches Zeus raise his hand toward her son. She quickly left her tent as soon as she felt the burst of divine energy and the crack of thunder, only to watch in horror as Zeus, her king and father, blast an unsuspecting Harry with a bolt of his divine domain. What have you done? She screams in horror and rage as she raises her bow to aim at Zeus with her hunters following her actions. Calm yourself, Artemis, the Skyfather says sternly, lightning crackling from his eyes in warning as he looks at Artemis with a frown. The boy is unconscious and nothing more. Now put down your bow before you do something even more foolish, he warns, with no warmth in his voice, but neither Artemis or her hunters listen. You had no right to dash, Artemis growls out at Zeus before she is quickly cut off. No right? I have no right? Zeus bellows, causing the sky to light up as lightning strikes across the sky. Do you forget yourself, Artemis? Are you that blinded by the boy? He yells as more of Artemis' hunters spill from the tents dotting the campground. My lady, Zoe calls out, charging across the campground with Moontide already in hand and her eyes widening at the sight of Skyfather. Enough of this, Zeus says with a frown before snapping his fingers that sounded like a crack of thunder and followed by a blinding light. Artemis closes her eyes for a moment and turns away from it. As the light fades, she turns back and finds herself alone in the campgrounds, alone with her father. What did you do? Artemis says, horror and fear sinking into her words as she looks around to see any of her hunters. What did you do? She yells at Zeus in a blind rage filled with worry. You will calm yourself at once, Artemis. Your hunters are unharmed. I didn't want them getting in the way, so I graciously sent them to the Temple of Diana at New Rome. Zeus informs Artemis as he stares her down with a disappointed frown on his lips. Artemis grits her teeth, her worry for her hunters abating for the moment. What do you want, father? Artemis asks with gritted teeth. She was fully aware of how little of a chance she stood against her father in a fight, and to her surprise, Zeus' eyes softened. I want what any father would want, to love his children and guide them to the right path, Zeus tells her, his voice soft but the frown never leaving his face. And for untold millennials, I have never once had to correct your path. You, above all other Olympians, have kept to your role as the hunter. You've kept order in the wilds when Pan vanished. You kept your domains in order and never once complained about. Not even when the mortals passed Selene's domain onto you, he says with a proud look in his eyes, and his frown lessens as he spoke of Artemis. You have been my favorite child, more so than Ares or Athena, Hephaestus or Dionysus, or even Heracles, even your brother Apollo. You have been my pride and joy amongst them all, Zeus admits, his eyes turning sad as he looks at Artemis' surprised face. She had never heard her father, Zeus, speak of her in such a way. Not once. He never once admitted he was proud of her in any way. But, until recently, he had never admitted he was disappointed in her either. Father, Artemis says softly, not understanding why he was saying these things as the worry begins to burrow a hole in her stomach. I have shielded you from your siblings and your aunts and uncles when one of their sons had come across you bathing by accident and you had killed them. I have protected you from every complaint leveled against you by the others when you acted uncaring to their plights and chose to abstain from voting. I have spoiled you rotten, Zeus admits with a shake of his head. I've come to realize that is why. Why you thought you could break one of my laws, a law meant to protect us from the consequences of mortal hubris, All because I have spoiled you, the Sky Father says, looking back at his daughter with anger boiling in his eyes like a great storm. You brought a magician into this world, one with a direct connection to the council, without a single thought to the possible consequences of your actions. Out of all the gods on the council, I would have never thought that you would break that one law, and now it comes down to me to punish you for it, Zeus says grimly as he raises both of his hands. The storm clouds begin to darken and churn as the wind begins to pick up. Zeus' eyes go white with power as electricity crackles from them. A surge of lightning runs down his arms and into the palms of his hands and arching between his fingers. The council would never dash. Artemis tries to challenge her father as she takes a step back, unable to teleport away with Heir, blocked by the cosmic powers of the king of Olympus. The council has already voted. Zeus all but roars at Artemis over the gales of his creation. 9-2, he informs Artemis, taking no pleasure in the way her face falls in shock and disbelief. No, my daughter, that I take no pleasure in this, but it is my responsibility as both your father and king to dole this punishment out, he says, resolute with his words and actions as Artemis takes another step back, her eyes widening in fear. Father, please dash. Artemis tries once more, but is swiftly cut off as the lightning jumps from Zeus' palms to her, electrocuting her as she begins to scream bloody mercy. Artemis Phesporia of the Olympians, the hunter of monsters and keeper of the wilds, protector of children and mistress of the moonlit world. For the crime of breaking one of our law and mothering a magician, I, your king and father, with the authority given to me by the Olympian Council hereby strip you of your godhood, your immortality, and power over your domains, leaving you with only enough power that would be awarded to your lieutenant. Zeus roars as his power courses through Artemis, arching off of her and spitting trees and stones as she continues to scream. Artemis felt as every atom of her was burning. Her muscles were being torn fiber by fiber, her bones cracking and burning inside of her, and her very essence being split from her. Everything was white-hot pain that she couldn't even form a thought in, let alone try to escape. After what felt like an eternity of fire and pain, it blissfully ended as the deepest sense of violation roots itself deep inside her. She falls forward to land on her face, feeling too weak to stop herself. It was a challenge to even breathe, let alone keep herself on her knees. Zeus pulls back his power from his daughter, dragging with it her divine spark in the shape of the full moon encased in lightning. He breathes deeply from the exertion of splitting a goddess from her rightful power. It was a task for any lone god, even one as powerful as he. He looked down at the basketball-sized moon floating just above his palm for a moment with a frown. It was beautiful in a cold, distant way. He sighs once before sending the orb of divine power skyward and turns to the smoking and twitching body of her daughter. This is harder for me than you could even imagine, my daughter. But I have learned something from you these past few years, and that is if one spares the rod, they spoil the child. Zeus says softly, a frown on his face as he watches Artemis finally push herself up. So, this is your rod, dear daughter. If you wish to continue to protect the boy and to care for him, you will be reminded of the consequences of having a magician. If you wish to restore your godhood, it awaits you 3 days' travel that way. Zeus says as he raises his hand to the southeast. In the city of Paititi, at the highest point, you can only bring the boy with you and what you can scavenge from your camp, the Sky Father says flatly before slipping his hands into the pockets of his slacks as he turns away from Artemis. Hopefully this little quest, or hunt if you prefer, will give you some perspectives on your choice, my dear daughter, Zeus says, finishing his piece, and with another crack of thunder and flash of his divine domain, he vanishes from the campgrounds. 10 minutes later, Harry Potter. RRY. Echoes in his mind as his head swims with pain and the thumping of rabbits' feet. His whole body felt sore, as if he had just had a full contact training with his teacher. He couldn't remember what had happened at first. His last clear memory was leaving his tent angry at Zoe, but burying it past the front door. He was going to go talk to Artemis about something she wanted to speak to him about, but Zoe wouldn't tell him what about. Then nothing, just a blank white sheet of pain. Harry, a voice he didn't recognize, yells as the tingling in his arms and legs finally dies down. Come on, wake up. I know you're not dead yet. The voice says before he feels a sharp pain across his face. His face scrunches up as he moans out in pain, his head tilting back and forth as to try to avoid getting slapped again. That's it, Harry. Wake up. We unfortunately don't have time for this. Now, wake up. The voice calls out, and Harry's eyes snap open as pain shoots into his ocular nerves. He quickly snaps them shut before rolling on his side. Bloody duck, he curses. You can say that again, the voice says as he pushes himself up to his hands and knees, his right arm's feeling stiff, but he is feeling back in it now. Bloody duck, he curses again before slowly and gently opens his eyes to the world. It was blurry and out of focus. He looked to his side to see who was talking to him because he didn't recognize the voice. The outline was vague and grimy as Harry blinks a few times to clear the fog from his eyes, and when the world comes in a sharper focus, he takes a sharp breath as his eyes widen at the sight of the girl. The girl sighs, despair blooming across her face. What did he do? Am I blonde? She asks in horror, making a disgusted face. Please don't tell me he made me look like the bimbo as well, she says as she presses her face in her hands. Harry blinks, confused by the girl. He knew every member of the Hunters by sight and a fair few of the handmaids, so he was relatively sure he didn't know this girl. But she did look horrifyingly familiar. Her red hair was curly rather than straight and kept in a low ponytail out of her face instead of spilling over her shoulders. Her hair also wasn't as vibrant red, more a muted dark red like his teacher's. She was pale with a splash of freckles over a slightly hooked nose. She also hadn't lost any of her baby fat, even if she did look a few years older than him. Her chubby cheeks went well with her ever so slightly pointed ears that give the girl a nymph or Fia-like look to her. But as she pulled her hands away from her face, it was the eyes that stopped Harry's heart. They were the same as his. A shining emerald green. What is it, Harry? She asks, slightly panicked as he just kept looking at her in shock. Oh, by the hunt, he did make me blonde, didn't he? Oh, of course he would do that. Humiliate me and punish me all at the same time. She groans out before standing, looking straight up into the cloudy sky over the rainforest. Damn you, Father. How could you do this? I would have taken the punishment. But to make me look like that bimbo is unacceptable. She shouts right before it begins to rain on them, causing the girl to scream in rage. Harry just sits on the soaked earth, looking up at her in blind confusion. She was taller than him, with a runner build and long legs. Finally, after watching the girl kick a large stick across the campground in a rage, Harry finally finds his voice. Who the duck are you? He asks, watching the girl turn to him, looking equally confused. Harry, it's me. Artemis, your mother, the girl says with a gesture to herself. Harry blinks twice, not believing a word of it for a moment as the girl sighs. I know I don't look like I normally do, but you have to believe me. I am Artemis, she reiterated to him. Harry looks around the campgrounds and notices a distinct lack of his sisters before turning back to the girl. To tell me something only Artemis would know, Harry says, looking at the girl with a glare. When we first met, I wrongfully called you a curiosity because we are both woefully unequipped to deal with other people. The girl admits with a frown as she stresses the word. Harry blinks twice before letting out a shaky breath. Okay, I believe you, Harry says before trying to stand. There were only 4 other people who knew Artemis had called him that when they first met, and one of them, Slam, and the others were nowhere near. South America. What would happen to you? Where is everyone else? Harry asks as Artemis helps him to his feet and watches as Artemis' lips twist into an angry scowl and her painful green eyes grow stormy. How much do you remember? She asks him, her scowl never leaving her face. Harry rubs his head with a frown. Not much. I was walking across the campground, and then, nothing, he says with his frown never leaving his face. Artemis sighs and crosses her arms before rubbing her eyes with one hand. My father showed up, she says with a slight growl to her voice. Harry mouths the word confused before his eyes shoot wide open. That mother ducker. Harry curses as his hands run through his hair. A more true statement never spoken. My mother is Leto, the titan of motherhood after all, Artemis says with a nod of her head as Heir slowly turns to her with a look of astounding confusion on his face. But now is not the time to talk about either Zeus or Leto's role as your grandparents. No, my father showed up to enact a punishment on me, which is why I am like this, she says, gesturing to herself with a hum of annoyance in her voice. What did he do to you? Heir asks, looking at her confused as Artemis scowls once more. He turned me mortal, she says softly while flexing her hands. Wait, he can just do that? Heir asks, shocked. Well, typically, no he can't, Artemis says before turning back to Heir with a sigh. Back in the age of myth, when Olympus was just being established as our center of power with the flame of the West, my father was a tyrant, she says as she crosses her arms over her chest. He acted more like my grandfather than any other time in our history. It got so bad that most of my aunts, my uncle Poseidon, and all my half-siblings got together and imprisoned Zeus in a net created by Hephaestus. Auntie Hestia was the one to lead the charge against my father and demanded that he was held accountable for his actions. My father had other thoughts on that, so we left him in the net until he saw the errors of his ways, she says with a frown. How long did that take? Heir says with a raised brow as he works his shoulder in a circle to work the kinks out of it. About 100 years, give or take, Artemis says with a shrug as Heir stops and gapes at her for a moment. My father was far worse back then, drunk off his own power. But he finally relented to our request, while he would hold the crown, and we would never question that. He was to restrict his power and what he could do with his authority as king to a democratic vote between the Olympian Council. So long as a majority of us were in favor of the action, he would be free to do what has been voted on, she admits with a frown. For him to be able to strip me of my godhood, even for a short amount of time, that would mean that dash, Artemis tells Heir, her eyes turning skyward as Heir finishes for her. The Olympian Council had to have voted in favor of it, Heir says breathlessly before blinking twice in disbelief. But what the hell was the crime to strip you of godhood? And for how long? Heir asks in a panic. My father, no matter how ruthless he is or how much authority he was given, would not strip me of my godhood permanently. Besides, he has already told me how to re-atten it in a rather short amount of time. All things considered, Artemis explains as she looks back to Heir with a small, hopeful smile. He's done this before? The whole stripping gods of godhood thing. Heir asks and watches as Artemis nods her head. Yes, but never to me, she admits with a frown. He's done it to Apollo twice, Ares once, and Dionysus a few times as well. He calls it giving them perspective on their actions, she says with a roll of her eyes. Okay, so how do we get your godhood back? Heir asks with a frown. Artemis doesn't say anything for a long moment, the scowl appearing on her lips once more as she looks over the abandoned campground. We have to go to Paititi, she says almost ominously. What the hell is Paititi? Heir asks, confused, causing Artemis to frown once more with a dark look in her eyes. Erkapalanchuinen, Peru, South America, several hours later. Artemis had avoided Heir's questions. She neither told him why she was being punished, nor what in the bloody hell Paititi was, citing that they had to get moving as fast as possible to get to a small village that was only a half a day's walk through the jungle from the hunter's campground, and how she would like to get there before sundown. After Artemis had told him most of what had happened, ignoring his questions as to why once again, she ordered him to grab his back and scavenge what he thought they would need from camp before they got moving. That's when both Artemis and Heir discovered a few key things. First off, most of the field rations, ambrosia, and nectar were missing. There was just enough to heal what was left of Heir's wounds, though he still had to be careful with how he moved, and a little left over for an emergency, but that was it. They had a day worth of field rations if they stretched between them. Secondly, Artemis' bow was gone, and that simple fact alone threw Artemis into a rage like Heir had never seen before. As he watched her pick up one of the large logs the hunt was using as a seat around the campfire and hurl it right across the campground. Apparently, due to old laws, one of the Olympians couldn't usurp another symbol of power, but thanks to Artemis no longer being a god, the law no longer applied to her, and Zeus had snatched it away. But that wasn't all. Heir's spears were gone as well. Both the Gi Balg and the Gi Bid were taken by Zeus as well. leaving both Harry and Artemis with only spare bows they were able to find in the camp. "This such bullshit. I hate using a bow to fight," Harry muttered to himself as his fingers ran down the string of the bow before pulling on it to test it. "Asshole, taking my spears." He curses angrily before he notices Artemis' head slowly turning to him with narrowed, angry eyes. "Excuse me?" she asked, an eyebrow shooting up as she spoke. "What was that, son? Something about you hating bows?" she asked dangerously. They're awesome when hunting," Harry said, though it came out more like a question as he cringed at how it sounded to him. Artemis just continued to glare at him for another long moment before jerking her head to face another direction with her nose in the air and an angry look in her eyes. "Well, it seems someone needs to learn to appreciate their mother's divine weapon a bit more. Something I will remedy later," she said before walking away from Harry. And he was sure that Artemis wouldn't forget that. The only upside when they did a rundown of what they still had was the fact Harry still had his wand. Artemis seemed a little relieved when Harry had shown that he still had it. Artemis scowled at the sight of the wand, and her eyes narrowing at the stick in Harry's hand before she sighed. "As much as I dislike it, we'll probably need it during this journey. So for now, I am lifting the restriction on you using magic. Harry, I'd rather you fight with something you are comfortable with after all," she told him with a slight glare. "Wait, am I even allowed to use magic in South America?" Harry asked with a frown as he slipped his wand back into his holster. "You'll find that the Congreso Nacional de Diarito Magico are far more lenient and forgiving when it comes to underage magic here in South America," Artemis said as they finished packing up for their trip on foot. With the vast majority of the country being rainforest and mountains, it is far easier to hide a budding magical town or city from what they call the can't spells. So long as the wards around the towns and cities are strong, and they follow common sense about can't spell cities, then anyone who owns a wand may use it no matter the age, Artemis told Harry as she rolled up a sleeping bag and tied it to the top of her pack. "How do you know that?" Harry asked as he waved his wand at his tent to pack it up. Hedwig had been relocated with his sisters, something that caused Harry to curse a blue streak. Artemis shrugs on her pack before looking over at Harry. "I had Agent Doe give me a rundown of international magic laws for the Americas. I wanted to know in case it ever came up when you were with the hunt," she admitted as Harry tucked his tent into his expanded pack. Harry looked up at her and blinked one or twice, unable to say anything as Artemis was looking to the southeast with a frown set on her lips. Harry felt touched. Artemis never struck him as a person who would go out of her way to make sure someone else didn't get in trouble. She was more just enough rope kind of goddess. They left the campgrounds after that at a brisk pace. Artemis wanted to get to a village before nightfall overtook the rainforest. They traveled rapidly on foot, following game paths when they could and leaping over the underbrush when they couldn't. They didn't talk much, more enjoying the quiet between them and the sounds of the wild around them, with the chirping of insects and the calls of the indigenous birds. Once or twice, they heard the roar of one of the many predators that called the rainforest home. It was peaceful and reminded him of the time that Artemis had brought Harry to the burrow some years ago, taking a long way just to enjoy each other's silent company. It also had the benefit of distracting Harry, allowing him to focus on his surroundings and the hunt before him instead of the things he would rather not think of. As the forest began to clear and the hills started to turn steeper with rockier cliff faces, that peace was shattered. As Harry and Artemis had climbed up a rocky ledge to the top, an echo sounded out across the rainforest and silenced all other life for kilometers around. The sound was a roar, loud and powerful, sounding so very angry. Harry blinks as he turns to look over the expanse of the green canopy where they had just come from. "Did that sound like a bear to you?" Harry asked, turning to Artemis with a confused look. Artemis' eyes were narrowed, as her emerald green eyes scanned the expanse of the forest behind them with a frown on her face. "It did," she said slowly and quietly. "Are there bears in South America?" Harry asked, turning back to the rainforest with his own frown. "There are the spectacled bears, also known as the Andean bear, Yucumare in the local tongue. They're classified as a vulnerable species by the IUCN. I do believe you would know them as Paddington bear," Artemis had informed Harry, her frown never leaving her face as she continued to scan the forest before her. Harry turns to Artemis with a snort. Really? The children's book? He asked. Vague memories of preschool, he had been sent to where the teachers had blind eyes and a love for reading to the students filling his mind. Yes, but that wasn't Paddington. His kind lives in the mountains, not in the forest. Whatever made that sound wasn't the same kind and much, much bigger, Artemis said, her tone sound worried as the look on her face as she turns back to Harry. Let's keep moving. I do not wish to be caught by whatever that was, she said before her, and Harry took off once more. It took them almost 2 more hours to finally get to the village that Artemis spoke about. They were breathing heavily and covered in sweat by the time they made it to the village. The sun was just starting to descend on the mountain to the east that now cast an almost all-encompassing shadow across the forest. The first thing that Harry noticed was the wall. It was composed of large stones that had been molded and shaped to fit perfectly together like a giant puzzle. Moss climbed up the side as thick vines from trees that grow from the top of the large stone wall descended down it, giving the structure an ancient feeling and look that made Hogwarts seem new. Murals were carved into the larger stone squares that depicted people dressed in elaborate clothing and headdress wielding staves, wands, and what looked to be halberds of some kind. The entrance to the village was flanked by 2 large pillars of stone with even more carvings in them. Small detailed things that spiraled down as if they were telling a story. An archway connected the 2 pillars near the top of the wall, with a symbol of the sun etched into it with a god-like figure sitting in the middle of it. Harry looks up and notices that the archway blocks out the setting sun off to the east, as if the archway was meant to symbolize the rising sun to the west. But the strangest thing were the large polished silver mirrors strapped to the pillars that went up the side of it. "Where are we?" Harry asks as he continues to inspect the elaborate carvings along the pillars for some clue, but not understanding them at all. It's a small town called Erkapalanchuinen in the native language, which means in the shadows of the mountains. It is a fully magical community, one of the thriving ones here in Peru. I had intended to bring you here after our hunt for the last day of their festivities. Artemis admits, walking up behind Harry, looking up at the detailed carvings like her son with a passive face. "Why?" Harry asks, turning to Artemis and watches her shrug once. "I thought you might enjoy it. The magical communities here in South America tend to be isolated but very welcoming to outsiders during their festivals. They see all born with the gift of magic as brothers and sisters under Viracocha, the creator god of the Incan people, as magic allows them to create like he did." Artemis informs Harry with a frown. "Are they going to be pissed that you're here?" "The Incan pantheon, that is," Harry inquires as he turns back to the columns, his mind drifting to a certain goddess and tyrant from his homeland. "It's technically the just Mesoamerican pantheon. Much like the Greeks and the Romans, the Aztec, Mayan, and Incan pantheons are just mirrors of themselves under different names. I believe some of the Native American tribes had worshipped them in some capacity as well," Artemis says with a small sigh. "But no, the Mesoamerican pantheon is long gone. Even before the flame of the West moved to North America," she says before she starts walking toward the entrance of the village. "What happened to Dash?" Harry tries to ask as he follows behind Artemis, but pauses as he feels a pulse of magic so strong it nearly knocks the wind from his lungs. His eyes widen as he stumbles to a stop in front of the entrance, just in time before 3 sharp cracks could be heard and 3 people appear at the entrance with wands in hands. Harry was in front of Artemis before any of the 3 could so much as twitch with his own wand in hand and leveled at them. The 3 standing in front of them were 2 men with a woman in between them. The man on the left was tall and powerfully built with large shoulders and arms. His face was covered by a colorful mask of a red bat-like demon with large tusks protruding from its mouth that seemed to be carved out of wood. He was wearing a matching red outfit of shorts and a t-shirt that was hand-knitted with a colorful vest of greens, blues, purples, and yellows that hung down to mid-thigh. The one on the right was skinnier than the first man and dressed like a warrior from the age of myth. A thick woolen cape wrapped around his form, with a pair of copper breastplate and bracers on him. His mask was some type of horned blue demon that blended in with a copper helmet that led into an elaborate headdress of bright blue and green feathers. Other than the wand he was holding, a large circular mace hung from his belt and what seemed to be a rectangular shield on his back. The woman stood in the middle of them, and Harry had to admit she was stunning. Long dark hair hung down her shoulder, as she studied both him and Artemis with dusky brown eyes that oozed both intelligence and passion in equal measure. Her round, youthful face and light brown skin was like something out of a painting. The frown on her full lips looked alien on her face for some reason that Harry couldn't place. She wore a short red and black lace and cotton top that barely covered the swell of her breast with puffy shoulders that showed off her midriff and toned stomach. Her skirt was the same colors as her top and spilled across the forest floor. The band hung off slightly at her waist, allowing Harry to see the shape of her hips clearly in a tantalizing and teasing way. She wore a belt and loops of golden suns and silver skulls that seemed like they were made to hit each other for some reason. The group tensed as soon as Harry stepped in front of Artemis with his wand raised. The two masked men turned to look at one another for a moment before the woman started speaking. Her words were whip-quick and nothing that Harry could understand. But to his surprise, he felt Artemis' hand on his shoulder as she started to speak back in the same quick language. The only words he was able to understand was his name, Artemis, and the Hunters of Diana, as she spoke, causing the three to look at one another for a brief moment before turning back to Artemis. The warrior starts to speak next, gesturing with his free hand toward both Harry and Artemis before pointing to the mirrors. He pauses for a moment before turning to Artemis and speaking to her directly for a brief moment. "Harry," Artemis says in English as she turns to him. "Escobar dash," she says while nodding toward the warrior. "Wishes to cast a translation charm on you, so you can be brought into the conversation, but he doesn't want to approach while you have your wand raised," she tells him with a soft tone. Harry turns to the warrior, his eyes narrowing before he lowers his wand but doesn't put it away. Seeing this, the warrior, Escobar, nods his head in respect before approaching him slowly and deliberately with his hands raised. As he gets within arm's reach of Harry, he slowly levels his wand at Harry's face, causing him to point his own wand at the man's bits just in case. But, thankfully, it wasn't needed as all Harry felt was a faint buzz along his throat and in his ears before Escobar stepped back. "Can you understand me now, white boy?" Escobar asks, tilting his head to the side in question. "Yeah, thanks," Harry offers as he rubs his throat, not trying to be too rude. "Excellent," Escobar says as he walks back over to the other two. "As your sister told you, my name is Escobar. That's Alejandro Dashi," says pointing to the larger man before turning to the girl. "And this is my little sister Dash." He tries to introduce the girl, but she steps forward with the grace of a dancer. "Esmeralda San Nico, a pleasure," the girl, Esmeralda, says with a large smile toward Harry, causing him to blush a bit. Harry Potter? Ah, nice to meet you all. Sorry about..." Harry says awkwardly as he rubs the back of his head, causing Esmeralda to giggle. "Nah, it's all good, white boy. Can't be too relaxed in the jungle," Alejandro says with a joyful voice as he crosses his arms. "As it stands, no blood, no foul," Escobar says with a shrug. "Now why don't you two come into town? You're just in time for the closing of the festival, so you're in for a treat," he says, nodding his head toward the village. Artemis and Harry look at one another before Artemis nods her head and begins to walk forward, following behind Escobar. "I hate to intrude, but I require an audience with your elder, if they'll permit it," she says while walking past the mirrors, only to stop when she catches her reflection. "It will have to be after the opening dance to speak with him freely, but Elder Akiko will probably want to thank you on village's behalf to take to your leader for helping with the Chimera infestation," Alejandro says as he walking back with Escobar, only to turn and see Artemis looking at her reflection with wide eyes. Esmeralda steps up to Harry with a faint smile. "You're in luck to catch the closing dance of the festival. I'm told it's a sight to behold for gringos who have never seen it before," she says, wrapping her arms around Harry's and pulling him along. But Harry barely heard a word she was saying, as he was looking at Artemis still looking at herself in the mirror. Artemis turns to look at Harry as something complicated passes through her eyes as emerald green meets emerald green, and Harry looks away. "Oh, don't mind the mirrors, Miss Potter. They're just there for the Nazi vampires," Esmeralda says with a playful grin. Artemis nods dumbly for a moment, adjusting her pack and catching up with Harry and Esmeralda as the girl's words finally catch up to Harry's brain. "I'm sorry, but the Nazi what's?" he yells as his voice carries over the village in the mountain shadow. Erkapalanchuinen, Peru, July 19th, Harry Potter. The village was old, almost 500 years old, and settled around the fall of the last of the Incan kings, and it certainly looked like it. The stone pathway that served as the road was paved with smooth flat stones with moss and tree roots growing over them. The houses were made of enchanted stone and carved beautifully in intricate designs that told stories of the village's past and famous family members of who called the work stone home. When passing by one of the small houses, Harry caught a glimpse of magically expanded insides that were well furnished by those who had called it home for generations. The village itself wasn't very large compared to some of the major magical cities in South America. It only had 3 main streets, one that ran the length of the village from the gate that he and Artemis had entered into the one on the opposite side of the small village. The other 2 streets served as more gathering centers for the people of the village, each at both the beginning and end of the village that loops around and between the building and the wall. At both of the intersections, a large bonfire sat, already burning high, as the people of the village set up stalls for food, drinks, and games. Music played through the streets as the people chatted, danced, and ate with one another, all while dressed in colorful outfits and masks. The atmosphere was lively and upbeat with an undercurrent of good cheer, as far as Harry could tell. Alejandro, Escobar, and Esmeralda led them through the streets, pointing out different stalls for food and games for later on. Esmeralda continued to hang off of Harry's arm, chatting with him about the village as they walked through it, pointing out this and that to him. All the while, Harry could feel the heated glare that Artemis was giving Esmeralda just by proximity of it. He was pretty sure if Artemis was still a god, Esmeralda would be a smoldering pile of ash at that moment. The group made it to the other side of the village in a short time and broke apart as Alejandro said something about his brothers. And Escobar went off to speak with the elder of the village. Esmeralda stayed behind, however. "So, have you ever been a part of a communal ritual?" Esmeralda asks, letting go of Harry's arm to turn and face him with a lovely smile. "Oh no," Harry answers as he moves his arm around, glad that the girl had stopped hanging off of him. Not that it was unpleasant, he just still didn't like when strangers touched him. "I know about rituals and stuff, but I've never heard of a communal one," he says with a frown. "Oh," Esmeralda says, sounding disappointed and a bit confused. "Do they not have them where you are from?" she asks as she brushes a lock of dark brown hair behind her ear. "Ah, no, not from what I've heard," Harry says as he scratches his cheek. "I'm from England, and went to Hogwarts," he says, looking across the street as 2 younger children run down the street, sparkler fireworks in hand as they laugh. Artemis had been very clear on the matter of him returning to Hogwarts and England in general. She didn't want him to return at all. Artemis wanted him to stay with the hunt, to go to Ilvermorny and learn under 2 of the teachers there that Artemis knew personally. "Ah, I know that one," Esmeralda says with a large grin. "That's the one that copied the Castello Bruxo ward scheme of appearing as a ruin, yes?" she asks as she folds her hands behind her back and twists her hips back and forth in the same spot. But Harry just shrugs, not really knowing any about that as his mind was somewhere else. Perhaps Artemis cuts in by inserting herself between Esmeralda and Harry, causing the other girl to step backwards from Artemis. "You should go prepare for your dance," she says while crossing her arms over her chest to glare at the girl. Esmeralda looks between Harry and Artemis before returning the glare to Artemis. "You are right. I need to go help prepare for the dance," she says before standing on her tiptoes to look over Artemis' shoulder. "A word of advice, gringo. Don't fight against it. Let it flow through you. Add to it. And let it pass on," she says with a smile as she turns, her dress fanning out as she does, before walking away. "Hussy," Artemis mutters under her breath as she follows Esmeralda with her withering glare. "Really?" Harry asks, turning to look at Artemis in surprise. "What?" "She was looking at you like you were a wild wolf pup," Artemis says without looking at Harry and with a scowl. "While she was an eager hunter hungry for an easy kill," she says scornfully. "Can you not put it like that?" Harry asks Artemis as he screwed up his face in distaste at how Artemis had worded that. "No. Besides, you're lucky we haven't talked about the fact that you are no longer a virgin as of yet," Artemis says as she rounds on Harry, with narrowed eyes. Harry blushes and stutters at Artemis' words as his brain quickly short-circuited. How? Harry is able to make out as Artemis looms over him with a glare. "I can tell," Artemis says a bit menacingly. Harry opens and closes his mouth a few times before swiftly shaking his head. "No, absolutely not having this conversation with you, ever," he says before covering his face with his hands in embarrassment. Thankfully, before Artemis could continue embarrassing Harry any further or worse, given the talk, he was saved by Escobar. "Excuse me, Miss Artemis?" the warrior says, walking up to them once more. "I've spoken to Elder Akiko, and he has agreed to speak with you after the opening dance," he says, and while Harry couldn't see his face, he did hear the amusement in the man's tone as he looked between Harry and Artemis. Artemis turns from Harry to look at Escobar, gracing him with a small and polite smile. "Thank you, Escobar. I'll be sure to go to him after the opening ceremonies," she says with a nod of her head. Escobar nods back before turning to leave, and as Artemis turns back to Harry to continue their conversation, she finds her son had snuck off. "That boy, I swear," she says with a sigh as she uncrosses her arms. Harry had slipped into the crowd as soon as Artemis had turned away from him, wanting to escape both Artemis and the embarrassing conversation she started. He got weird looks from everyone in the village as he moved through the crowd of masked men and brightly colored women, ignoring the looks thanks to all the practice he had at Hogwarts. Harry quickly finds a stand serving drinks and gets himself something to drink, a fruity-tasting concoction that fizzes on his tongue, before slipping back into the crowd. It was around then that he noticed that the crowd started to become thicker around the bonfires. Not liking the idea of being trapped in a crowd of people, Harry made his way over to one of the many stone houses with a set of stairs to stand on. From his vantage point, he could see over the crowds and sees Esmeralda and many other girls standing around the bonfire chatting excitedly. An older man, looking older than even Dumbledore, sits on a small seat surrounded by people dressed like Escobar begin to stand as the sun sinks behind the mountain to the east. This gains the attention of everyone in the crowd as they all look over to him as the old man raises his hand. The crowd falls quiet. The old man smiles and begins to speak, his voice ancient and wispy, but powerful enough to carry across the village. "With the dying of the sun, on this day, the longest in the year, I am heartened to see so many faces, both young and old, in our little village. But with the turning of the sun, we gather here once more to honor those who came before us. So, without further ado, let us begin," Elder Akiko says, before, in a display of wandless magic, he lowers his hand and snuffs out all forms of lights in the village and drowns them all in darkness. Harry had seen other mortals display other forms of wandless magic over the years, the monster coming to the forefront of his mind with his shield. But he had also seen Dumbledore and Remus use the skill for a number of mundane things, such as shutting a door or lighting a candle. While impressive for them, there was something different about how the Elder did it. Akiko didn't so much as control the magic that hummed and thrummed throughout the village, but guided it with a respectful hand to snuff out large bonfires. Harry could feel the magic, so thick and powerful in the air, well up as the people of the village began to hum as one. It was an ominous sound as the pitch changed, and they started to sing in a language Harry couldn't understand, but it sounded ancient to him. It was the winds between the trees, the crunching of leaves underfoot, the crashing of waves upon the shore, and the shaking of the roots of the mountains. The instruments then began to play. Woodwind pipes started softly as the thumping and bumping of drums soon joined to keep the beat and melody in check. Flashes of fire catch Harry's attention toward where the bonfire sat still cold. At first he thought it was from wands, but with another flash of scarlet flame, he saw what it really was. The long skits of the dancing girls. Each time they spun, the hem of their skirts would ignite, showering the dark in illuminating flames as they stomped their feet with the rhythm of the drums. The string instruments came next, and the primal singing and drums gave way to the harmonics of them, in a clashing struggle that soon gave way to a beautiful song. As the girls twirled and weaved flames into the darkness with the hems of their dresses and handheld fans, the men of the village dressed as demons and monsters could be seen leaping at the girls, but backing away at the last moment in exaggerated poses in the flashes of fire. The song changed once more, the lyrics more understandable to Harry now, as each person sang their own individual song, naming someone they knew, announcing their love for them, and why they did love them before saying another name and asking for them to protect the first person. In the flashing fire that kept building and building, becoming more and more pronounced as the song went on, Harry could see blood on the ground by the girls' feet. At first he thought that they were bleeding from dancing so hard, but soon realized that blood wasn't coming from them, but the stone below their feet. It splashed and sputtered in the flames conjured, wandlessly by the girls dancing in sync with one another. It was then that Harry could feel the thick magic that surrounded the village begin to swell once more. Harry didn't think of himself as magically sensitive in the slightest. That was Delphini's thing, but not even he could miss the feeling of magic coming from both the village and the people who call it home. It was a rainbow of different feelings trapped in the magic as we began to form it, passing into Harry. If it wasn't for Esmeralda, warning, he could see himself intuitively fighting against the intrusion he felt in his core. But he tampered down on that instinct and let it flow into him. While he could feel the hunt rally against the feeling, hating it, he could also feel the rhythm and melody that Artemis had shown him in Doing Skaith so long ago. The song was the same, just using different lyrics and melodies to give that same sense of community and togetherness. So, Harry reached out to the most gentle of the domains he had and allowed the soft moonlight to fill him the same way the song did and let it pass through him without a fight. He could feel his core burn, slightly as the full moon had long passed and the waning moon sat in the sky. In the scarlet flame of the dancers, he noticed something new faces amongst the dancers to be specific. Some were older, some younger, but all different in one simple thing. The clothes they wore changed in between modern day, to outfits from the last few centuries, to outfits of hide and leather, to loincloths and simple body paints. But no matter what they wore, they danced in the same spinning, stomping, and twirling motions that sent scarlet flames from them. It wasn't until Harry saw warriors dressed like Escobar appearing in the flames of the dancing girls, swinging maces and halberd-like weapons, or shielding the girls from the leaping monsters, did he finally figure out what he was seeing. Out of all Hermione's rants Harry could recall, it was one from her tutoring from his first year at Hogwarts that jumped to the forefront of his mind. The International Confederation of Wizards had outlawed and banned the study, practice, and experimentation of many dark arts the world over. Many have been argued over to death and back, but there were two universally agreed upon by every country: evocation and necromancy. Evocation was outlawed because of the inherent danger of reaching out into the ether and pulling something into reality that shouldn't be here. While there were few truly stupid and suicidal to do such an act, the practice of necromancy was still a huge problem the world over. It was a vile and repugnant act of blood and magic to infuse false life into a dead body to animate it and enslave it. A few argued the medicinal benefits of necromancy thanks to a few of the spells that could extend life, but all those spells came at the cost of some innocent souls sacrificed in the act. Ever since Harry first heard about it, he had a deep, gnawing hatred for that branch of magic that he couldn't quite explain. Harry knew for a fact what he was looking at was necromancy in the vaguish definition of the magical art, but for some reason, he couldn't hate it and he couldn't put his finger on why he didn't. It oddly struck him as acceptable for some reason, and it wasn't until he saw things in the dancers and warriors that he knew why. In the twisting forms of the dancers, he saw features that they shouldn't have: blonde and red hair, green eyes that sparkled like emeralds and were as deep green as a forest full of trees. In the warriors, he saw pale skin and cloudy gray eyes, messy black hair much like his own, and the roar of flames turned into deep chuckles and mischievous laughter. Harry could feel his jaw open slightly in shock as tears gathered in his eyes. A feeling like a warm, protective blanket falls over him, hugging him tightly from all sides to protect him from the cold and the dark. Harry looks across the way in the building fire that by now almost reached its apex and sees Artemis in the crowd, watching him with shining eyes like his mortal mother had, and she smiles softly at him. The dancing girls finished the ritual by all turning inward to face the bonfire that had steadily started to burn brighter and brighter as the dance went on, and released one final flash of flames into its very heart. The fire surges upwards, reaching into the sky, climbing higher than any building in the village before igniting in silver flames. This was apparently not the desired effect, for as soon as the fire turned silver, nearly everyone surrounding gasped out in shock and began to question what it meant. The elder had sat up from his chair so fast when it happened that Harry was surprised the old man hadn't fallen over, his ancient eyes searching the lingering smoke for some meaning Harry couldn't ascertain, but couldn't help but fear he had done that as he ducks his head. Elder Akiko raises his hand, and all at once, all the people of the village quiet down and look at him. As the village elder spoke, his voice was solemn. "Be at ease, children of Erkapalanchuinen, for this is not an ill omen, as I hear you whisper. This is a blessing. It seems for the first time in countless years, Mama Killa, goddess of the moon and the third great power, has blessed us herself," he says as his voice shakes a little, causing Harry to look up to the elder. His face was as solemn as his voice, and his eyes carried tears in them. Harry knew this because Elder Akiko was looking right at him as he spoke. And deep within himself, he felt a distant echo of thanks, but it felt hollow, empty, and undeniably dead. Harry Potter. A few hours later, Harry sat near the bonfire that he had watched just a few short hours ago, his eyes looking into the flames, seeing the odd lick of silver fire leaping upwards toward the sky. Most of the younger children of the village had been put down for bed, and soft music had taken over the atmosphere for couples to dance slowly too. No matter where Harry looked, he saw either dancing couples or friends gathered together talking and joking. It invoked a sense of longing in him, a homesickness he wasn't expecting. He had left England so fast he didn't even have time to say goodbye to Hermione, Ron, Theodore, or Luna. The thought caused Harry to look down at the drink in his hand. It was no longer cool and had gone flat a while ago, but it still tastes good. He downs the rest and wonders what he was going to tell Theo when if he returns to England about Fwomnak. Harry's head buzzes as he sighs and leans back in his seat, his eyes drifting over to where Artemis sat with Elder Akiko, chatting in a way only two ancient souls could. Artemis had tracked him down to inform him that the elder was going to give them room and board for the evening until they left for whatever the hell they were heading. Artemis had been very tight-lipped on why she was being punished and what the hell Paititi was. And while Harry had no clue what the second one was, he had a good idea for why. It was because of him, Artemis had created a magician, one that should have never been born, and thus was now being punished for it. More than likely because Harry was no longer on the Isles and in the literal backyard of the Olympians that had triggered the punishment. Just something else that's my fault, Harry thought to himself with a frown. His thoughts began to turn over the events of Mag, Turid, once more to the cacophony of slamming doors. Harry started to feel fuzzy once again, like he wasn't sitting in a small village in the middle of South America, but he wasn't fully back on Mag Turid again, but he could still see and feel the horrors it had brought him. He's brought out of it as someone sits next to him and thrusts another drink into his view. "You look like you could use a drink and some company, gringo," Esmeralda says with a smile, as Harry turns to look at her. Thanks, I guess," Harry says before taking the drink and giving the girl a half smile causing her cheeks to flush. "I was just lost in my head," he says with a sigh before taking a sip of his new drink. Well, yes. That's what it seemed to me," Esmeralda says, returning Harry's smile. "So, how did you like the ritual?" she asks after a moment. "Oh yeah, that was something else," Harry says with a nod after blinking for a moment. He had never seen or felt magic like that before, and to be a part of it was something else entirely. Afterwards, his body was abuzz with magic and power like he was under the full moon. While he could still feel it a bit, it had mostly passed and dissipated. "Your dancing was amazing, freaked out a bit with all the ghosts, but otherwise it was an experience," he admits before taking another drink from his cup. "The ghosts?" Esmeralda says, sounding surprised. "You saw them?" she asks, curious. Yeah, kinda hard to miss once I figured out what I was seeing. The blood part was pretty odd as well," Harry says with a shrug before taking another drink. Esmeralda looks at him for a long moment before shaking her head a bit as she smiles at him. "I've never heard of a gringo being able to see our ancestors during the dance." I can't even see them, and I've lived in the village all my life. It's mostly the elderly who have been attuned with the magic for years that can see them. You're either very special or very powerful, she says, looking at Harry with wide eyes. Doubt that, Harry says bitterly. He couldn't even kill one monster before the monster had taken the people he loved from him again. Esmeralda frowns at his words and sees the heartbreak in his eyes. Why did you come to the village? Just for the ritual or something else? She asks quickly, hoping to distract Harry with a change of subject. Well, Artemis wanted to bring me here to see the ritual before a change of plans. Don't get me wrong, the ritual is pretty cool and all. But we're just passing through, heading to a place called Paytiti, Harry says with a shrug as he leans back and sighs, bringing the cup to his lips once more. Paytiti, Esmeralda says in such a way that Harry turns to look at her. Her face had paled in the light of the bonfire as she looked horrified at just the mention of the word. Why are you going to that god's blighted place? She asks, a tremor of fear in her voice. You know what it is? Harry asks with a raised brow, now even more curious about it. You do not, Esmeralda says aghast at his question, and all Harry could do was shake his head and watch as Esmeralda's lips pitch together before she stands and holds out her hand. Come with me, she says, and Harry takes her hand. She leads him away from the town square, heading down one of the side streets that loop between the buildings and the wall. She pulled out her wand and lit the tip with soft witch light as she began to explain. My village is old with a long memory, but our most important stories we memorialize on the wall so that future generations would not forget where we came from. Or our warnings, she tells Harry as she leads him by the hand. They walk the length of the village, almost getting to the gate that Harry and Artemis had entered through. She stops at a segment of wall that was covered with overgrown moss and tree roots. And this was my ancestors' first warning, she explains before, waving her wand to peel back the foliage to reveal the inscription below it. The largest and most dominating part was the circular middle section. It showed a man dressed regally kneeling at the foot of a mountain with both hands raised toward the peak where a city or temple sat. Overlooking both the mountain and the man was another figure who looked to be a skeleton wearing a dress and a large ornament headdress looking down at the man with its arm bent at the elbow and pointing out at either side of it. All around the middle part were smaller pictures. Some Harry could make sense of, some he couldn't, and one froze him in place. Long ago, before our village was founded, the Spanish conquistadors came and began their conquest of my ancestors. They were successful in the endeavor when they killed the last king of the Incan people, Atahualpa. But he was not without his heirs. The princes of the Inca Empire scattered to the winds and hoped to be a rallying point for their people. Most were hunted down and killed, his daughters sold off to the Spanish. But one, however, did escape. Esmeralda explains the bloody history of her people before gesturing with her wand toward the figure kneeling in the middle. In Carrie the Forgotten, she says in a whisper as if she was afraid of the man showing up in person if she spoke his name too loud. The Canspells believed that he was to be the incarnation of Atahualpa, who would rise once more to unite his people and wreak a terrible vengeance on the Spanish for killing him. But we, the children of Viracocha, know the truth, she says with narrowed eyes at the depiction of Inkari. It was the Forgotten that swore vengeance against the Spanish for the death of his father and brothers and the violation of his sisters, and he had the power to do this. For the Forgotten had the blood of Viracocha in him through his father. But his mother was said to be Pachamama, the Earth Mother, Esmeralda says, and too enraptured by her own story to see Harry's eyes widen. He was a magician, Harry thinks to himself in realization but keeps quiet as he listens more intently. He, using the blessing of Pachamama, was the one who created this village, and using his skills with the blood of Viracocha, he hid the village from the Spaniards. She continues on, ignorant of Harry's epiphany. At first he accepted any and all of his people, both the Canspells and the children of Viracocha. They gathered at his rallying cry and looked to him as the next Incan king. But when the village became overcrowded, the Forgotten had concocted a plan. You see, Gringo, our gods very rarely appear before us and kept their distance. But they did pass on terrible rites and magic to their high priests, and the Forgotten had learned one of them. she says, gesturing toward a few symbols around the circle that Harry didn't understand as she took a much-needed breath. The Forgotten also knew of another secret. He knew the location of Paititi, the golden city of the gods. Esmeralda informs Harry as his eyes are drawn to the temple on the peak of the mountain. He gathered up all the cant spells in the village and climbed the mountains to the east to the seat of the very gods. And it is there that he did something unforgivable. Out of the 200 innocent men, women, and children he brought with him, he sacrificed half of them in the name of reclaiming the Incan Empire. The ritual he conducted was said to bring forth a power that could not be stopped, that could bring an end to the Spaniards once and for all, she says with a frown. But all it did, if the legends are true, was kill the gods. Esmeralda tells Harry as he freezes. He could feel his heart beat in his chest faster and faster as his eyes widened as her words. His thoughts running a mile a minute. Esmeralda's words replying over and over again. It made a sickening amount of sense when Harry thought about it. But when he tried to use this power, it had cursed him and tainted the city of the gods. For he had brought sin to the golden city and doom to all within it, she says softly. For his crime, the Forgotten One was sealed in the golden city with those of the cant spells who survived, unable to leave. For his hubris of trying to usurp the power only the gods may wield, he and his men were cursed to become corpo secco and guard the city forevermore. Esmeralda says before pointing at one of the surrounding symbols around the main one. It was in the shape of a heart marked with another symbol, a symbol that froze the blood in Harry's veins, a lightning bolt-like scar. Esmeralda turns back to Harry, a worried look in her eyes as she watches him inspect the image on the wall. I do not know what your sister is hoping to find there, but all that is there is death, gringo. Neither of you should go, she tells him. Who's the other figure? Harry asks, pointing at the skeleton. Esmeralda looks back and frowns. The stories are unclear on it. Some say it's just a representation of the Forgotten One's curse. Others say it's the power he wished to wield. While my grandma called it the Watcher of the Bones, she tells Harry as he continues to look at the figure of bones. He was drawn to its eyes as they looked to be small polished stones set into its eye sockets, giving them a look of fathomless blackness. And a chill runs down his spine as Harry was sure that wasn't a coincidence. A name runs through Harry's mind, a name he hadn't thought of for weeks, and one that echoes in his mind like a curse. Harry lets out a shaky sigh as his eyes draw up to one of the otter symbols around the larger one. It was a snake, one Harry had never seen before, fleshless, scaleless, and coiled back and ready to strike with the same polished black stones in its eyes. Are there any stories on how to break the curse? Harry asks, looking back at Esmeralda. She chuckles at his question. If you're hoping for some story about some wild and pretty gringo coming along and breaking the hundreds of years old curse, I'm sorry to tell you that no. Nothing like that, she says with a smile and batting her eyelashes at him. The ICW named it a World Heritage Site and forbade anyone from getting within a mile of it for their own safety and then forgot about it. She says with a sigh as she brushes her bangs out of her eyes. Out of sight and out of mind, I guess, Esmeralda says with a dejected sigh before, with another wave of her wand, the foliage recovers the mural. Harry's lips thin. Was this why she wouldn't tell me anything about Paititi? Because a magician had caused all of the problems. What did he do that caused the death of the gods here? Did the same thing happen in Mesopotamia? Harry thinks to himself, unsure of it all. He had so many questions and no answers to them. He honestly wished he had Hermione here with him. She would be able to figure it all out in no time. Where are you staying tonight? Esmeralda asks, with a slight smile on her face. Not in the forest, I hope. It's not safe out there after dark, she offers. Oh, the elder offered me and Artemis a room for the night, Harry says as both he and Esmeralda start walking back to the town square. Esmeralda nods her head before brushing back her bangs once more. Well, if you don't wish to stay in the same room as your sister, you can always keep me company for the night, she says, looking at Harry with a soft smile. I don't really sleep well. I'd hate to keep you up all night, Harry says absent-mindedly, his thoughts 1,000 kilometers away. Oh, I'm sure I won't mind, Esmeralda says with a mischievous smile and smoky eyes. Besides, I may know a trick or two to tire you out and make for a more peaceful sleep, she offers as she stops and turns to look at Harry. Harry turns back to her with a brow raised, looking curious. What do you mean? He asks, completely oblivious at what the pretty girl was offering him. Esmeralda just smiles at him. Artemis. Lanchuinen. Early next morning. Artemis was upset. No, she was angry. The frown set on her face, and her crossed arms spoke to all who saw her about Artemis' mood. She was deep in conversation with Akiko about Paititi and what she could expect from going there when she had lost sight of Harry. She took her eyes off him for 5 minutes, and that little harlot had swooped in and swiped him out from under her nose. Akiko had laughed when Artemis raged about it in front of him, merely telling her that she would not need to worry about any legato, as he would take care of it in the morning. The village elder was a far more perceptive man than he let on. Much like Albus, the man had felt she was far more than she let on. At first, and while she did not tell him of her missing godhood, he was still respectful to her. Which wasn't all surprising, as the mortal was over 300 years old and would be a bit more in tune with the world around him. Artemis' frown deepens when she spots Harry lightly jogging down the street with his pack thrown over his shoulder. He slows down to a stop as he was quick to avoid looking her in the eyes. "Enjoy your night, Harry?" Artemis asks shortly to her son. "Ah, it was, Harry says sheepishly and with an uncomfortable shrug. Artemis opens her mouth to lambaste him about spending the night with women like his teacher, but stops short when she takes him in. Harry seemed more relaxed, the bags under his eyes less pronounced, as if he got a long and restful sleep for the first time in weeks. Artemis grinds her teeth at the sight of bruises and bite marks on his neck, but in the end decides not to say anything. "Come then, we are burning daylight, and I, for one, would like to get out of the forest before nightfall," Artemis says sharply before picking up her own pack and throwing it over her shoulders. "Is it because of the dash?" Harry begins to ask, but Artemis cuts him off. "Yes, it's because of the Nazi vampires," Artemis supplies quickly. "So, why haven't we dealt with that particular problem?" Harry asks as he follows behind Artemis, silently thanking whatever caused Artemis to overlook his own escapades last night. "Because it's not our problem to deal with. If the magical government here in South America wanted us to remove them, all they would have to do is ask. And they haven't," Artemis supplies, forcing her issue with Harry out of her mind for now. "Well, I don't know if it's the hunt or the quintessential British thing in me, but when I hear the word Nazi, I immediately want to do nothing more than to find them and curb stomp them until I'm making wine to celebrate freeing France," Harry says in a deadpan voice as he walks behind Artemis, not seeing the amused smile growing on her face. "Then perhaps on our return trip, when I reattain my godhood, we can make a pit stop to hunt them down like dogs," she says with a chuckle and a roll of her eyes as she hears Harry cheer. They walked in silence for most of the trip out of the forest and into the rocky hills that led to the Andes Mountains, stopping only once they were out of the forest to eat a quick lunch and refill their canteens with water from Harry's wand. It was late afternoon by the time they were halfway up the mountains, and Artemis was starting to think her father had underestimated the distance Artemis and Harry could cover in a day. They made it to about the midway point of the mountain when Artemis decided to break for camp. It was better to get set up early than set up in the dark of the night. She had tasked Harry to set up his tent, collect firewood, and get everything set up for the night as she set out to find something to hunt to bolster their meager rations. Artemis had set out later than she wanted to and had no desire to be caught out after dark, for she knew what else called these mountains home and did not wish to run into a boitada in her weakened state. But her luck had held out when she came across the tracks of a pack of taruka. She frowned at the sight, disliking the idea of hunting the vulnerable species. But the need to eat demands sacrifice, and she vowed to restore the beast to life once her lost godhood was reclaimed. Artemis followed the tracks a few miles down the mountain, making sure she would not lose her bearings and could make it back to camp as soon as she bagged her kill. She found the herd grazing in the setting sun, the large bucks on the outside watching over the fawns and young in the middle. Artemis is quick to find a spot in the rocks above the grazing herd and notches an arrow, her eyes scanning the bucks and quickly picking out the largest and oldest of them. She did not wish to hunt one of the younger ones who still had many more rutting seasons ahead of them. She takes a steady and deep breath before raising her bow and taking aim. The buck would run as soon as her arrow struck it, and she would have to make chase to keep it in her sight and dress her kill on sight, and leave the guts for the spectacled bears that also call the mountains home. The circular nature of the domain of the hunt must be respected, no matter the form she took. She lets out her breath, slowly and steadily, before drawing in a deep one and pulling back the bowstring. She counts her heat beats as she clears her mind of all things but her shot as she closes her eyes. One of the most useful things that Apollo had brought back from the Far East was the art of Kudo. It taught mindfulness, focus, and dedication in archery as a meditative state, something she found oddly resonating when it came to teaching new hunters on how to control the hunt. But as she opened her eyes to let her arrow fly, a thunderous roar sent the herd of Taruka scattering up the mountain. A frown appears on Artemis' face as she loosens her pull on her arrow and watches the beast she heard yesterday walk into the clearing. It was massive, as all its kind was, but its grace betrayed its size as it moved fluidly like a predator 3/4 its size. Its dark fur shimmered with starlight as galaxies and novas could be seen in its fur, like a piece of the night sky was torn from the heavens and given form. Its claws and teeth looked to be forged from moonlight as it walked forward on all four legs, only to stop in the middle of the clearing and stand on its hind legs. At the beast's standing height, it could easily look into Artemis' eyes and her vantage point above the clearing with little effort before it growled at the sight of her. But Artemis looked at the great bear without fear. "So, you've come to try and kill me while I am trapped in a mortal form. Tell me, did my father put you up to this dash?" Artemis asks with a small smirk as she tilts her head at the bear. "Callisto." But all the Ursa Major does is roar in wrath at the former goddess that had trapped her in her bestial form. Chapter done, and we are officially moving back to weekly updates, ladies and gentlemen. This chapter was fun to write. I was a bit iffy on Harry actually getting laid because I don't want him to suffer from main character syndrome too much and just gets every girl he wants because I dislike that. But decided to go with it because it felt right. Now the question is, did Harry cheat on Delphine? It's pretty iffy answer to be honest for me, because in Harry's mind he and Delphine are over, but he still loves her. But according to the tags, they aren't. So I'll let y'all figure out if it was or not. But hey, we got to learn about Paititi and did a little world building with magic. Who is Callisto? Well, if you don't want to look it up, I will answer it pretty quickly in the next chapter. But for those who do know who she is, we are going with the version of the myth where Artemis was the one who transformed her, not the other goddess involved. King saxcuL out. Ophidiophobia. Welcome back to yet another installment of the Philosophy of Fear, where we are now January 4th the way through part 1. We should be getting to Paititi in this chapter, but first we need to deal with a mama bear. On with the show. Artemis, Andes Mountains, Peru dusk. Even after all these millennia, Callisto still held a grudge against Artemis for the goddess role in Callisto's fate. The anger and rage in the great bear's eyes spoke it all to Artemis. Even after all these years, Callisto still blamed her. It was all very amusing to Artemis. Artemis was ready for when Callisto fell to all fours and charged, scrabbling up the side of the cliff with such frightening speeds that Artemis was sure that it would have shocked any other hunter. Artemis, however, merely dodges the first slam of the great paw of Callisto and leaps on it before the paw flings her up into the air. She takes her time in the air to shoulder her bow and toss her arrow into the earth before gravity takes hold of her body. Artemis aims herself well as she pulls one of her hunting knives from her back. If she was still a goddess, she would have elongated the blade into a short sword. But she didn't have that luxury at the moment. Artemis lands on the back of Callisto form. With the bear's body at an angle, it acts as a slide for the mortal goddess. She smiles as she plants the hunting knife into the deceptively soft fur of the hulking constellation creature, and she frowns. Her blade was too small to do any damage. It didn't even cut past the undercoat of the behemoth. Bear! She slides down the back, not even scratching the beast before landing on her feet and rolling forward as Callisto turns around to sweep at Artemis. But the mortal of the hunt was already running across the clearing, putting away her blade and unshouldering her bow, and thanking whatever it was that allowed this mortal vessel to remember her immortal skill. Artemis' bow falls into one of her hands as her free one reaches behind her and grabs an arrow. The mortal goddess doesn't need to turn around to face her prey, for she knows Callisto is hot on her heels due to the ungodly roaring and shaking from each of its steps the beast took. Artemis smiles to herself as she draws on the hunt. The ancient domain answers her immediately, and her mortal form is flooded with the power of the hunt. Artemis kicked off the ground just as Callisto lunges at her. The great bear's maw misses Artemis by hair as she jumps away, her feet hitting the trunk of a standing tree before kicking off of that to another standing pine tree. Artemis kicks off the second tree before notching her arrow and aiming for Callisto's heart as the bear was right below her. Artemis lets loose her arrow and it flies straight and true before sinking into the flesh of the bear and stops. Artemis frowns at the sight of her arrow stopping at the thick hide of the bear. Mortal bow and arrow, not my bow and arrow. Artemis thinks to herself before adjusting in midair and grabs onto a limb of a tall pine tree, swinging herself forward to land on the ground in a roll. The soft palate of the roof of the mouth, or the eyes it is, she thinks to herself. Artemis pops up onto her feet, a curse on her lips to send to her father as she draws another arrow and notches it. Callisto turns and charges with bestial rage at the mortal goddess, but Artemis just smirks as she carefully aims her arrow. Goodbye, Callie Dash, Artemis says just before she feels something impact her from her blind side. She curses as she and whatever slammed into her flips head over heels. Arcus, of course she brought Arcus with her. She curses in her mind, and used to having to hunt relying on enhanced human senses. Artemis gets her legs under the second, smaller bear before they both hit the ground. Using all the strength of the hunt and the leverage of the earth below her, she throws the smaller bear off of her. But Artemis doesn't stay still for long. She follows the momentum of launching Arcus to throw herself into a handstand, dodging Callisto claws by a foot. Artemis completes her back handspring and lands on her feet. She reaches behind her to grasp another arrow from her quiver. Artemis pulls out her arrow and balks at the sight of a broken arrow. Well, that's not good, Artemis thinks to herself as she begins to dodge and weave throughout the trees on the mountainside. Arcus wasn't as large as his mother. He was only as big as a Russian brown bear, but still incredibly swift. But neither of those facts is what worried her about Arcus. Both Callisto and Arcus were quick, and with now two of them, they began to coordinate their assault against her. Artemis barely had room to breathe, let alone dodged. With Callisto's sheer size and reach, Artemis had to constantly try and keep out her reach, while a single sweep of Callisto's paws had taken out multiple pine trees. Arcus, like all her mortal brothers and sisters, was faster than he. Looked and attacked Artemis at odd angles, trying to get his arms around her to either crush Artemis or rip her apart with his teeth and claws. And the most annoying part was Acris had gotten close a few times to doing that. Artemis dodges Arcus once more, the smaller bear smashing through a thick pine tree as Artemis rolls out of the way. She pops up only to swiftly dodge Callisto's swing that was trying to shred her to bits. Artemis dashes between the giant bear's legs. She makes it through the opposite side before Callisto's full weight comes crashing down, but it buys Artemis enough time to make it back to the clearing. Arcus was the first to break into the clearing with a charge. Artemis' eyes narrow as she shoulders her bow and pulls out her two hunting knives. She dodges left, lashing out with a blade and carving into Arcus' eye and across the littler bear's face, rolling across his back just in time to see Callisto barreling toward her. Callisto dives at Artemis as the mortal goddess leaps with all her might. She barely clears the greater bear's head, her shins hitting Callisto's head and causing Artemis to tumble across the bear's back. She rights herself soon enough, and as she feels Callisto begin to turn to roll on her back, Artemis breaks out into a run and leaps off the great bear, right into the waiting arms of Arcus. Artemis grits her teeth as she and the smaller bear collide midair, and as Arcus roars in triumph, Artemis smiles as she raises both her blades in the air. Artemis draws on the hunt once more before she begins to savage Arcus. While her hunting knives could not cut through the thick coat of Callisto, her son was another thing altogether. Her silver blades sink into the coat of swirling stars, and twisting galaxies splashed across it. Artemis was already picking out a spot in her temple where she was going to place the hide of the Ursa Minor as she carves into it. Rapid and repeated strikes across Arcus' face, throat, Shoulders and legs did Artemis lay into Arcus for his hubris for thinking he had caught the goddess of the hunt. Arcus roared in pain as his wounds wefted red with blood. Artemis stabbed, severed ligaments, and cracked bones as both she and Arcus landed in the clearing with Artemis on top of her half-brother. She raises her hunting knives to land the final blow against Arcus, but just before Artemis could put the smaller bear down, the larger paw of his mother slaps Artemis off of him and across the clearing. The mortal goddess skids and skips across the grass field, tucked into a ball and coming to a stop in a roll. Artemis groans as she pushes herself to her feet. She had lost track of herself and her savagery for a moment and paid for it. She looks across the clearing to see Callisto fussing over Arcus as the smaller bear stands up again, his wounds slowly closing thanks to the natural regeneration of creatures of myth. Artemis pauses as she watches, her face falling somewhat at the sight of Callisto, helping her son and the son accepting it, even nuzzling Callisto in thanks. The sight hurts Artemis even more than the paw sweep did. Her heart aches and her lips frown as jealousy grows in her heart. Why? Artemis thinks to herself as her arms fall to her side. Why can't he let me help him like that? Is it me? Does he not trust me enough? Why won't he let me in? She thinks with a frown and watches as the two bears turn back to her, growling. Artemis frowns but raises her hunting knives once more. Callisto would be on guard to protect her son now that she knew Arcus was injured. But as the bears charge and Artemis prepares herself to kill her half-brother and old follower, a wave of powerful magic comes from the north, striking the side of Callisto and flinging her and her son across the clearing. The earth ruptures around them as spiraling spikes and hooked chains as thick as a tree trunk burst forth from the ground, wrapping around and binding the two constellation creatures. 10 minutes. Can I not leave you alone for 10 minutes without you finding some sort of trouble? A voice says, so full of sarcasm and dry wit that all Artemis could do was turn to the voice with a deadpan expression on her face. Really? You'd use my own words against me, Harry? Artemis asks with no amusement in her voice as she watches her son step from the woods, his willow wand in hand and by his side, as he had a small smirk on his lips. Well, to be fair, Hermione and Professor McGonagall have said that to me on more than one occasion, Harry says, his eyes aglow with the hunt as they never leave the now struggling bears. Follow-up question. Are those giant bears? He asks, nodding toward the entrapped prey. Yes, they're Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, Artemis says as she swiftly makes her way over to Harry as she puts away her hunting knives. Oh, they're like the Scorpio, yeah? Harry asks before frowning. What are they doing here? He asks as he turns to look at Artemis, who now had her bow in hand. Trying to kill me, I imagine, she says with a frown as she reaches for Harry's endless quiver attached to his belt and pulls out a handful of arrows to replace her own broken ones. Oh, aren't you tied into their myth? One of them was a hunter, I think, Harry says as the sounds of snapping chains echo across the mountain, turning both his and Artemis' attention to the two bears not breaking free. Not the time, Harry, Artemis says quickly before drawing an arrow and notching her bow. Story later. Hunt now, she says as her eyes narrow at their prey. Right, Harry says with a grin as he turns his full attention to the bears. With a quick motion of his wand, Harry conjured a silver spear in the shape of that infuriating goddess weapon before grasping the weapon and twirling it around in a show of skill. Callisto and Arcus rise from the chains, and the larger of the two looks at Harry in confusion, causing Artemis to smirk a bit. Ah, so it wasn't my father who sent you. If he had, he would have warned you about the other hunter I was traveling with. But since you seem so confused, Callisto, allow me to introduce you, Artemis says as she gestures to Harry with a nod of her head. This is Harry Potter, my son and the heir to the hunt, she says with a wicked smirk as she watches the great bear freeze in surprise before letting loose an earth-splitting roar of rage and charges blindly at Artemis. I'll take the big dash, Artemis tries to inform Harry, but before she could finish, her son takes off in a burst of speed. Harry, wait, she shouts, but it's too late to stop him. With a laugh of rapture from the hunt, Harry charges forward toward Callisto with his spear poised to punch into the great bear's eye. But his charge is halted by Arcus shooting out from under his mother's legs and meeting Harry's charge head-on with his own. Beast and hunter meet in a clash of claw and blade. Harry dancing out of the way of Arcus' claws to strike the smaller bear across the face with the butt of his spear. Harry lunges at the Acres with the point of his spear aimed for the beast's heart. The bear rolls out of the way at the last moment to dodge the spear. Callisto pauses to swing one of its monstrous paws at Harry to crush him, but Artemis brings up her bow just in time to let loose her notched arrows. Artemis watches with satisfaction as the arrow sinks into the side of Callisto's eye, causing the great bear to jerk back and roar in pain, missing Harry by a good foot. Callisto turns toward Artemis as the mortal goddess notches another arrow with a smirk before letting it fly, once more only for Callisto to turn her head at the last moment. The arrow misses the bear's eye, but sinks into her cheek, causing Artemis to smile before she draws another arrow as the bear charges her with a roar and Artemis begins to lead it. Harry stabs and slashes at the Acres, his conjured spear not doing much against the mythical creature from the time of myths. Harry knew that without his normal spear the damage he could inflict to the Ursa Minor was minimal at best, that the wounds would regenerate in moments unless he landed a decisive blow against the beast. But thankfully, that was exactly what he had in mind as he spun around. It sighed once more and swung his conjured spear. The blade slices cleanly through the joint of the front left paw, severing it from the bear's arm before the beast rears back with a roar. In its rage, it swings its right arm, and Harry brings up his spear and blocks the swing, but the handle of his spear snaps in two. Callisto rages as she hears the roar of Arcus' pain, slamming her paws down in an attempt to crush Artemis. But the mortal goddess just smiles and leaps backwards before putting another arrow into Callisto's face. Her aim wasn't off, and her plan was already working. Most of Harry's arrows were not any normal arrows. Most of his were poison-tipped, set to him as a precaution of the dangerous life her son found himself living. The mixture of both chimera and acromantula venom was working wonders on slowing down the great bear. So Artemis notches another arrow before taking aim again and sinking it into the other side of Callisto's face. The paw that Harry hacked off was quickly regrowing and swung at the air to the hunt in a wild attempt to maul him. But with the bottom of his broken spear, Harry quickly bats it away and spins the bladed end with a flourish into a forward grip like a sword before, lunging forward at the bear. The blade of the spear sinks deep into the bear. Harry knows the conjured spear wouldn't kill the beast as it lacked divine properties that made it lethal to divine monsters, but it would hurt a lot. The smaller bear roar is filled with pain and anger before it looks down at Harry and opens its maw, taking a deep breath. Harry takes a quick step back and levels his wand at the monster with a bloodthirsty grin. But as soon as Harry calls forth his magic to do one of his favorite transfiguration tricks, the bear lets out a roar. The wave of sound hits Harry like a thunderbolt. His eyes immediately roll into the back of his head as his sense of sound is overcome by one loud blast. Harry fell to his knees as darkness took him, and the ringing in his head sounded throughout his unconscious mind. The bear falls forward, planning to land on the hunter and tear him apart. It only stops when it notices that what little of the silver spear sticking out of his chest begins to spark, right before. The spear of sodium that was stuck in its chest ignites in a visceral explosion, ripping open its chest and sending it flying away from Harry. Callisto turns its massive form slowly, calling out for her son, but no answer comes from the chunks of cosmic bear scattered across the clearing. Callisto roars in pain and rage before charging at the prone form of Harry on the ground, but its movements were slowed and sloppy as it does, and Artemis, sensing a moment of weakness, struck. The mortal goddess calls on the hunt, and in a burst of speed that matches her lieutenant, she gets in front of the Ursa Major with one of her hunting knives drawn. She dives forward and sinks the blade into the eye of Callisto before breaking through the ocular bone and into the great bear's brain. The beast falls with a crash that shakes the mountain as Artemis' feet leave trenches across the clearing as she forces the body to slow with a scream. Finally, with gritted teeth and 3 feet away from Harry, the body stops before Artemis wrenches her arm free of the skull of her prey. "You were always a fool, Callisto. Hopefully you actually learn a lesson from this," Artemis says with a sigh before turning back to her unconscious son. She frowns at the still form of her son. The climb back to camp is not going to be fun, she says out loud to no one but the golden dust and scattered pieces of bear across the clearing. Screams. All he heard were screams. The screams of women and children as they were cut open like some trapped kill and their hearts ripped from their bodies. The screams of fathers, sons, and brothers as they were made to watch the horror unfolding before them, unable to stop it. The screams of a single man in a language that couldn't be understood. He was asking for something. No, he was demanding something from someone as he thrust his bloody hands into the sky. The gleaming golden stones under his feet from the sun above begin to blacken as a shadow begins to blot out the sun, and then even the gods begin to scream. Like whiplash he falls. His world spins as the gods begin to fall one by one as their end has come. "Are you Dash?" a voice whispers into his ear as the boy turns around, surrounded by the bones of dead things that should have been eternal. "You are, aren't you?" The voice spoke from a throne of blackened gold. Its emaciated, exsanguinated, and dried-out husk of a body leaned forward as if it was in pain. The cracks and pops of its vertebrae echoes throughout the cavern as the skinless body looks up to him. "You are my end, aren't you?" The skinned woman asks with a raspy and pained voice. "Will you stop the screams? Stop my torment? To put an end to it all?" She asks with tears and falling from her fath. Harry Potter, base camp. Harry jerks out of bed with a scream before groaning and covering his ears. A high-pitched ringing shot through his head, causing his head to split and his scar to burn with pain. He closes his eyes to cut off the soft lamp light, filling the tent he was in, as it hurts to even look into it with a migraine pounding behind his eyes. "Ah, I see that you're awake," a voice said from far away and underwater, and Harry is vaguely aware of someone sitting next to him on his bed. "That's good, I suppose," the voice mutters mostly to themselves. "I had hoped you would be asleep for the rest of the night in hopes for you to get another full night of sleep, but it doesn't seem that will happen. I feel the need to apologize. I did not know. Arcus kept his demigod abilities when he was transformed. Something obvious in hindsight, I suppose," the voice says as it echoed and bounced around Harry's skull like a bullet. "Light," he slurs out, trying to bury his head deep into whatever soft furry thing that was covering him in his bed. "What?" the voice asks softly before Harry repeats himself. "Oh, of course." "One moment," the voice, as garbled as from the start, says as the weight leaves the bed followed by echoing footsteps and the irritating light from beyond his eyelids dies. "Better?" the voice asks softly as Harry slowly and cautiously opens his eyes. It was, of course, Artemis still in her mortal form. She was looking at him in concern with her lips tugged down into a frown. She walks back over to the bed, brushing a lock of red hair behind her ear as she sits down on the edge of the bed. Her emerald eyes shining even in the dark of the tent. She carefully helps Harry sit up and lean against the headrest of his bed. "What happened? Did I get the bear?" Harry asks, bringing up his hand to rub his forehead. "Do you mean, did I blow up the bear? If so, yes. Your plan, while insane and bombastic, did in fact work. While you didn't kill Arcus, you did severely wound him enough to where it was easy to finish him off," Artemis explains with a roll of her eyes as she hands Harry his glasses before gesturing to Harry's bed. "And this is your spoils. Not as useful as the Scorpio's carapace, but still quite nice to look at," she says with a hint of a smirk as Harry looks down across his bed. It was the hide of the bear he had fought, whole and complete, with shining stars and twisting galaxies that littered the night sky in the age of myth. Harry could make out a dozen or so constellations across it, with Ursa Minor and Ursa Major being paramount among them, along with Draco, Leo, Scorpio, Gemini, and Orion, all glowing and drifting across the ridiculously soft fur of the bear hide. Harry runs his hands across it to feel the silky, smooth fibers with a small grin. The thought of showing it to Adelon Slam, to Ron, and Hermione crosses his mind as his face falls blank. "You called it Arcus? Why?" Harry asks, swallowing thickly as he looks into the concerned face of Artemis, who is watching him with a deepening frown. "That was his name, technically, before he was transformed into the Ursa Minor. He was one of my many mortal half-brothers, as his father was Zeus," Artemis admits before running her own hand across the silken fur with an amused grin. Harry blinks before frowning. You said the bigger one was a hunter. One of yours, right? He asks with a raised brow. Yes, Callisto. Artemis admits with a nod of her head. She was a talented mortal seamstress when I first met her back during the Age of Myth. Her father was a monster of a mortal by the name of Lycaon. He was king of Arcadia from back then and hosted the gods from time to time during a feast. Artemis tells Harry, the look on her face twisting into one of disgust and anger at the mention of Lycaon. Lycaon? Isn't that the werewolf guy? The one who bit Daisy? Harry asks with his own look of contempt for the Arcadian king. Artemis nods. The very same, she says as her disgust and anger melted away. Lycaon had 50 sons with many wives over his life, and his children were wild, nefarious, and carefree, even compared to most other mortals during those times. But his 3 daughters were far more civilized, and after what Lycaon had done to earn himself the curse set upon him by my father, I had taken Callisto into my hunt. She tells Harry as her fingers swirled around the galaxies and stars on the hide of the bear. She was, for the lack of a better term, a poor hunter, even with my blessing. But while she couldn't shoot an arrow in a straight line, she was talented in the mortal crafts. She repaired leather armor, sewed tunics, made, repaired, and kept the many bow and arrows for the hunt, as well as cooked and cleaned, Artemis says as she looks back at Harry. She sounds like a handmaiden, Harry points out, causing Artemis to smile. She was, Artemis admits as she kicks off her boots to tuck her legs under on the bed. Before Callisto joined, I called all my hunters handmaidens back then. But as more and more wished to learn from Callisto on how to do the tasks she was doing, for one to lend a helping hand to an overburdened sister and to learn themselves, I started to see a divide within my hunt. She says as her fingers draw the lines between the stars that made up the constellation of the Ursa Major, sending swirls of white light through the fur. She started the handmaidens, didn't she? Harry guesses and Artemis nods her head. If she didn't, which isn't fair to say, she was a major inspiration for them. But I will admit that she is the reason I started to divide my hunt in between hunters and handmaidens. Those who wish to hunt and those who wish to serve me, Artemis says with a nostalgic look upon her face. And that is probably why when Callisto betrayed me and the oath she took, it stung so much, she admits with a sigh. She fell in love? Harry asks and watches as Artemis nods. With who? He asks. With me, Artemis admits as Harry's eyes widen at her words. Love is a blind spot for me. I do not nor can I understand it in its many forms. Emotions are complicated, even for a god, doubly so for a goddess like me, she freely admits while turning away from Harry, her lips pressed into a thin line. If there was ever a sign that Callisto showed me, or something she said, I probably didn't even realize it back then, and I doubt I would realize it now. But regardless, she fell in love with me, and it was used against her, she says, still not looking at Harry. One night, when she was off checking the traps around camp for small game, my father approached Callisto in the guise of me. He seduced her, and they laid together, thus sealing her fate, Artemis says with a shake of her head as Harry looks at her horrified. She came to me in the morning after my father left her in the woods and gushed over the night she thought we shared. Needless to say, I was very confused before becoming enraged at her actions and casted her from the hunt for breaking her oath, Artemis says, bemused by it as it was some kind of funny story. She was with child, of course, and returned to her home country of Arcadia to give birth, and once the child was delivered and she had given him a name, I cursed her, she admits free of guilt. But she was tricked. She didn't know, Harry says, aghast at what Artemis just told him, and to his shock, Artemis just shrugs. It did not matter. She had broken her oath and had to be punished for it, Artemis says before leaning back on the bed. I make no exception for broken oaths. I may forgive if it truly wasn't their fault, but Callisto had no excuse like Atlanta did. She, knowing full well that it was against her oath, fell in love and laid with another person, and even worse, she thought that person was me, she says, shaking her head with a smirk on her face. The fool got exactly what she deserved, she says with a single soft laugh. Bullshit, Harry snaps at her, his anger boiling over at Artemis' callous actions. She was tricked by Zeus. She thought it was you. She didn't deserve being turned into a ducking bear for it. He yells at Artemis, but all the mortal goddess does is slowly turn her head to look at Harry with narrowed eyes. Harry, how do mortals have babies? What is exactly needed for that to happen? Artemis asks with a raised brow, stopping Harry cold. Maybe Zeus did the same thing that you did for my mom. Harry argues back, but all Artemis does is push herself up with a chuckle, amused by her son's naivety. No, my father is, shall we say, old-fashioned when it comes to that and would not pass up his chance to indulge in pleasures of the flesh, Artemis says with a shake of her head. If you wish to call something too far, then it is what my stepmother did with guiding Arcas in a hunt to kill his own mother. But I had no part in that, nor what my father did during that hunt, she says with a shrug before pausing and letting out a sigh. Speaking of mother bears, you will not be entering Paititi with me tomorrow, Artemis says before looking away from Harry once more. What? Why? Harry asks in confusion. It is dangerous for mortals, Artemis grumbles, pausing as if she was picking her words carefully. I've done plenty of dangerous shite before, and in case you forgot, you're mortal right now as well, Harry points out with a frown growing on his face. I am well aware of your accolades, Harry, but this is something else entirely. Besides, if I die there, I'll just go through Zagreus' wheel and reform as a god. It would take a few years and be incredibly painful, but I would reform. You, however, won't if you die there, Artemis says before standing from the bed, shoving her hands into her pocket. When we reach Paititi tomorrow, you are to wait outside the wards until I come back. If I don't come back within 6 hours, you are to head back to the village at the foot of the mountain and ask Akiko to contact the South American magical government. They'll see you back to the hunt at the very least, she orders him without turning to look back at Harry. Harry is quiet for a moment, fuming on the inside, his face twisting in anger after being told to leave her to die like Siri Slam, someone he didn't know. Bull's height, Harry says calmly. That's not the reason, is it? Not the real one anyway, Harry says as he throws the bear hide off of him and stands on shaky legs. Harry dash, Artemis tries to say with a sigh as she pitches the bridge of her nose, but Harry swiftly cuts her off. No! He snaps at Artemis. Stop lying to me. Not with this to protect you shite. I'm not a kid, Mom. I know that's not the reason why, he says as his hands begin to move as he talks. Harry, you don't understand, Dash. It was a magician, wasn't it? Harry cuts Artemis off again and watches her freeze at his words. The reason why the Mesoamerican gods are dead. Hell, it's probably why the only one of the Mesopotamian gods still alive is Aphrodite as well, he says, taking a step forward, wobbling as he does. Artemis sighs once more before turning to finally look at Harry. Her face is blank and hard as granite. It doesn't matter if it was a magician or not, Harry. You can barely stand thanks to Arcus' last roar. It's thrown off your equilibrium and balance. Even if I did let you come, you'd be more of a hindrance than a help in this instance, she tells Harry in a dead-sounding voice. I'm fine, Harry all but yells at Artemis. And stop trying to avoid the subject, and just tell me why you really don't want me to come with you, Harry says with gritted teeth. It doesn't matter, Dash. Like hell it doesn't, Harry screams, his anger finally getting the better of him. If it doesn't matter, then why won't you just tell what happened and how a magician was involved and what they did? He continues to yell, trying to take another step, but the world tilts as. Harry drops to his knees, his hand clutching the side of his head as the ringing gets worse. Artemis bears the brunt of her son's anger with a stoic face, her eyes uncaring as he falls to his knees. When I get my godhead back, the first thing I'm going to do is smite that little hussy, Artemis thinks to herself as she had already put together how Harry would have figured out that a magician was involved. It doesn't matter because you aren't like the magicians of the past, Harry. No matter what the rest of my family thinks, you are not plagued by their inadequacies, Artemis says, stressing her reason to Harry in a dead voice. So no, I will not tell you what they did, or how it led to the death of 2 pantheons, and you will have to accept that, she says as her eyes narrow at Harry. Just like you want me to accept the self-proclaimed fact that you're fine, she says, throwing Harry's words back in his face. I'm going with you, Harry growls out as he forces himself to stand. No, you are not. Artemis snaps back, her own temper showing now. How are you going to stop me? You're not a god anymore, Harry spits out as he, with one hand on his bed, begins to walk past. Artemis. Artemis just sighs once more. The hard way it is, she mutters, and before Harry could say anything back, Artemis' hand lashes out and grabs his collar. She yanks him hard, her foot moving to his to trip Harry as she cocks back her closed hand and Harry Potter, base camp, sunrise. Harry wakes up, once more, with a groan. His jaw felt sore, and as he ran his tongue over his teeth, he winced in pain and the taste of old blood in his mouth. He lets out another groan as he puts together what Artemis did to stop him, and he reluctantly lets out a harsh laugh. Well, she sure did show me. Harry thinks morbidly before he tries to sit up, only to blink when he realized he already was, and not only that, but his wrists were bound together and tied to the headboard of his bed. "Are you ducking kidding me?" he yells as he scrambles to his feet, having to awkwardly twist himself to stand. Artemis had bound his hands together tight enough to prevent him slipping out of them, but loose enough to not cut off the circulation in his hands. Harry yanks at the cordage, trying to free himself, but all he does it causes his bed to jump up a few inches. He sighs, his lips thinning as he lays his head down on the headboard. He could feel the acidic burn of anger in his gut clawing and crawling its way up in his throat. He tries to clear his mind. He tries to force it down. But the thought of someone else he loved charging into an unknown danger, the thought of them dying because he couldn't do anything to stop it, was too much to fully close out. With a scream of primal rage, of the unfairness of his life, and the desperately wanting to escape being trapped once more, Harry grabs the headboard of his bed and begins to tear it apart. The snap of wood, the slamming of the feet, and the tearing of rope mixes in with the unbridled rage Harry felt at the moment as he rips apart the offending bed with kicks and jerking motions. Until, with a final snap, he frees himself from the headboard before throwing the massive chunk of wood across his tent with a final scream. He stands in the middle of his tent, his wrists still bound, taking a few quick and deep breaths to calm himself. After a moment, he lifts his arm and checks for his wand, only to curse once more to find them both missing. He quickly and awkwardly checks behind his back to find his hunting knife and pulls it from its holster. "At least she didn't leave me completely bloody unarmed," Harry muttered angrily to himself before stabbing his hunting into his desk. He walks over to his trunk and kicks it open and begins to dig around in it. Where is it? Where the bloody ducking hell is it? He curses through gritted teeth as anger pulses through him. As he turns out his truck, looking for a small Swiss Army knife that Siri, Slam Remus, gave him for his birthday last year. "We smell something," a voice says, freezing Harry in his search as he hears something slither into his tent just behind him. It smells is familiar. It smells like homus. Is it lycosis ussis? The voice continues as Harry slowly turns his head to look behind him with wide eyes. For slithering into his tent was a snake, a very large snake, with a head as big as Harry's open palm and a body as thick as his bicep. Its black tongue darted out from its jaw to taste the air as it hunted. Its body was covered in overlaying black scales that clung to its skeleton and looked as if they would cut him if he ran his hand over them. As the serpent lifted itself off the floor to look Harry in the eyes, he could see the empty rib cage that went down its form. As it had no innards or guts to protect or show off, the scales came up to its head but cut off just before its skull, leaving bare white polished bone glamming in the morning sun. But what had frozen Harry was the serpent's fathomless black eyes. "We smells it on you." The snake hisses at Harry as it tilts its head. "The smell of sass," it says as it slithers closer to Harry. Chapter done. Okay, so we didn't get to pay TD, but we will at the opening of the next chapter. So in this story, Callisto is the one who basically started the whole split between the hunters and handmaidens within the Hunters of Artemis. Not that Artemis sees it as a bad thing. But the whole reason Artemis finds Callisto's fate so funny is because if she wasn't as foolish as she was, she could have avoided her fate and remained by Artemis' side, where Callisto wanted to be. So Artemis sees it as comedic irony after everything was said and done. That Danger Noodle description sure does sound familiar, but I can't really put my finger on what it sounds like. Well, I've got no horse in that race. King saxcuL out. Illurophobia. Welcome one and all to another chapter of the philosophy of fear. where we finally get to Paititi and the horrors that lay within. On with the show. Artemis, Lampu Mountain, Paititi. Caught in the rays of the overhead sun, Paititi looked to be just a shadow set into the side of the mountain. But as Artemis stood on the wall of the once great city, looking over it, she could see what it truly was, a monument of mortal hubris. The hundreds of thousands of blocks of what was once gold were used to build the city of the Mesoamerican, directed by the gods and built by mortal hands. At its peak, the city houses the Mesoamerican gods, their children, their followers, and most importantly, their magicians. This is where they came, both half-bloods and magicians, to learn how to control their powers, to learn the rites and rituals of their gods. But now it was a blackened stain on the earth. The gold that made up the walls, stairs, houses, and statues was now molded over by a blackish taint that reminded Artemis of the black boils of plague victims almost 700 years ago. The smell that wafted up from the city reminded her of the piles of the dead during that time. The foul smell of rotting plague victims lingered even in her immortal mind as something that could not be forgotten. The air was heavy and stagnant. It weighed on Artemis like the humidity of the jungles below the mountain. But it wasn't a sticky heat. It was a smothering cold. It was a wound carved into reality from ages past by mortal hands with the sacraments of the gods. From her place on the top of the wall, Artemis could look over all of Paititi. Her eyes scanned the skyline of the once holy city, noting the oddities of it with her own eyes. The large terrace gardens clung to the sides of the wall that ran around the city, once filled with corn, potatoes, squash, beans, and peppers, but now all dead and petrified like ancient wood. The fields weren't worked or tilled, nor was it overgrown. It simply seemed that time had stopped for nature within the city. Aqueducts loomed high over the city of Paititi, where once it funneled clean mountain spring water to the shining city of the gods. It was now as tainted as the city below it. The waterways were now clogged with pollution, rendered fat, and bones, causing the spring water to overfill and spill over the sides of the wall to stop any of the life-giving substance from entering the city. The different temples that stood within the city were all desecrated by the same blackish taint that corrupted the rest of the blocks of gold that made up the city. Artemis eyed the rising platforms of the different ziggurats and temples dedicated to the different gods that once called Middle and South America home. She couldn't make any true details of any of the temples, and so she couldn't tell which temple belonged to what god, but it didn't matter to Artemis. Only the temple was located in the middle of the city, towering up to the sun. It was like one of the Aztec ziggurats with perfectly stacked stones on each level. A platform jutted out from the temple 3/4 of the way up with an altar sitting in the middle of it. But what Artemis wanted was the temple at the top of the ziggurat, where her godhood waited for her. But to get it, she would need to cut through the city below. Artemis takes a deep breath of befouled air, almost choking on the taste of death and stagnation, before taking a single step forward. She falls the short distance, landing on her feet with her knees bent and throwing herself into a roll. She stops in the shadow of one of the smaller temples and springs up before pushing herself against the wall, holding her breath. Artemis' eyes dart up and down the small back alley she landed in, not daring to move as her eyes scan for any movement in turn. Artemis lets out a soft breath before crouching low and begins to move slowly and deliberately through the back alley and around the temple. Artemis stops at an intersection of the alley, poking her head from around the corner to take a look into one of the main streets of Paititi. She freezes at what she sees, pulling herself into the unmoving shadows with narrow eyes, as she sees one of the main reasons she didn't want Harry to come to this accursed place. Clothes long rotted away, and all manner of identifying was stripped from the humanoid abomination. Its skin was dried and withered, pulled back over desiccated muscle and ancient bones. It shambled down the street, the few patches of wispy hair shifting back and forth. Its shrunken stomach was split open, and strands of dried-out organs hung out of the hole. The flesh wrapped around its skull was pulled tight over bone, and the eyes gouged out, leaving nothing but empty back pits. A corpo seco, a soul so evil and vile that every form of afterlife rejected them. So they were cursed to wander the world, unable to reach an ending for their soul. While this would be the normal case for such a creature, Paititi was a wholly unique case for the creatures thanks to the magician's own hubris. But curse aside, they were incredibly dangerous, undead creatures. Incredibly strong and fast. Known to be able to rip even a demigod to pieces with their claw-like hands in a matter of seconds. Their touch withered and desiccated anything living they touched. Their bites were guaranteed to spread infections, even against those protected from disease, like her hunters. The Corpo Secco were also very aggressive and were known to attack anything living, be it mortal, demigods, or even animals to vent the rage they had at the living. Artemis, in her current form, had to be careful. Even with the strength of her lieutenant, she wasn't able to overcome more than 3 of the Corpo Secco at once. And even if she was a god, Artemis didn't think she could stop them all. Not because they were too powerful. No, it was because the Corpo Secco that resided in Paititi was simply too cursed to die. Artemis holds her breath as she watches the undead creature steadily walk past the opening of the alleyway before she moves once more. Keeping low and quiet, she moves like a shadow around the bend in the walls of Paititi, stopping only to peek around the corner to see if the coast is clear. She was looking for a clear shot to the temple in the middle of the city, but to her misfortune, she found none. Frowning, Artemis decides to cut through one of the temples to get to the upper floors to hopefully move across the rooftops. No doors existed inside of Paititi, whether by design or the passage of time. Artemis does not know, but finds it a blessing as she slips in the back of one of the large temples. She passes through rooms full of broken pottery and the etched stone walls befouled with the same taint that covered the outside of the temple. She doesn't pause to inspect the pictographs of blackened gold displayed on the walls, carvings of long-dead gods, and better days for fallen civilization. Artemis did not need to know what the Mesoamerican gods tried to teach their children and magicians, for it didn't matter in the end. They were dead after all. Artemis stops at the doorways to check the next room and breathes out a sigh of relief as she sees the room destroyed, but empty. She swiftly passes through it, ignoring the destroyed altar and shrines dedicated to a large cat-like god with bleeding fangs before making her way up the stairs to the next floor. As Artemis reaches the top of the stairs, she peeks around the open-air chamber and freezes. Hey! Corpo Secco was hanging off the ground by a thick strap of leather wrapped around its neck facing away from her, its body ideally swinging in the breeze coming through the large windows. Artemis hears whispers in the wind. She had thought that her father, leaving her the divine skill to speak and understand all the languages of the earth, was to make sure she could get by. But as she heard the words that were transcribed in the wind, she now knew why Zeus had left her with that ability. "Let it be done," a man's voice whispered in the wind. "Let it be done and let me die. Please, please, let me die." It begged in the moments before the Corpo Secco hung itself in hopes of ending its suffering. Artemis doesn't even breathe as she moves as quickly and quietly makes her way across the room and out one of the windows. Her feet hit the railing with nary a sound before she forces the words on the wind from her mind and climbs to the roof of the temple. She lets out a shaky breath and tries not to think about the still living hanging corpse just below her as she crawls over to peek over the ledge of the temple's roof. Artemis frowns at what she sees in the street below the temple. For what was once hallowed ground for both gods and demigods was now just a blackened and corrupted road paved with bones. The scattered bones of men and beasts covered the main roads of Paititi, mostly piled up on the side of the temples where they were kicked over time. Many a soul had tried to breach Paititi to claim the fountain that the city was worth over the last few hundred years. From the Spanish conquistadors to the native tribes to whole groups of mercenary wizards. They all had one thing in common. They all had failed and lay scattered across the Golden City. Just how many? Artemis thinks to herself as she surveys the bone-riddled streets. Just how many have this city claimed? Hundreds? Thousands? The same amount that has died in the attempt to take the city, she thought grimly. Artemis jumps from one temple to the one across from it, right through another open-air window, rolling as she lands. The coast was clear from what she had seen from across the way, but still, she paused, even her breath, and took her time to listen. After a moment of silence, she moves again, slipping out the opposite window and quickly climbing down into the alley. The alley was shaped like a Z that lay in between two builds. She quickly followed the path that led her deeper into the city. Artemis tries to ignore the graffiti written in blood and excrement on the wall as she passes it. God has abandoned this place, and we were fools to enter. Artemis couldn't help but agree with the body of the dead conquistador that lay under the words. But she didn't stop. Artemis couldn't. She had very little time to reach the apex of the city and reclaim her godhood. Harry was more than likely on his way. She wasn't foolish enough to think that simply tying him down was going to stop her son from following her to this accursed place. Artemis did not doubt that Harry was beyond mad with her for what she had done, but Artemis would rather have her son mad at her than dead. Artemis would rather have Harry think she was concerned with his safety than figure out what had happened to the city and the gods, who called it home once, even if he had figured out some of it. Artemis takes her time, slipping in and out of the temples and the spaces in between them with ease, avoiding the main roads filled with bones and the black-scaled serpents that slithered to and fro inside the city. It was an oddity the Corpo Secco would attack anything living in a fit of rage, but they blatantly ignored the snakes that crawled past them and over their feet. The winds whispered the thoughts of the undead around her. Some begged for a death that would never come. Some cursed and Carrie for what he had done, but most had lost their minds to their curse and rage. They were like prayers to Artemis as the wind spoke the words softly in her ears, and every time she shivered with revulsion and pain. Revulsion at the pure rage and desperation in their voices, and pain because Artemis felt as if she could feel the Corpo Secco's pain that they were unendingly in. But still, Artemis continued deeper into the city. She once more slips into the back of a temple, heading up a staircase to the top floor, only to stop and turn back around when she almost came face to face with one of the undead. The undead creature was kneeling before an altar, raising a copper blade that had been worn down to almost nothing, and repeatedly stabbing himself in the chest, trying to find a heart that had long ago turned to nothing but dust as he begged and pleaded for its life to end. Artemis swallowed her discontent at the mortal's fate before heading back downstairs as quietly as a cat. Artemis stops before the back entrance to the temple and peeks around the corner, almost cursing as she does so. Two of the Corpo Secco had wandered into the alley. They were small, no older than children of 6 or 7 from their height, with thin limbs and open bellies with dried organs hanging from the open and ancient wounds. Artemis quickly tucks herself into the shadowed corner of the temple to hide herself from the undead children. Now stuck in one place with no exit, Artemis could do nothing but wait till either the undead upstairs left down the stairs or for the children to move on. Artemis keeps her breath even and her heartbeat steady to avoid the building panic in her chest. If even one of the Corpo Secco saw her, they would call out to the others, and that would not end well for Artemis in mortal form. As she waited, Artemis heard an odd sound. It was like cracking or splitting wood coming from where the children were. And with her curiosity getting the better of her, Artemis peeks around the doorway only for her panic to turn into horror and heartbreak. One of the undead children was lying flat on the ground while the other was kneeling at its head, raising a large brick of blackened gold over its head before bringing it down onto the head of the child lying down. Every time the brick hit the child's head, there was a sickening crack of the skull being broken like old dried wood. But when the brick was raised once more, the skull would repair itself, only to be crushed once more. Artemis pulled herself back into the shadows of the temple. Crack! She squeezes her eyes shut, trying to erase the sight from her mind. Crack! Trying to will the sound to stop. Crack! But it echoed around the empty city like a shot from Sophie's rifle. Crack! And the worst of it for Artemis was the fact she could not help them. Crack! Since her birth on the island of Delos, Artemis had known her role among the gods of Olympus. The ancient domain of the Hunt had called out to her and claimed her to be its goddess among the Greek gods. She had no complaints about it. She accepted it, and it in turn accepted her. But over the many centuries, since she was born, the mortals had thrust upon her many different roles. Artemis was the midwife of the gods due to helping with the birth of Apollo, one she accepted without complaint, and still helped the mortals who prayed to her for help during a strenuous and painful labor. Artemis could still recall Lily Evans' prayer to her. She was given the moon by the Romans, one she had resented at first, but after Selene had given her blessing to her, Artemis began to take care of the domain as she did with the hunt. But the title that Artemis held true to the most, other than the chase hunter, was Kurotrophic, the protector of children. Crack. It was a role that Artemis took as seriously as she did with the hunt. She was to protect and guide children, and many in her hunt were those she had done just that for. She rarely ever failed in that role, but her failures had always haunted her. Crack. Like with Harry. Crack. Like right now. Crack. Was this the lesson you wanted me to learn, Father? Artemis thinks to herself as her heart twists in pain for the cursed children. That I cannot protect them all? Or that some cannot be saved? She thinks, but nothing answers her back. Crack. 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 Harry Potter, Lampu Mountain. Harry was running as fast as his two legs could move. A blinding pace he set as he ran up animal trails and leaped over large stones in his way. He flew like a bat out of hell or an arrow out of a bow, stopping only to scale a cliff face when needed or find a path once more as he steadily made his ascent to Paititi. Yes, yes, faster too, Lexus. A small voice hissed into his ear from his current passenger wrapped around his shoulders and neck. I'm going as fast as I can. Harry hissed back as the large black snake wrapped around him. It was an odd thing to feel the cold, jagged scales resting against his neck, but not cutting him. It was a familiar feeling, like the one he got when petting the Thestrals back at Hogwarts. One he knew intimately, but not one he could place. Where he knew it from? After meeting the serpent in his tent, Harry had thought he was going to have to kill it according to most of his previous experiences with its kind. But the snake was actually quite friendly and more curious than anything. We left city to hunt for the piggies but could not find them, but then we tasted you. And you smell us of home, the snake explained. City? Harry asked as he found the Swiss Army knife that could pick any lock and undo any knot to free his wrists. Do you mean Paititi? He asked. What is Paititi? City is city on the big hill, the snake said as it slithered onto the bed to look at Harry. Harry frowned as he realized the snake would not know a thing about names. The city, is it made of shiny stone? Harry tried, and thankfully the snake seemed to understand what he was talking about. Yes. Answer say long, long ago, now not sessiony at all. The serpent supplied with a nod of his head. Can you show me the way? Can you show me a way in? Harry asked quickly before watching the snake's head bob up and then down. Yes, we will says how you the way into the chamber below his home, smell-melling one. It eagerly agreed before slipping off his bed and leading him up the mountain. The snake wasn't all that fast, and Harry wasn't all that patient at the moment. So he picked up the serpent and started to run, much to the enjoyment of the snake. The snake was showing Harry a winding path around the mountain, leading him to the west side of the mountain. When Harry had asked it if they should be heading up, the serpent had shot it down, telling Harry that he was bringing him to the chamber below. What the hell does that even mean? Harry had asked, frustrated with the serpent. But all the snake did was tug around his neck to direct him toward the west. Finally, after what felt like hours of running, and Harry almost out of breath, Harry felt the telltale tingle across his skin that alerted him towards set up around the peak of the mountain. Harry stops to watch the stone facade of one side of the mountain to reveal the towering black city of Paititi. Harry's stomach turns at the sight as something deep within him, something instinctual, flinches at the sight of the damned city, causing him to frown. He was sure that back in its heyday, it would have been a sight to see while coming over the mountain pass. Harry could make out the tops of the rising temples over the large walls that were set into the mountain, the large complex system of aqueducts that seemed to span the city from the mountain's peak. Spring water fell from the aqueduct near the peak of the mountain, spilling over the edge of the city and down the side of the mountain, creating a waterfall that continues down into a small valley in the side of the mountain. It was a haunting sight to behold to Harry, where once the city that should have been a shining capital to the gods was now ruined beyond words. Is that the city? Harry hissed to the serpent around his neck. Yes, that is city where we stay. The snake hisses back at him while bobbing its head up and down. Harry's frown deepens. So, that's what I smell like? "That's your home?" he asks. "No, not home. Just city. Home is not here," the serpent says almost sadly. "We arrest Colossus to the chamber, Cummus," the snake says before pulling on Harry once more in the direction it wanted him to go. Harry just sighs at the dumb snake before moving once more. Artemis, Paititi. She didn't know how long she spent hiding in the shadows listening to the Corpo Secco children trying to end their misery. She would have used shadows to figure out how long, but Artemis noticed fairly quickly that something was wrong with the shadows. They didn't move. The shadows were frozen, stuck at the exact position they were in when Paititi was originally cursed. Not even the shadows of the undead moved, merely sitting under them as single large blots under their feet. Artemis moved through the rest of the city in a daze. The suffering of all those left in Paititi clung to her like a miasma. All the souls that called out for an end and were ignored by all. For not even the gods, no matter how powerful they may be, could end the curse of Paititi. For now, Artemis saw what the city truly was, what it was made into. It was a warning. This was the second of its kind in the annals of time, and carved into the earth that Artemis could recall. The first one washed ashore on Cyprus nearly 4 millennia ago, wounded and on death's door, hiding in the body of one of her magicians. Ishtar was comatose for almost a full 2 weeks, even with her being tied to the flame of the west. She had slept almost to the point where Zeus had ordered both herself and Hermes to go north to Mesopotamia to figure out what was going on. But Ishtar had awaked just before the order was given. Her mortal vessel that held on for so long to see her mother safe was turned to ash as Ishtar had awaked. Ishtar was comforted by Artemis' half-brother Ares and her uncle. Poseidon, as the queen of victory, was in hysterics, babbling about a son of the Mesopotamian god of murder. After Ishtar had calmed down, she explained to them what had happened. El-Nasir, a magician of Nergal, had sacrificed nearly 1,000 slaves in a ritual to try and usurp his own father as the god of murder. It had failed spectacularly, for not only did El-Nasir was turned into a puppet by the very thing he called upon and forced into mantling with him, but the temple he had done the ritual in was wiped off the face of the earth with all his followers. But the magician was then forced to kill the gods of his people before dying himself. The only thing that had survived the culling of the Mesopotamian pantheon was Ishtar. "It wanted me to survive, to tell you all what happened," Ishtar had said while sitting on the floor of the Olympian council room, clutching the urn filled with what was left of her final daughter. The gods, their children, and even a vast majority of the monsters of that part of the world were all killed, all for a single message that echoed around the world. Do not let this happen again. But it had, and the Mesoamerican gods paid the price for not reining in their magicians, allowing them to run free, and even going so far as to teach them the sacraments to touch powers beyond even the gods. If what happened to the Mesopotamian pantheon was a message, Paititi was the warning shot with a single focus. There would not be a third warning. The power that be would turn the whole world into a Paititi if the gods failed again. Artemis wasn't near her father during the fall of Paititi, but she had heard that Zeus' reaction was a sight to see. It was soon after that Artemis' father and the rest of the kings of the other pantheons came together for a moot at Point Nemo, and a new law was put into place. No more magicians from any pantheon, or at the very least, restricting the amount of them. Some of the other pantheons and the kings that ruled them went as far as culling every magician under them. Artemis remembers the council meeting after the moot, the news, Hecate's anger, but also her cold understanding. And she also remembers her own dismissive gesture to it all. The memories play on a loop as Artemis climbs the steps to the top of the highest temple. The final steps up the top of the temple were flanked by large golden-feathered serpent statues of Quetzalcoatl in his former glory. But now, they were tainted black like the rest of Paititi, to show that the once mighty god of the Aztec Empire was as dead as the rest. The same fate that awaited any pantheon that allowed their magicians to try and reach beyond their station for power that should be left well enough alone. Artemis steps onto the large platform on the way to the top of the temple. Her eyes are immediately drawn to the middle of it. While the platform was made from the same tainted gold blocks as the rest of the temple, the ritual site, the center point of what was evoked by Heir, was far worse. The structure around the ritual site was warped and twisted like the gold was superheated and drawn up to the sky like thread into a spindle. The warped gold was as black as night and jagged like a serrated blade. Poison ice clung to the gold even under the oppressive heat of the South American summer sun. An atmosphere seemed to have settled on the platform of the temple, one that Artemis had only felt one other time before. A divot was gouged into the brickwork across the platform long and like claws that the twisted and jagged gold had risen along the edge of. Like some great thing had lashed out in raw anger to scour what had made it angry in the first place away. There, kneeling in the divot, in a pool of black sludge, was the man responsible for Paititi's downfall and the death of his own gods. The sludge came up to his waist as his head was bowed, looking into the reflectionless pool of his own blasphemy. The 100 hearts of the poor souls that he sacrificed floating around him. He looked just like the rest of the corpos secos that infested the Black City, dried and sunken in flesh, looking more like a mummy from Egypt than anything else. Ancient and pitted gold hung around his form, from a large necklace to armbands and wristbands. His opulence worn on him was now a part of him, as the bands seemed to have sunken and fused with his desiccated flesh. Artemis watches the being formerly known as Heir twitch before his head slowly turns to look at her. His eye sockets were empty and filled with nothing by the light of hatred for all living things. Artemis was sure if he knew that she was a goddess, the rage would have been a blinding light. Heir stands from the pool of sludge, the viscous liquid dripping off of him like oil as it fully turns to Artemis. What was left of his armor had been blackened like the city around Heir, his body giving off pops and snaps as he stood straight. Clawed hands curl as the atmosphere around the ritual site begins to thicken and weigh heavily on Artemis. "Have you been waiting here all this time?" Artemis asks the rising figure as a cloud of black dust begins to gather around the dried-out corpse in front of her. "Hoping that your sacrifice would be accepted? That the last almost 4 centuries have been nothing but a bad dream," she says as her bow falls into her hand as she glares at the forgotten prince, her eyes falling to his heart where a single scar did lay, one that was bone-chilling familiar to her. "Well, answer me, Heir. Was this all that you hoped for when you called to the end? When you forced a mantle with it?" Artemis roars. The images of the cursed women and children that the creature standing before her had doomed to a fate worse than Tartarus when he had their hearts cut out of them while they still lived. All the answer she gets in return is a mindless roar from Heir, the forgotten prince, the fool who mantelled the end. Harry Potter, caverns below Paititi. The snake had led him under the waterfall and deep into a section of underground caves just beyond it. It was hard to find at first with the entrance hidden by shrubbery, which was honestly the first thing Harry found as off with the cave. The overgrowth of the cave entrance looked unnatural to Harry's eyes, like it had been rushed to grow or something similar. Then there was the familiar buzz of a ward deeper into the cave. Harry felt the hunt growling in his mind as a very powerful ward, a notice monot or some type of repellent ward if he had to guess, tried to turn him around. Harry was just thankful for his ability to see in the dark as he walked deeper into the cavern, as the serpent around his neck egged him deeper still. The snake wanted to bring him to the way up to Paititi it knew, which was through the caves below the city itself. "If I had a sickle," Harry thinks to himself with a frown before looking down. In the dirt and sediment of the wet and humid cave floor, Harry sees something he wasn't expecting before kneeling down to examine it. A footprint was pressed deep into the muddy floor. The shoe size was bigger than his, with less details along the ridges, and his didn't sink in as deep as this one did. A guy maybe? Heavier than me and taller by his stride. Harry thinks with a frown as he was unable to come up with a reason why anyone normal would come to a cave right below a cursed city. "Come tu legs? Come." "We are Colossus." The pitch-black serpent whispers into his ear before Harry stands and moves deeper into the caves. Harry's hand moves to his back to rest on the handle of his hunting knife. He wasn't about to be caught off guard by anything down in the dark, dank hole Harry found himself in. It wasn't as if he didn't trust the serpent. It was more that Harry didn't trust what the serpent saw as a threat. But still, Harry ventures deeper into the cave, seeing it open up into more of a cavern, and as soon as it does, Harry is hit by a scent. It was a noxious, nauseous thing that clung to the inside of his nose and had Harry flinching and covering his nose as he fought off the want to gag as he stepped into what is the main chamber. Harry feels the tingle of ward set around the entrance to the cavern as he takes in the sight around him. Worked in carved black stone much like the temples and ziggurats of the Aztec Empire. Images were carved into the walls of two figures standing over the skeletons of the dead. Towering pillars went along the edges of the cavern, as well as 6 standing in the middle of the room that led to a large stone door. Each pillar looked to be painstakingly carved with various pictures of painful deaths, with both humanoid and animalistic figures sitting at the top of each pillar. But what Harry found the oddest was the witch light that illuminated the cavern, sheltered behind the ward just behind him to block the light from entering the cave behind him. Off to his left sat a small tent in the corner of the cavern that Harry turns to and begins to walk towards. "What are you doing too, Legsis? We needs the door," the serpent says from his neck before slithering off of him and onto the floor. "Hello," Harry calls out, his hand never leaving the handle of his blade. "Is anyone there?" He asks the shadows on the wall just before he watches the flap of the tent shift a bit before something steps out. "Meow." One of the oddest-looking cats Harry had ever seen says as it steps out of the tent to investigate who it called out. At first, Harry thought it was a very ostentatious golem, but the more he inspected it, the more he saw it was very much a living creature. It was as big as a house cat and looked almost like one, but its fur shines in the witch light like gold with strikes of silver cutting across its back like a tabby cat. As Harry tilted his head, he realized that it didn't just look like gold and silver, it was fine threads of precious metals. The cat's eyes were finely cut sapphire for one eye and an emerald for another as it blinked in surprise at just seeing Harry before an eerily familiar smile crossed the cat's face. But before Harry could say anything, a voice spoke up from behind him. "Well, you're a bit young to be with the ICW," a male voice says, as Harry feels the tip of a wand jab him in the ribs. "I'd also wager you're not with ICE either. Gringo," the voice says as Harry slowly turns his head to look behind him. A man slowly appeared in the room as the disillusionment spell the man was wrapped and fell away. "Well, just who are you then?" the man asks as his eyes that were the color of molten gold, swirling and bubbling as they seemed to glow in the darkness of the cavern, bore into Harry's own. "Who the hell are you?" Harry asks rudely back as he glared at the man, uncaring about the wand in his ribs. "Me?" the man with light brown skin and dark hair asks with a scuff. "Why, I'm just a humble grave robber," he says with a grin. "Harry Potter, the caves below Paititi." Harry kept his eyes on the man who had him at wand point, a frown etched on his lips as his eyes narrowed. The man was tall and lean with wide shoulders and a bright smile on his face. His skin was the color of tea and his black hair cut short and combed back and out of his face. He was dressed in muggle clothing of blue jeans and a black shirt with a golden grinning sugar skull on it. One ear was pierced with a ruby-studded gold earring, along with his eyebrow and lip. A gold necklace hung from his neck with braided hoops that remained hairy of his own golden torque that would normally be wrapped around his bicep. His fingers were covered in rings that were set with precious stones of all kinds that glowed faintly with magic from small runes etched into the gold and silver. But what stood out to Harry the most, other than the man's eyes, was how young he looked. He couldn't be more than a handful of years older than Harry. A picture of youthful recklessness and confidence danced in his eyes just as much as they shined with a golden light in the semi-illuminated chamber. The man continues to look at Harry before raising a brow. "Well, Gringo, are you going to introduce yourself? Or am I going to have to curse some nameless kid?" he asks with a cocky smirk, something that when combined with the hungry look in his eyes reminded Harry of a few of the older Slytherin kids he had seen in the corridors of Hogwarts. It was a look of never settling with what they had, a greedy look that wanted more than what they were born into. "Harry," he said, his eyes drifting down to the man's wand. "Harry Potter, the boy who lives," introduced himself. Harry was also pretty sure he could beat the man in a fight, even unarmed as he was if it came to that. But the man just continues to smile at Harry, giving him a slight nod before taking a small step away from him. "Well now, that wasn't so hard, was it?" The man said with his grin never fading. I'm Kike Benicio de Almeida Barros, he said before giving Harry a short bow, but never taking his eyes off of him. And I take it you're a child of Viracocha, seeing that you slipped past the can't-spell repelling wards, yes? He asks. Yeah, I'm a wizard, whatever, Harry said as he eyed the wand in the man's hand. Listen, mate, I'm not here to stop you from doing whatever you were doing, he said as the other person cut him off. Grave robbing, Kike said with a cocky smirk as he took a step back from Harry. Yeah, whatever. I'm just looking for the back entrance to pay Titi. Let me do that and I'll be out of your hair, Harry said, impatience and anger coloring his tone as he bends his knees in preparation for a fight. Back entrance to pay Titi, Kike said, looking confused as his eyes flicked to the door across the room before they looked back at Harry, narrowed in uncertainty and distrust. You do know going into the city is practically suicide, right? I mean, I've heard some gingos were crazy, but normally when they die in the jungles, it's due to ignorance, not flat-out stupidity, he said, throwing Harry a look like he really did think Harry had a few screws loose. Are you going to let me pass, or are you going to do something that's going to get you hurt? Because I am not in the ducking mood to put up with people, Harry growled out, his hand still on his hunting knife and very far from being in a good mood. But all Kike does is chuckle at Harry's tone of voice with a twinkling look in his eye, as if he found Harry's actions amusing somehow. As much as I would just love to let you pass, Gringo, I assure you that there isn't a back way into Paititi. You can go through the front gate and die, or climb up the wall and end up with the same fate, Kike said with a shrug, keeping his wand trained on Harry. And before you ask, the door isn't one that leads into Paititi. It's sealing a tomb. Nothing more, he told Harry as he took a step to the left, placing himself between Harry and the door. Wrong move, Harry said in almost a whisper before he felt the hunt flood his body. Kike's eyes widened at the sight of Harry's eyes morphing into cat-like eyes before he jabs his wand forward at the boy who lived. The scarlet light of the stunning spell flew from the tip of Kike's wand. Harry merely brought up his free arm to take the hit on his jacket as he stepped forward faster than the other wizard could follow. 1 second Harry was 6 feet from the grave robber, and the next he was in his face. Harry drew his hunting knife and took a swipe at Kike's neck. The grave robber's molten golden eyes tracked the silver blade with surprising ease. With a twitch of Kike's wand, the grave robber deflects the silver hunting knife with a shower of sparks, but as Kike smiles and brings his wand down to aim at the opening in Harry's jacket, he isn't able to track Harry's free hand. Harry's hand wrapped around the grave robber's throat, and with a choking sound, Kike is swiftly picked up and slammed into the door on the other side of the room, knocking the wind from his lungs. The grave robber's eyes shoot open wide with shock as he slammed into the door. The world was a blur of movement and G-forces when Harry had grabbed him. As Kike tried to refill his lungs with air, he watched Harry pull his other hand back, the silver blade held tightly in his grasp. The grave robber quickly shuts his eyes before activating the passive magic in one of his rings, and with a soft crack, the chamber fills with a blinding white light. Ah! Harry screamed in pain as he jerked back from the harsh light that emanated from the grave robber's hand. Mother Ducker! He cursed as he stumbled backwards right before he felt a battering ram strike him in the chest. Harry is lifted off the ground before being slammed into the wall behind him. Huh, that jacket and knife of yours are gleaming like beacons even when I'm half blind, Kike said with a mad laugh. After I knock you out, I think I'll be taking them for myself, he said with a wide grin that Harry couldn't see but could very much hear in his voice. Harry stood back up with a growl, trying to blink the darkness from his eyes. He couldn't see the grave robber, and he couldn't smell him thanks to the foul odor filling the cavern, but he could still hear him. The sound of shifting cloths, of rocks moving below his feet, and the puffs of air leaving Kike gave away right where he was. But as Harry crouches, preparing for a charge, he's stopped by another voice speaking. Are you two quite done with all this postering? A high female voice asked, deadpanned and a bit angry. Harry cursed in his mind. Of course there would be 2 of them. He thinks angrily, trying to figure out where the second voice had come from. But the voice echoed around the chamber. Unable to pinpoint where it was coming from had Harry reaching for the tap in his mind to call forth more of the hunt. How about no, Carby? This kid almost took my head off, the grave robber said as Harry heard him shuffle around like he was blind as well. And such a shame that would be, losing such a pretty head. But it would also finally shut that smart mouth of yours, so I'm 50-50 on if that's a good thing or not, the snide voice answered back in a teasing tone of voice. Besides, the boy can help you open the door, you moron, it said in an exacerbated sigh. How is he? You know what? Duck it. Hey kid, Kaik yells across the room, causing Harry to freeze for a moment. Quick question, but what do you know about ancient Aztec warding techniques? He asked, his voice full of resentful anger. Mate, Harry said, bristling back in his own anger. Does it ducking sound like I'm from around here? He said back at the ridiculous question. Now how is he supposed to help? Kaik snaps back at the other voice angrily. Maybe if you weren't so quick with the threats, and he wasn't such a hot-headed fool, you would have seen he has the same mark on his forehead as on the door, the female voice said deadpanned. What? Kaik asked in shock as Harry stiffened. The only mark on his forehead was his scar. It was in the same shape as the memorial on the wall at Erkapalanchuinen, but that was a coincidence more than anything else. Wasn't it? Harry asked himself. Nothing but a pit of growing unease answered him back, however. Okay. Pause. Time out. Cease hostilities. Truce. Kaik calls out before Harry hears the grave robber's footsteps come closer. Now, I'm going to walk over there and lift the blinding curse on you. I'm going to ask you nicely once. Do not swing at me, or we will go back to square one. Comprende, amigo? He said, stopping a few feet from Harry. Harry takes a few deep breaths, considering his options for a moment. He could either try to fight the grave robber blind and unable to follow his scent, or he could stuff his anger down and work with him. Slam. Fine, just lift the ducking curse, Harry says in a dead tone of voice that causes Kaik to pause before he muttered a few words and the white light begins to bleed away from his eyes. Harry blinks rapidly, clearing his sight from the curse with a sigh before looking around the carven. To his confusion, Harry only sees the grave, robber, and the golden cat. Where's the girl who was just talking? He asked quickly. Oh, I'm sure you'll find her if you look hard enough, amigo, the female voice said, filled with amusement as Harry slowly turned to the cat now sitting on a rock by the door. Harry watched it smile, large and mocking, as he figured it out. Bingo gringo, the cat said with a canary-eating grin. Harry blinks twice before turning to Kaik. Your cat is talking, he said dumbly. Oh, really? I guess I'm not going crazy after all, Kaik said with a roll of his golden eyes and sarcastic tone of voice as he crossed his arms over his chest. That's Carbunculo, or as I like to call her, Carby, he said before turning his back on Harry and began to walk over to the door that dominates the cavern. And if you wish to keep those pretty green eyes, you won't call me that, Carbunculo said from the rock she was sitting on while shooting Harry a glare. Harry looks back at the golden cat with a frown growing on his face. If he was any other animal, he would have probably brushed it off as a coincidence, but the words of the king of cats come crawling back into his mind. Oh, we are many things, Harry Potter. A Fia is just one life to us, a god another, whispers into Harry's ear as he looks at the cat. Oh, you little fuck dash, Harry mutters under his breath as the cat looks back at Harry with a smile growing on its face, with its eyes of precious stones twinkling in the dark cavern. Hey, you gonna come over here, or what, gringo? Kaik asked as he turned back to look at Harry with a frown, cutting him off from his own thoughts as he eyed the cat. Harry sighs before walking over to the grave robber, putting his hunting knife away as he did. As Harry approaches the door, he inspects it. It was formidable looking as ancient stone doors went, made out of the same tarnished type of stone the columns and floor are made out of. Like the walls, images were etched deep into the stone. The first and highest, as it sat near the top of the door, was a skeleton figure sitting on a throne, looking down at Harry with shining obsidian eyes. Below that seemed to be other figures, some humanoid and some animalistic, all arranged below her as if they were sleeping or dead. But it was the depiction below the first two that caught Harry's attention. It showed the same figure at the top of the door, but now showing a side view of it sitting on a throne on one side of the door, while on the opposite side was a man kneeling with one hand pressed to the slit with blood dripping from his palm with his other hand covering his heart. The heart was shown in all of its gory details, but it was what was carved into his heart that was the most interesting to Harry. A lightning bolt-shaped mark. Duck, Harry whispered in equal parts wonder and anger. Wonder at the sight of the lightning bolt mark, one he had once thought to be wholly unique to him on the other side of the pond. Angered because he had no idea what it meant. Hermione had once mentioned that his scar looked like the saxcuL or soul in both elder and younger Futhark. But Harry was pretty sure he had nothing to do with the sun, unless you count his relation with Apollo. Hermione never brought it up again, maybe because she hadn't found anything else that looked like it. Noticed it, have you? Kaik asked while looking at Harry with a grin, before turning back to the memorial set into the stone. I've asked around to a lot of people in my field of study, but no ward breaker or master could explain why Futhark showed up in an Aztec temple. I personally think a squiggly line isn't too hard to carve in a stone, so it was more than likely artistic flair, he said with a shrug, his eyes bubbling at the humor he must have felt as his own musings. On a whim, I took a picture of this to someone who studies the magical culture of the Aztecs. He told me it was an image of something called Atlamatoka Imikisli in Nautical. But roughly translated, it means touched by dash. Naik explained, but Harry already knew what it translated into. He knew in his bones and the burning of his scar. Death, Harry said breathlessly, cutting off the grave robber with a grin tone of voice. Heard of it before? Naik asked, turning to look at Harry with narrowed, inquisitive golden eyes. Once or twice, Harry said vaguely as he continued to look at the door. Do you know what it means? The whole touched by death thing? Harry asked while turning to look at the grave robber. Not really, Naik says with a sigh before dropping his hands. The Aztecs were infuriatingly vague about it, like they were afraid of it or something. Which is pretty ironic if you think about their whole religion, he said with a dark chuckle. But I did some checking around, just to see if it pops up anywhere else in the world, and it shouldn't be surprising that it pops up in a lot of necromantic hermetic orders. But they call it something else, they call it chosen by death. But that just brings up more questions than answers, he said with a frown as he scratched the back of his head and turned back to the door with a frown on his lips. Chosen? Chosen for what? Harry asked, getting angry with all the stupid vagueness and superstition surrounding the subject. Beats me gringo, but then again I don't care all that much. All I want is what's in the tomb, not to deep dive into weird-ass necromancer. Worldviews, Kaik said, shrugging once more as he turned back to Harry, his golden eyes crawling up his face and to his forehead. He blinks once, twice before a third time, before a look of complete surprise crosses his face, as if he was just blindsided by something. Oh, Duck, you're that Harry Potter, aren't you? He asked as he adopted the look of a goldfish. Harry drew in a deep breath before closing his eyes and sighing. Duck, he cursed under his breath as he turns away and quickly covers his scar with his bangs more out of habit than anything. Yeah, I'm that Harry Potter, he said with another sigh and a pinched look on his face. Neat, Kaik said with a small grin. I learned about you in my arithmancy class at Castello Bruxo, he noted before turning away from Harry and back to the door. Harry waits a beat, waiting for the thank yous, and it's an honor to meet you that he normally gets from people in the magical world. But to his surprise, Kaik said nothing to that effect before turning back to Harry. So, I'm pretty sure you need to bleed on the door, the grave, Robert said, completely the opposite that Harry was expecting from a wizard who had just figured out who he was. Oh, not what I was expecting. But I'll take it, Harry said gobsmacked before looking back at the door. Great, just a bit of blood, and I'm through, right? He asked before pulling out his hunting knife. What were you expecting? To have to cut out your heart, or something? Kaik asked with a raised brow and lazy grin. What? No, that was more to you not doing the whole hero worship shite most people do when they meet me. They tend to think I'm special or something completely insane like that, Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders before placing his blade at the palm of his hand. Naik just chuckles at his words. Yeah? Didn't your mom blow up some dark wizard? Or some shit like that. Or that was what my arithmancy teacher thought at the time. He asked, and Harry snorted before nodding his head and cutting into his palm. Well, if you think that's weird, try being born as a Zaori, he said absent-mindedly as he took a step back from the door. Hey, what? Harry asked, turning to the grave robber once more with a confused look on his face. Oh, wow. Talk about a culture clash, huh? Kaik said with a sharp grin that reminds Harry of Slam, a time on the Quidditch pitch. Well, a Zaori is a child of Viracocha born on Good Friday. We're born with a denser than normal magic core, and the ability to find treasure of all kinds. Kaik explains before a large grin crawled across his face. And I happen to be the first one born in over 100 years, he said with pride and greed in his voice. Harry's frown deepens. But Good Friday is a Christian holiday, isn't it? He asked, completely lost at the statement. Yes, so, Kaik asked, sounding just as confused as Harry felt. Harry blinks, trying to make sense of what he was just told. Most extra abilities that a witch or a wizard could get was from either bloodlines or blessings from the gods. He never thought that God with a capital G had anything to do with magic, seeing that the witch trials were a very real thing, and one of the main reasons why a lot of magical communities didn't follow the Muggle faith. Did the Christian God even exist? It was honestly not a question Harry wanted answered, if even there was an answer to the question. So, how the hell does that work? Harry asked, still confused. I don't know. Magic, I guess, Kaik said with a shrug before turning back to the door to glare at it. That's not an explanation. That's a cop-out, Harry said flatly as he rolled his eyes. Is that why your eyes are like that? The Zaori thing? He asked as Kaik looked back at him with a grin. Yup. It's the telltale sign of being born a Zaori, golden eyes, he said with a grin. They let me see through all things to the treasures hidden within, like how I can see the silver blade you have on your belt, the gold ring on the silver chain hanging from your neck, and that weird-ass jacket you have on, Kaik said as he wiggled his eyebrows while Harry blinked in surprise. Then what's behind the door you want so much? Harry asked as he jerked his thumb to the large stone door. Honestly, no idea, Kaik muttered more to himself than to Harry. I've always been drawn to Paititi, more than likely because of all of the gold, but then Carby showed me this door, and I just knew I had to get what's behind it, he said as he gestured to the cat waiting on the rock by the door looking at them. I've tried damn near everything I can think of to get through the stupid door short of doing a sacrifice of my own, because I rob graves, not put people in them, he said, with a frown. Right, Harry said as he turned back to the door. Not sure if he wanted to know what Kaik meant by sacrifice, and just wanted to get this over with before he placed his bloody hand into the stone door. For a long moment, nothing happens, no click, no burst of magic, not even a pop of sound. Did it work? Harry asked out loud with a furrowed brow. Well, only one real way to find out, Carbunculo said with a purr as both Harry and Kaik turned to look at her. Don't just sit there, looking at me. Put your backs into it, she said as she nudged her head toward the door. Both Naik and Harry turned to each other, Naik rolling his eyes, and Harry sighed before both of them placed their hands on both sides of the door and began to push on the door. The door was created to be heavy and sturdy. Even when pushing with all his strength, Harry couldn't get it to budge, and as he tapped into the hunt, he still couldn't move the door. And he almost hopes he wouldn't be able to. But before long, and with one mighty heave from both Kaik and Harry, the sound of cracking stone echoed around the cavern, and the door began to open. The grinding of stone on stone set Harry's teeth on edge, as the pungent putrid smell becomes even worse as the door finally gives way. As Harry, Kaik, and Carbunculo stepped into the room beyond the door, Harry couldn't help but to feel disappointed at what he saw. With all the grandeur and skill it took to create the previous room, Harry expected a lot more out of this one without realizing it. The room was large and looked to be nothing more than a large carving set inside the mountain. No carvings or idols, no decorations or symbols of power, just blank dark rock that stank of foul rot. The only thing that stood out in the room were the bones, innumerable in count as they laid in a large slanting pit. Harry paused, frowning at the sight of the bones. Some were as small as humans, others as big as giants. One set even reminding Harry of a larger serpent. They were covered in a gray filth that filled the pit along with the bones. So much so that some of the bones jutted out of it. Jackpot, Kaik said excitedly next to Harry before, without pause or hesitation for what he was about to intrude upon, runs right into the pit of bones. Jumping in, the man immediately starts to shift through the filth that came up to his knees, pulling out bands of gold that were inlaid with precious stones, headdresses of rainbow feathers and polished ivory, necklaces and large gold earrings like he knew exactly where they lay. Kaik laughs with joy as he pulls out his spoils and tosses them out of the pit of bones, even going so far as to wrench them off of arms and misshapen skulls. "Oh man, this is a score," he said with a laugh as his arms were loaded with his ill-gotten gains. Harry just shook his head at the grave robber's antics and tried to look for another way around the bone pit, sighing when he found none. He muttered a curse under his breath before wading into the pit, maneuvering around and through the bones littering his path, grimacing at the feeling of the gray clay like filth as it crept into his boots and clung to his skin. Cursing, he stumbled as something caught his foot in the obscuring filth, but managed to keep his footing somehow. Curiosity piqued, he probed carefully with his foot boot hitting something, as well as a muffled scraping sound, like metal on stone. With his eyes narrowed, Harry reached into the sludge. It feels hot to the touch, and leaves his hand feeling odd, as if it was covered in lotion or grease or fat, Harry whispered to himself as he looked up and around the chamber. Horror dawned on Harry as he fully realized what he stood in. He pulls his hand from the sludge. It clung to his hand in a thin film that makes his stomach twist. He was standing in the ash and rendered fat of the divine, the bones of them scattered around him, and with a grave robber pilfering their lost, forgotten gold. Harry felt sick at the realization, his stomach turning as he saw the mixture of fat and ash bubble as if it was still cooking. He now knew where the putrid smell that overtook his senses was coming from. In his horror, Harry turned to look at Carbunculo. But the gold and silver feline merely looked back at him with a look of mocking amusement, as if she had known all along of what they would find behind the door. Something in the mixture of ash and rendered fat moved, causing Harry, in his horrified state, to jerk back and lose his footing completely. He slipped and fell backwards, landing in the god sludge with his head below the surface. Harry heard them. He heard them screaming. He heard them begging for an end that would never come. Harry felt them, grasping and clawing at him. They tried to pull him in deeper so he could hear them better. Harry sensed them. He felt their anguish and their pain, their desire for an end to the torment and the pain they were in. After what felt like a decade of listening to the tormented voices of the gods, suffering a painful death that would never end, a firm hand grabs his jacket before it pulls him from the sludge. "And up you go, Gringo," Kaik said as he hauled Harry to his feet, as they both almost slipped in the process. Thankfully, the impervious charm on his glasses held against the sludge. Harry looked at the grave robber with a sickened look. "Do you know what this stuff is?" he asked, the horror he felt coloring his tone as Kaik gave him a small sad smile. "Primitive soap, I'd imagine," Kaik said before producing his wand and levitating something from the slurry of ash and rendered fat. It was a poleaxe, almost as tall as Harry with a wide, flat head. It dripped with the divine soap before, with a twist of Kaik's wand, it was cleaned off. It was a beautiful, if a crude, weapon. The weapon's handle was wood inlaid with gold, but the grain of the wood was dyed black as the sludge of divine bodies melted around Harry. The axe head was polished copper with designs etched into it, the wide, flat head, and spiked back end to punch through armor. It had bands of gold with precious stones set into it wrapped around both the base and near the head. Harry smiled a bit as he reached out to snatch the floating polearm from the air. It wasn't a spear, but it would have to do. But as his hand wrapped around the haft of the weapon, the grave robber speaks up. "Hey now, I call dibs on this stuff," Kaik said with an edge of anger to his voice. Harry turned to him, unimpressed. "Finders keepers," he says with a slight glare as the grave robber frowns. "Yeah, I found it, so I'm keeping it," Kaik said right back to him with his own glare. "Without me, you wouldn't have been able to open the door, and all I want is this." "You can have the rest for all I care," Harry told him with a sharp tone. He wasn't about to let go of a weapon he could use when he didn't have his wands or spears with him. Kaik looked as he bit into a lemon and started to grumble under his breath. "Fine," he said with a long, drawn-out sigh before letting the poleaxe go from his magic, allowing the full weight of the weapon to fall into Harry's hand. "Thanks," Harry said before he turned on his heel and began to march through the sludge to the other side of the cavern. "Where the hell are you going?" Kaik calls out as he follows behind Harry. "I told you this is a tomb, not a back way into one of the most cursed cities in the southwestern hemisphere," he said as he caught up to Harry, putting his hand on his shoulder to stop him as he began to climb out of the pit. "Look at yourself, Gringo. You've covered in primitive soap, You only have an Inca war axe, and if by some miracle there is some back way into Paititi, you're more than likely going to be torn apart by the Cropos Secos. It's not worth it. Whatever you want into the city for, you'll die because of it, he stressed to Harry. But as Harry opened his mouth to rebuke the grave robber, he watched as Kaik froze and fear entered his eyes. Harry swiftly turns around, swinging the war axe to bury it into the threat behind him, but stops at the last second when he sees who it was. Two Legsis, you made it past the door. I can show you the rest of the way now. The black-scaled serpent that had led him to the caves in the first place. Harry sighed at the sight of the serpent as it slithered and wrapped around the axe head before Harry lifted it to look at the serpent in the eyes with an unimpressed look. You vanished before we even made it to the door. How did you know I was going to make it through? He asked the serpent, his tone full of annoyance. Oh shit, you're a snake tongue. Harry heard Kaik whisper behind him and turned to him with a raised brow. I mean, it's a cool ability, useful too here in South America. Heard the ability is basically revered in India, but that's less important than the fact you're talking to a Mickey skull, he said as he nodded his head toward the pitch-black serpent as he stepped back from Harry. Hey, what? Harry asked, confused at the words. Roughly translated, it means death serpent in Nahuatl, and it's not without good reason either. Their bite kills in seconds. They're symbols of death for a lot of cultures in South America. Hell, they're even invisible to anyone who hasn't witnessed death before. Kaik explained while giving Harry and the serpent an odd look. Harry blinked before shaking his head. Now wasn't the time for this. That's fine and all, but it seems well behaved, and I've got to go, he said before stepping completely from the pit and walking further into the cavern. If you're right, and there is a back way into Paititi, you're gonna die. Kaik warned him one last time as he watched Harry walk into the darkness of the tomb. Don't worry about me, Harry called back over his shoulder. Just take what you can and seal the door behind you. If those things you talked about are so bad, I don't want them to escape through here, he said to the grave robber, who cursed at him in return before. Harry disappeared from the light of the room behind them completely. Harry, once more, thanked his ability to see in the dark. If not, he would have stumbled and fallen down a flight of stairs that had been carved into the cavern. The walk was short and quiet as Harry made his way down into the dark of the cavern with the serpent whispering into his ears. He felt the sludge slide from his face and from his body. His horror and disgust of just what it was buried deep and shunted from the house in his mind in a cacophony of slamming doors. He tried not to think about it, he tried not to feel it, and he tried not to think of the smell or what he felt in the pool. He pushed it all down and repressed it all. He didn't have time to think of it. Harry was on a hunt, and he wasn't about to let anything stop him. We are Heresis, the serpent whispered to Harry, causing him to be pulled from his thoughts as he looked up from the ground. Before him, on a raised dais, were two thrones, carved from black rock of either slate or obsidian with very little detail to them. On one throne sat a simple golden headdress set with jets. It was a large and elaborate headdress made for a king. It seemed lonely to Harry, set up as a memorial of the one who once wore it. But it was the other throne that caught most of Harry's attention, for on this one, someone was sitting on it. Harry could tell from the way the body was dressed it was a female, but all other identifying features were stripped away. For the woman resembled a flayed corpse. Her muscles, ligaments, and veins were all exposed for him to see, but dried out and resembled jerky more than anything else. She wore a simple dress of leathers wrapped around her body. Whether it was her own flayed skin or someone else, Harry could not say. An elaborate headdress sat upon her brow. Feathers of long, dead avian sat in a dull, listless, and dead stand straight up behind her head, but it had undoubtedly lost most of its luster over time. She was hunched over on her throne, leaning off to the side as if she was in pain. One arm curled against her chest while the other dangled over the side. Her head leaned to the side and on her shoulder while facing down, almost as if she was resting. As Harry took a step forward, to step around the dais and the thrones, uncaring for the body or what it was doing here, as he heard a sickening pop as the body moved, he stopped to look at the body with narrowed eyes, his hands gripping the pole arm tightly as the pops continued. Harry watched detached from it all as the woman straightened in her throne to look at him with fathomless black eyes. So, you've come, she said in a hoarse whisper, her voice straining from exertion she must have felt as she leaned back into her throne. As she did, Harry's attention was drawn where her heart would lay. "You've come at last to end this, haven't you? To end my suffering?" she asked, her voice echoed with pain, with exhaustion, and a bone-deep weariness. Harry stuffed his reaction down, his fear, his anger, everything, keeping his face blank and his heart and mind empty of everything that felt like a ghost of emotions over him as he looked at the single true wound on the woman that leaked golden blood. "Hate to burst your bubble, but I don't even know who you are," Harry said, his voice coming out dead even to him. "I think I saw you in a dream once, but I don't really care right now. I'm just passing through," he said, nodding his head toward a large black door sat behind the thrones. The woman pushed herself up and off her throne. The sounds her body made paled in comparison to the pain that flashed through her eyes. "Names are meaningless to me now," she said, her pain echoing in her words as she stood. "Once they were great titles given to us by the mortals we watched over, whom we taught. But now, the names are almost as dead as we are, as I am soon to be," the skinless woman said as she stepped down from the dais. She was taller than Harry, almost taller than Hagrid. As she walked closer to Harry, the putrid sweet scent of rot and decay became more apparent to the heir to the hunt. But still his eyes didn't leave her heart, where the lightning bolt wound rested, bleeding golden ichor. "But if you must have a name, Nopal, you may call me saxcuL." The Watcher of Bones introduced herself with a sad smile and even sadder eyes. "And you are my Lytekla Talalali Esi Tlami, my death that I welcome," she said as her shoulders sagged with relief, for after so long, her watch would finally end. Chapter done? Oh boy, this chapter was a bitch to write. I had gotten about halfway done with it when I felt like something was off with it, and as I was rereading it felt like it was a side quest and Harry wasn't acting like Harry. So I had to delete the whole 4K words and rewrite the whole ducking thing. Moving on. The Grave Robber was kind of fun, doing some lore drops and such. Also got to add Carbunculo, one of Kate Sith's other lives, but the Grave Robber is an OC I promised one of my most prolific commenters that I'd put in. He might show back up before leaving Paytiti, who knows. But yes, we finally come to the dying goddess, saxcuL. She is the wife of Mictlantecuhtli, who is the ruler of the dead and the lowest realm of the underworld in Aztec mythology. She is often depicted as a skinless woman with a wide, grinning smile, and said to watch over the bones of the dead. Fun stuff, huh? Most of the words in this chapter that you can't understand are in Nahuatl, the Aztec language. King saxcuL. Hoplophobia. Welcome one and all to another chapter of the philosophy of fear, where we find out the means and the motives to the downfall of Paytiti, as well as the mystery behind those touched by death. On with the show. Harry Potter, the caverns below Paytiti. In the darkness of the cavern, the silence was all but deafening to Harry after saxcuL's statement. "You are my death that I welcome," the goddess had said, her words echoing around him. Harry's mind like exploding fireworks, sending a shiver of rage and a lick of fire across his mind as he bottled up both familiar feelings before the front door slammed once more. His hands shake, but he doesn't know why. In anger? In fear? In excitement? Harry couldn't tell because he pushed it all down inside himself with the rest of the things that he couldn't deal with at the moment. He was fine. "No," Harry said, clear and dead as he voiced his refusal to whatever the Watcher of Bones had just asked from him. I'm not here to kill anyone. I just want to get into Paytiti, hunt down my mum, smack her upside the head before grabbing our shite and leaving," he said. His eyes wandered around the cavern, refusing to look at the skinless woman. saxcuL is quiet for a moment, looking at Harry like he was her last hope, and that hope had denied her. "I've waited a long time for one touched by death to open the door," she said, her voice almost a soft whisper, "to show themselves before me, so I may ask for the end of my watch. It has been centuries of pain, of a slow and near unbearable death, of being forgotten, of being shunted away into this place," saxcuL said, the pain and hopelessness evident in her voice as she looks down at Harry. "And now one has shown themselves before me, covered in the remains of my kin, but denies me my final rest." Her following laugh came out harsh and broken. "Ironically looking for the entrance to the temple of Quetzalcoatl, which lies behind my throne," she said with a shake of her head. Harry doesn't speak for a moment and continues to look away from the skin goddess in front of him, lost in his own thoughts and memories as the door in his mind slams again and again. You shouldn't want to die, Harry whispered, his own memories of Mag Turid playing in his mind, of what he had lost. The goddess looked at Harry with pain and sorrow in her eyes. You've suffered loss, haven't you, Nopal? She asked, though to Harry it sounded more like a statement. Sirius looked at him as he flew through the air. The smile on his face was happiness and fulfillment, his eyes soft and proud just before the flames slammed dash. No! The roar of the lioness shook the dilapidated castle. She charged forward with arms outstretched. To protect him, to shield him, to make sure he lived at the cost of her own, slam dash. Stay out of my head, Harry snapped at the flayed goddess. Anger flashed in his now amber eyes. His hand shook as he gripped the polearm. His teeth gritted as his anger was shown on his face. But Mictecacitridal's own face turns confused for a moment before her sad smile returns to her lips. I'm not in your mind, Nopal. I lack the power to even do something as small as that, the flayed goddess said as she stepped around. Harry and the hunter was hard-pressed to miss the grimace of pain that Mictecacitridal was in with every step she took. But the pain is obvious when I look into your eyes, Nopal. I've seen it far too much during our hike to not know what it is, grief and pain, she said, before turning back to Harry, pity in her eyes as she did. You've yet to grieve for those who you have low dash, she tried to tell Harry, but his own sharp words cut her off. Shut up, Harry said, his head whipped around to glare at Mictecacitridal, finally looking at the mournful goddess, her black eyes glistening with pain unspoken as she looks back at him. I don't need to be told what I should or shouldn't be doing, especially by you, because I am fine. Harry nearly shouts at the skinless goddess. Mictecacitridal just smiled sadly at him. No, you are not, she said quietly. You bury your grief deep within yourself in hope of not facing what has passed, of who has passed. You deny the act in hope of waking up to a world where those who have died are returned to you in a vain hope that everything will go back to how it was before, she told him, her words ringing with a truth that Harry didn't want to hear. Shut up, Harry yelled, not wanting to hear her speak anymore, not wanting to hear the words as he shoved past her and moved toward the door that sat behind the dais. I don't need to hear this. If you want to die, then jump off a cliff or go join the rest in the pit. I'm leaving, he said as he stormed across the room to the door, throwing his full weight behind it. But the door doesn't budge under the strength of the hunt. You said this was the back way, into Pay-Titi. How the duck do I open the door? He hisses at the serpent angrily, but the snake doesn't answer him back, merely curled around the head of the polearm. You remind me of him, Mictecacitridal said softly as she walked up behind Harry, one hand covering the wound on her chest. He too refused to grieve, refused to accept, and in that denial, he chose to usurp us and in the end doomed us all, she said, her voice never leaving the soft, comforting tones, never angry with Harry. Who the hell are you even talking about? Harry asked angrily as he turned back to the flayed goddess with a glare. He didn't want to play this game with her. He had only wanted to leave and help Artemis. Of my own son, Mictecacitridal said mournfully, looking away from Harry in what could only be shame. Of Inkari, she said softly, causing Harry to pause as his eyes widened at her words. Artemis, the temple of Quetzalcoatl. Their battle was set at a furious pace, at speeds few demigods could bring to bear, let alone follow with naked eyes. Her opponent, even ravaged by an endless curse and timeless age, had kept every ounce of his hard-won skill and strength, even without considering what the man had been cursed into becoming. He was a formidable opponent to Artemis as she was now. Inkari's body was littered with arrows. They punctured where vital organs once lay, wedged into his joints and in between the discs of his spine, but the monster ignored them all in his unending assault against Artemis. Clawed hands moved like whips, trying to claw and carve through the armor of her leather jacket, rotting the leather, with barely a scratch to it. The curse spreads over anything alive or that once drew a breath. Artemis had prioritized dodging his swipes over anything else by either moving out of the way of the attack, kicking the undead prince away, or simply cutting off the offending limb with one of her hunting knives. But therein lies a problem Artemis had noticed. Inkari's limbs didn't stay gone. Thanks to the function of the curse laid upon Inkari and Paititi as a whole by the end of all things, Inkari's limbs would regenerate almost as soon as she removed them. Many monsters across the world could regenerate from wounds, be they mortal or minor. Some regenerated slowly over the course of countless centuries, and some regenerated instantly. The cause for one over the other was simply the monster's diet. If a monster would consume a child of the gods, and soon after lose an arm, it would regenerate near instantaneously. But if a monster had gone a long time without devouring a godling, the regeneration would be slow and could take 100 years before the arm would return fully. Ingesting the blood of the divine would make any monster stronger, faster, and access to powers that they shouldn't have. It was the reason why they hunted demigods after all. But Inkari wasn't a monster. He was a cursed mortal. His wounds didn't regenerate. They more reversed to the point before the damage was done. And thanks to the nearly endless power of the curse, he didn't have a limit to how often Inkari could heal. All of that alone was something Artemis was sure she could deal with, even trapped in a mortal form. But by some twist of fate or divine providence, Inkari was able to keep his magic. Artemis dodges the claws of Inkari that were aimed at her heart with a sidestep before swinging her blade upwards and severing his arm from his body once more. Inkari roars in mindless rage once more as Artemis' foot shoots out, kicking the mindless undead in the back of his knee. Inkari falls to one knee as Artemis flipped her hunting knife into a downward thrusting grip to impale Inkari's head. But the black dust that rose with him when she first entered the room swirls before solidifying into a shield of black obsidian. The tip of her knife meets the shield, sending cracks throughout the obsidian. But the volcanic rock holds firm and stops her attack. Artemis almost growled in rage, and would have if it wasn't for Inkari wrapping his still remaining hand around her ankle and ripping Artemis off her feet. The cursed undead whipped her around before throwing her across the platform, possibly in the hope of tossing her right over the edge. But Artemis corrects herself in the air and lands, skidding across the tainted gold on her feet. Her hunting knife put away, and her bow was in hand before she had even stopped, inches from the platform's lip, before drawing 3 arrows from her quiver. She watches as the undead's arm is repaired in a flash of shadow, reminding her of the damnable shadow-loving bitch that was her son's teacher as she notches her bow. The black dust collects once more around Inkari, the small obsidian shield breaking down to join the floating particles as they begin to form jagged blades, for feet long, with hooks and barbs running across the blades with no form of handle. The 6 obsidian blades launch at Artemis at high speeds with a roar from Inkari. She is forced to dive out of the way and roll into a crouched position as the blades slice cleanly through the golden edifice of Quetzalcoatl. If she was still standing there, the blades would have cleanly cut through the statue and her with little resistance. She lets her arrows fly, watching as they find home in Inkari's thigh, heart, and left eye socket. The poison chimera poison inside the tips of the arrows start working quickly, even with the dried-out husk of a body Inkari had. His flesh bubbles and melts from his bones, slowing him down just enough for Artemis to cross the distance and drive her knee into his face. Her knee meets the fetching of the arrow before driving through the monster's skull. Artemis had slung her bow over her shoulders during her charge and pulled out her hunting knives once more. With 2 quick movements after landing from her flying knee, she disarmed Inkari in the most literal sense. With her hands gripping her hunting knives in a reverse grip to make her hands sturdier, she begins to beat on the corpo secco. Her blows crush bones and break teeth as Artemis lets her infamous rage take over as she tries to beat the cursed undead to death with her bare hands. Well, she screams in her rage as blow after blow landed against the forgotten prince. Answer me, Inkari. Was it worth it? Did you get what you wanted? After you killed so many of your own people? Was it worth it? She roars in a rage, uncaring for how loud she was being, uncaring that Inkari's wounds were repairing, uncaring for anything past her own rage, until, crack! Pain shot through her hand as she felt something slice into her fingers, taking 2 of them from her. Artemis hisses in pain before pulling back her leg and booting and carry away from her his claws, slicing into her jeans but thankfully missing the skin. She looks down at her hand and sees her middle and pointer finger were sliced clean off her hand, blood now dripping onto the tainted gold floor. But how? Artemis thinks to herself through her rage. She looks up to see the rotten form of Heir climb to his feet, and she understands how. Growing across the forgotten prince's face were black scales of jagged obsidian. It traveled across his hollowed cheeks, down his neck, and all across his right arm. Ah, that's how. Artemis thinks to herself as the black dust becomes more pronounced and gathers at an alarming rate, and she prepares herself for Heir's next attack. Harry Potter, the caverns below Paititi. Harry stood frozen at the door, looking back at the flayed goddess whose face was unmoved by his surprise. He knew that the Mesoamerican gods were all reflections of each other, much like the Greek and Roman gods were. But never would he have guessed that the mother of the asshole who had gotten Paititi in the first place ended up as its last god watching over it all. Harry frowned as Mictecacitrudel's words finally filtered through his shock, his teeth gnashed together in anger. "I'm nothing like him," Harry spat out at the flayed goddess. "For one, I'm not stupid enough to get a whole bloody city cursed," he said with a glare. "Do you really think that was his goal?" Mictecacitridel said, her cold, dead eyes boring into Harry's. "That he wanted to curse Paititi, to kill his own pantheon?" She asked him, and for the first time anger replaced the sorrow and weariness in her voice as Harry froze. But it wasn't Mictecacitrudel's piercing look or her heated anger in her voice, but her words. "Kill his own," Harry said. Disbelief echoed in his voice as he looked at Mictecacitridel in horror. "You mean he did this?" The pit of ash and rendered fat from every other god that was a part of your pantheon. That was him?" Harry asked as his horror grew. He had no faith in any of the gods, and outside of Artemis and his teacher, he had no love for them either. He liked a fair few, but otherwise had no real care what they did so long as they weren't dragging him along into whatever crazy scheme they were hatching. But Harry knew 2 undisputable facts. 1. The gods helped the world run as it should, keeping the world in order for the many domains that helped build it. 2. No matter how bad the gods could get, human beings were unequivocally worse than them if left unchecked. After all, if the United Kingdom and Ireland had its original gods returned when the Greeks and Romans left, the monster known as Voldemort would have been dealt with much, much sooner. But to kill the very pantheon you belong to, the very thought was abhorrent to Harry. Nothing deserved the type of death he saw, infected to the Mesoamerican pantheon. Mictecacitridel tilted her head once more, confused as she looked at Harry's shocked and horrified face. "Have they not told you of our downfall? Have they not warned you of the dangers of mantling things you shouldn't?" She asked Harry and watched as the boy slowly shook his head. She sighed before she shook her own head, in disappointment. "I see. So they buried the past in hopes history would not repeat itself," she said more to herself than to Harry. "Allow me to correct this and tell you the story of my child, of Heir," Mictecacitridel said as she looked back at Harry, while she clasped her hands in front of her. Heir grew up with his brothers and sisters, some mortal, some like him, but he had loved them all the same. He had respected and loved his father and honored the gods, as all children should. When he finally turned 10 winters old, he was sent to Paititi like the rest of our children and was trained in the arts of war and creation. He grew into a fine man. I was proud of him, she told Harry, sorrow in her voice as she spoke of the forgotten prince. But then the Spanish came and brought with them their god and guns. Mictecacitridel continued, her eyes turning to the ground in shame for what had transpired in the past. He fought them, or at least he tried to, but with better arms and armor. They slew our warriors and children easily. They used sickness on our cities that would not yield to them while masking the act in the form of gifts. And Heir saw all of this and more. He lost his brothers to plague and steel, his sisters kidnapped and sold off, and his father executed. It had broken him in the end, she said, looking as if she wanted to cry, to weep for her son who had lost so much. The sight twisted in Harry's chest. he had seen the same look on Artemis' face just a few days ago as she all but begged him to talk to her. But he hadn't because he was... Purple eyes look at him with tears running down her cheeks. "Oh, Harry, I don't think you know what fine is," she had told him, confusing him at the time, and confusing him even now. Fine. He gathered his people under a banner of revenge and brought them here, to the city of Paititi. They were the first and only mortals to have stepped foot in the divine city at that time. We had not even allowed our kings in our golden city unless they were one of our children. saxcuL continued, heedless of Harry's internal conflict. He had not wept once for the loss of his brothers. He had not cried out at the injustice brought on to his sisters, and he had not grieved for his fallen father. I wouldn't know why until after he made his way to our tallest temple in Paititi to call upon the power of the end of all things. It was as simple as he refused to accept the truth, she said quietly as she turned back to Harry with a soft smile. "What truth?" Harry asked, his hand slipping from the door as he looked toward the ground by saxcuL's feet, to anywhere but her eyes that seemed to see right through him. "The truth that all things die noble. Be they mortal, magician, monster, or god, all things have an end. That all stories have their final chapter," she said with a smile as she walked over to Harry, pain evident on her face with each step. She reaches out to place her hand on Harry's chin to draw his head up to look her in the eyes. "A truth that, much like in Carrie, you have refused to accept. Tell me, Nopal, who did you lose?" saxcuL asked Harry softly. Harry opens his mouth to speak, the memories of Mag Turid once more playing in his mind. "Why didn't you stop him? You could have stopped him, couldn't you?" he asked instead, once more avoiding something he didn't want to accept. He was too lost in his anger and grief. "Even if it wasn't for my own king's order to not intervene in the war between our people and the Spanish, my words would have never reached his heart." So, in that grief, he enacted a ritual that reached out for the end, to overturn his father's and brother's deaths and to kill the Spanish invaders, she informed Harry, her voice soft and comforting to him. "But I ask you once more, who did you lose, Nopal?" she asked once more, and Harry opened his mouth and let the truth he was running from pour forth as he was confessing his sins. "Artemis, the temple of Quetzalcoatl." How magicians are seen in the modern age heavily depended on the pantheon they belonged to. The Greek pantheon saw them as useful but dangerous tools, arbiters between the magical and divine world, to keep them as separate as possible. It was one of the reasons that Jonathan Doe, the child of Hecate, had gone prematurely gray. The constant stress of his job was something he had to put up with day in and day out. Not only was he the main contact between Cusa and Artemis' own hunt, but he was also called in to repair and supervise the observation squads that hid the magical world and unknowingly hid the divine one as well. The Roman pantheon saw the magicians as something else, for if the demigod were the soldiers of the gods, then the magicians were the ultimate weapons. With their training in combat and the magical arts, they were able to surpass any other demigods, other than Artemis' father and uncles in terms of power. One needed to look no further than Jonathan Doe's predecessor, Gertrude Robin, a daughter of trivia with an absurd track record of accomplishments that had most of the gods sweating over what would happen if she turned on them. Gertrude's accomplishments were carved in blood and destruction of all things that had to try to stand against Olympus. Titans gathering monsters to storm Camp Half-Blood? They had marched into a trap that Gertrude had set with magic and crushing earth, killing most of the monsters and even one of the Titans. A band of necromancers trying to resurrect the witch Medea in the swamps of Louisiana? Gertrude brought their temple down around their ears with a couple pounds of plastic explosives. A group of powerful demigods planning a coup in New Rome before trying to take over the government? The demigods hadn't even started before they were all found dead in their own beds. One of them was even a child of Jupiter, one before the oath of World War II. And Gertrude Robin did all of that before she was even 20 and was now sitting as the head of the DOMC at the ripe old age of 104 years old. She was expected to die in the next few years, so Jonathan could take over afterwards. Most of the gods had warned Thanatos to take Gertrude in her sleep, otherwise there will probably be a fight. The Nordic pantheon had two magicians and treated them much like the Romans. They were their ultimate trump card in times of war. one sired by the old man Odin and one from Freya. Both magicians were kept at arm's length and were forbidden to step foot into the Nordic pantheon's territory without approval first, and had a consent eye on them from afar thanks to Heimdall. But the rest of the pantheons Artemis was unsure of. She knew the Shinto gods had at least two to persevere balance. But the rest she never cared enough to ask, focused only on her magician as she was. But there laid her crime. Artemis never considered why they only had two, only letting her curiosity about having a child overwrite whatever question she should have asked. But as Inkari's shin meets her ribs, breaking them and slashing open her flesh at the same time, Artemis begins to understand. As lost to the curse as he was, as mindless as he acted, Inkari was incredibly dangerous. Far more dangerous than the rest of the Corpus Secos that infested the city of Paititi. Whatever magic he still had access to wove around his emaciated form, creating an armor of obsidian mounted with spikes and blades that easily punctured through Artemis' jacket and set her skidding across the platform near the top of the temple, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Artemis pushes herself back up to her feet, her broken ribs shifting uncomfortably as she did. But she refuses to hiss out in pain or any sign of weakness as Inkari approaches her slowly. He was encased in a replica of the armor of his people, a headdress of a snarling demon hiding his face, and 6 blades made from the same black stone floating around him. Artemis had only one of her hunting knives left. The other was snapped in the wake of Inkari forming his armor. Her bow lay on the ground some feet from her, useless thanks to the 2 missing fingers on her hand. Artemis was going to die, and she knew it. She had bitten off more than she could chew when she had challenged the Forgotten Prince in a mortal form, and she was now about to pay the price. Hopefully that fool boy will feel it and know what it means. Artemis thinks to herself as she readies herself to fight against the weapon of the Inca gods. Just let him live, that's all I ask. Please, Father, don't leave him here to die. She prays to Zeus and means every word. She would take any pain, any humiliation, any trail if it just let her son live. With her ribs burning with pain, Artemis squares her shoulders to take the charge of the magician that caused the fall of the Mesoamerican gods. If she was to die, she would die fighting. With a bowl of rage, Inkari charges at her, the 6 black blades screaming through the air to dice her to bits. Artemis runs forward and dives through a hole made in the formation before falling into a roll that almost has her body sizing up in pain. Artemis lifts her last remaining blade to plunge into the black heart of Inkari as his rotting and cursed claws fall on her, seeking her throat. Harry Potter, the caverns below Paititi. I lost, Harry said, his voice hitching at his utterances. A mentor, a protector, a lioness, one that loved him, and he had loved in return, a mother figure before Artemis became that as well. A sister, my sister. She was everything I looked up to, everything I thought a good person was. She protected me not because she was ordered to, but because she wanted to, because she saw me as her cub, and I saw her as my protector. She died because of me, because she took a curse that was meant for me. Harry admits finally as memories of Atlanta flood his mind. Dash, come on, kiddo. Let's go on a hunt, Atlanta says as snow in the early December days drifted around her short blonde hair. Dash, I won't let him touch you, Harry. The words she whispered to him in the great hall the night that Sirius had broken into Hogwarts. Her words were like an oath, and her voice had carried with it a fierce, protective nature that Harry had gotten from her. Dash, just relax, Harry. Nothing is going to hurt you while I'm here. No one is going to come and take you away. You can relax, she had whispered softly behind him as her arms pulled him close in her protective embrace. It was the first night in years he had slept, without his nightmares haunting his every step, all too afraid of the lioness that had claimed him as her cub. Dash, Harry! Atlanta's voice tore through the screaming crowd after the monster had risen and a queen was freed. Her voice alone had cut through Harry's fears and brought the wild beast of the hunt to rest, because as soon as he heard it, he knew he was safe. Harry felt the hot tears rolling down his cheeks. She was gone. Atlanta was dead, and he had lost his greatest protector. He had lost his sister. It was like a dam bursting as the emotions he tried to bottle up, tried to get rid of, all came flooding into him, and it hurt. He didn't want to lose her. He wanted her to stay with him and Sirius at Grimmauld Place. Harry had wanted them to be a family, a real one. The thoughts of his sister he loved so deeply were all wrapped up in the memory of another, and Harry stumbled back like he had been struck in the chest. His back met the cavern wall, and he slid down, his own grief and self-hatred almost overwhelming him as he cried. I lost. I lost. I lost Siri Dash, Harry said, unable to get the name out through the sobs that racked him. Sirius, his godfather. The man who cared about him before he even truly knew him. The man who wrapped him in a jacket before handing him to Hagrid. The only true kindness Harry would experience for the next 10 years. A link to the parents he had never known. A father in some ways. Harry's jacket had never felt heavier on him. Weighed down by the memories of a man he would never truly get to know, but had done everything in his power to make Harry happy. Dash, the next thing you need to do is write to my cousin, Andromeda Tonks. Her husband is a solicitor, Sirius had explained in the clearing so many years ago when they both thought Harry had killed him with his spear. His might not be there, but I'll make sure you won't go back. Even when he thought he was dying, Sirius was still fighting to take care of Harry. Dash, Harry Potter, Sirius said when he first saw him months later, the gaunt horror of Azkaban wiped from his body, but not from his mind. He had hugged Harry fiercely and so warm, like a hearth in the middle of a cold winter. Dash, never again, Sirius had sworn in the halls of Hogwarts when he had come to collect Harry to visit his parents' graves. It was an oath to both Harry and himself that he would never allow Harry to return to the darkness of the cupboard. One he had kept to his dying breath and beyond. Dash, I'm making it up starting with this home because it's a home for you, Sirius had told him when he had first visited Grimmauld Place. He wanted to give something so simple that was denied to Harry for so long. A loving home. And he had. His bark-like laughs and jokes filled the halls that the man himself hated so much just for Harry's sake. And no place that Harry had ever stayed at before felt more like a home with Sirius in Atlanta. Dash, we need to leave. Sirius had all but begged him, but Harry didn't want to. The monster was right in front of him. They could have ended it then and there. But they didn't, and all because of Harry did the monster take the two most important people from him. My fault, Dash, Harry said through his sobs. They're dead because of me, he said as hot tears continued to fall down his cheeks. The polearm fell to the ground with a clatter as Harry curled himself into a ball. His finger ran through his hair as he wept. The serpent that was wrapped around the head slithers away into the darkness of the cavern. Harry felt Mictecacitral kneel down in front of him. Her silent presence came with a feeling of understanding. An understanding of loss, grief, and death as he felt her hand on his shoulder, squeezing, in a show of silent support. He cried until he was emptied of it all, the memories both happy and heartbreaking playing in his head as the sense of finality settled over him. He would never see Atlanta or Sirius again, and it was his fault. And he didn't know which one was worse. We weep for those who we will miss. We mourn for those who are lost to us, and we cherish the memories that they left behind so they will never be forgotten, Mictecacitral said as Harry finally looked up at her kneeling form. This is what it means to let go, to know that their pain is over and sleep peacefully forevermore. For life is pain and dash, the flayed goddess started to say before Harry cut her off. Death but a peaceful dream, he said solemnly and watched as Mictecacitral nodded at his words. But now is the time to do what you have come here to do, the Watcher of the Bones said with a sad smile as she withdrew her hand. I don't want to kill you, Harry admitted softly, but the flayed goddess merely shook her head. If you wish to get to the temple of Quetzalcoatl, if you wish to open the door, you must, Mictecacitral admitted to him with a soft smile. It has to be you. It can only be you to bring about my final end, she told him with hope and sorrow in equal measure in her voice. But why me? Why can't it be the grave robber or one of God's? Why me? Harry asked, looking into the fathomless darkness of Mictecacitral eyes. It's because I was wounded by another touched by death and brought to the state you see me in. So only by the hand of another touched by death can I be killed, Mictecacitral said, her eyes turning away from Harry to look to the floor. When in Carrie summoned the end, he had tried to mantle it, and in doing so, angered it. It took Heir as a puppet and used him to destroy the last thing he had, his gods, she said before looking up to Heir, tears of her own gathering in her eyes. It had left me for last. The mother of the foolish mortal that sought to usurp death and cursed all the other gods to linger in a painful death for all eternity. For me to watch over for just as long to remind me of what I had let happen, until the day I would be claimed by the pit as well, she said, fear entering her voice for the first real time. Please, Nopal, Miktekasitral begged, her head bent over, exposing her neck. I am scared. I do not wish for that fate. Please end this. This fear, this pain, please, she sobbed. Miktekasitral was being selfish, wanting to escape her punishment while her fellow gods died painfully for all eternity. Something in Heir nagged at him, telling him to toss her into the pit with the rest of them. It would open the door as well, because she would technically be dead. To not let her escape her due punishment. Heir wiped his eyes before standing up as the flayed goddess kept kneeling before him. What does it mean to be touched by death? I know it means that I've survived death, but that doesn't really explain it, he said in a hoarse voice as he looked down at the goddess. The goddess laughs, but to Heir it sounded pained and dead. It means you've died once before, that you crossed the veil to Terminus and was, by some means, brought back from its cold embrace, she told Heir. That can't dash, Heir tried to say, disbelief shooting through him. But I've never died, Biff dash, he tried to tell the goddess but froze. He hadn't died yet. Had he? The spider fell to the ground, unmoving and unmistakably dead. There was no counter curse to stop it. There was no magical shield that could block it. If you were hit by it, you died. Heir squeezed his eyes shut, forcing the memory away. He couldn't deal with that at the moment. He leaned down as he asked his last question to Miktekasitral. I was mantled a few weeks ago by a god or something like them. She had the same eyes you have and went by the name Didi. Do you know? Heir asked as he stood back up, but trails off as the flayed goddess just shook her head, unable to speak. That's fine, and dash, Heir said, pausing as he adjusted his grip. Thank you, Miktekasitral. He spoke softly as the axe went up, and then it fell. The temple of Quetzalcoatl. Artemis watches as her death approaches her throat, and Heir had won. There was no denying that. She would die and be thrusted into Zagreus' wheel to be reformed in her godly form. It would be a long and painful process, and by virtue of her death, her hunters would lose their immortality and supernatural abilities. It was an outcome she had foreseen, but had hoped to avoid, but it was folly to hope that after she had so blatantly challenged Heir in her rage. Artemis' last prayer was filled with words to her brother and father, to watch over her hunt, to give them power to continue on without her blessing. But as she closes her eyes in acceptance of her fate, as her hunting knife's tip bent and was unable to penetrate Heir armor, "Get the duck away from her!" roared across the temple and was quickly followed by a deafening crack of stone. Artemis opens her eyes to the sight of a blur kicking into the side of Heir. The forgotten prince folds around the blow to his ribs and is sent flying away from Artemis. Atlanta? Artemis thinks to herself at the sight of the blur, thinking for a moment her lioness had somehow escaped from her uncle's domain and had come to save her. But it wasn't. It was the one person she had hoped to spare the atrocities of Paytidion. He was covered, head to toe, in a blackish-gray filth with trails craver through the filth down his cheeks. His eyes burned and smoldered with amber light as he glared at Heir from where he had kicked the undead to. In one hand he held an odd halberd of divine make. His other hand was soon thrust out to her. "My wand," Heir demands without looking at her. "Heir? What are you doing here? I told you, dash. My wand!" Heir yells. Rage and raw emotion in his voice comes out like blades to Artemis. Her son was enraged, and no small part was because of her. "I won't ask again," he says more quietly, and his tone is far worse than before. Artemis slowly reaches into the inner pockets of her jacket and pulls out her son's willow wand before handing it over. He snatches it out of her hand angrily without looking away from Heir. "Go get your godhead back now," he orders Artemis. "Heir, you can't dash." Artemis tries, but her son cuts her off. "Go!" He snaps at her as he watches Heir stand back up from his blow. "I'm not asking. This asshole is mine," he says almost possessively through clenched teeth. Artemis looks between the two magicians for a moment before standing back up, holding on to her ribs. "Don't die, foolish boy," Artemis mutters to him before running for the stairs that lead up to the main temple. Harry says nothing back to her as he holds his wand in a death grip, watching as black dust begins to gather around the corpse and forming blades in the air around him. Harry just glares as liquid silverish metal forms around him, twisting and forming into armor made from the metal of the Titans. Gauntlets, bracers, shin guards, chest plate, pauldrons, and finally his helm of a snarling wolf with far too many eyes. As the helm forms over his face, tunneling everything else out of his eyesight other than in Carrie the Forgotten Prince, did Harry finally speak to the undead monster that was the reason for the death of his own pantheon. "Let's hunt. Chapter done." He said the thing. And just to be clear on something, not everyone who has cheated death is in turn touched by it, but everyone who is touched by death has cheated it. But Harry is finally coming to terms with his loss, something he had bottled up and avoided for the most part of this first part. For as much as Harry has dealt in death in this story, he hasn't really suffered loss like this. And no, his parents 100% do not count toward that, for he had never known them to feel their loss so vividly like he does with Atlanta and Sirius. Harry, at this moment, is at that stage after a good cry that all emotions are just wrung out of you, but for Harry all that's left in this moment is rage. And the hunt. Tune in next week for Magician on Magician Violence and the ending of the Pay-TD arc. King saxcuL. Anthophobia. The final chapter of the Pay-TD arc in Heir, and a fight between two magicians, is the climax. Welcome back to another chapter of the Philosophy of Fear, where we learn the final lesson from Skyfather. On with the show. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl. The summer sun beat down on the platform of sacrifice at the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, where two magicians stood. Harry could feel the beads of sweat collecting on his forehead and begin to snake down the back of his neck. He didn't have time to apply the charms that normally made his conjured armor more comfortable, and his Scorpio armor was still locked up firmly in his truck back at his tent. The only reason why he hadn't put it on was because he needed to catch up with Artemis quickly, and taking the 5 minutes to slip it on wasn't even on his mind as he rushed out. But now, with his wand back in hand and his magic rushing through him like liquid fire, all Harry could think about was ripping Carrie apart. It pulsed inside of him like an inferno, that old familiar rage coursing through his veins, and the thing he hated the most at the moment was standing right in front of him. With a crack of displaced air, Harry dashes forward while bringing the polearm up to grip in both hands. Carrie's hands twitch just before the serrated blades of volcanic rock fly at Harry at high speeds, looking to impale him. With a flash of movement, the polearm in Harry's hands lashes out, knocking away 2 of the 6 blades. To Harry, the pole axe was off balance, being far too heavy on the front end. He was unfamiliar with the weapon and how to properly use it, so the results of his defense was lackluster to him. But it gives him the opening he needs as he dives through the gap he made in the blades. He hears the impacts of the blades he dodged, the sound of them digging into the tainted gold behind him. Harry lands just a few feet away from Carrie and doesn't stop moving as he steps forward, watching as the black dust gathers as the undead before him tries to form a shield from it. But for someone as fast as Harry, it was far too late to try and cobble together some half-hearted defense. Harry drives the polearm forward as if it was a spear, shattering right through the half-formed shield and driving into the midsection of Carrie. The undead flies back without a scream that any living being would have made when a large amount of their ribs were broken. Carrie lands hard on the platform before sliding back as Harry leaps after him, raising the axe above his head to bring it down on the other magician. But apparently being undead and unable to feel, pain does wonders for one's recovery time. For before the head of the axe could be buried in Carrie's head, the undead rolled to a side to dodge it. The axe head is buried deep into the soft gold of the platform when Harry lands. He turns just in time to see Carrie leap to his feet. In a show of wandless magic, the undead sent a wave of black dust toward Harry. The hunter, not knowing what it was meant to do and not caring to find out, abandoned the axe for his wand. With a flourish, Harry summons a wall of interconnecting plates of quartz crystal to both shield himself and to try to keep an eye on his prey. But the last part is rendered useless as his shield is wrapped in black volcanic stone, cutting off his line of sight from Heir. Fine, if you want to try and play at this game, Heir mutters to himself before, with a deep breath and a flick of his wand, he exerts a finer control over the quartz shield. Little spines begin to grow from it like a Lichtenberg figure, entering the obsidian and growing through it like a wild fern before shattering it. He sends the growing branches at Heir like interconnecting spikes to pin the undead down as soon as Heir catches sight of his shadow in the quartz shield. Heir once more raises his clawed hands, wrapping the oncoming attack in the black dust before twisting them, snapping the spikes, looking to spear him in twine as he dodges the rest. Heir breaks apart his interlocking shield before levitating the pieces around him and applying a quick Maximus version of the sharpening charm around him. He could feel the slight burning in his stomach. If he wasn't so focused on the battle before him, he would be surprised. If he had tried this a year ago, without the full moon, he would have already fallen to one knee due to pure exertion of his magic. But in the moment, the hunter didn't care, only focused on the prey before him. With a spin of his wand tip in a tight corkscrew motion, the fractals of the quartz Lichtenberg figure superheat in red radiance before Heir does a sweeping motion around his head to gather it all to him. The single sphere of liquid hot quartz is then sent in a single wave to try and encase the undead monster. But Heir brings forth with a wave of his hand a diamond-shaped shield of obsidian to surround him and block the attack. As the shield crumbles back to dust, the undead warrior looks up just in time to see the hexagonal-shaped plates that Heir had conjured flying right at him at high speeds. Heir reacts in time to block most of them as he summons fourth spires of obsidian that burst forth from the golden floor. But he doesn't block all of them, as a few is past his head, and one severs his arm from his body. The burn in Heir's sternum begins to become too much to simply ignore. He needs a few moments without casting such large spells, and decides a change in tactics is needed. With a twist of his wand, he transforms his gauntlets, also dry heaving at the burn. They become thicker, a bit heavier, wider on the bracers, making them more like bucklers as spikes protrude from his knuckles. He slides his wand into the back loop of his belt, between his quiver and hunting knife, as he watches as Heir's arm reappears, one more attached to his body. Heir bites back a small curse at the memory of the monster dancing in his mind before charging the undead prince. Heir once more forms blades from the black dust before launching them at Heir. Using his newly reinforced bracers, Heir is able to knock them away from himself as he dashes forward. Heir tries to summon back the blades in the form of black dust, but he is far slower than Heir as the hunter smashes through the dust to deliver a haymaker to the warm mask of the Forgotten Prince. He feels the mask crumble under the blow, the spiked knuckles on the hunter's gauntlets doing their job as he smashes into the Forgotten Prince's chest with another blow. It felt like it had been years to Heir. The snowy campground of Atlanta, as she set up a ring of stones to serve as a ring and showed him how to box. Heir's claws reach out, trying to carve into the wolf-like helm of Heir's, only to barely scrape across the top of the helm as the hunter bobs out of the way of the blow. Heir draws back his fists and brings them up to protect his head, his elbows tucked inward to protect himself from body blows, just like how. Keep those hands up, Atlanta tells him as her fist meets his cheek, knocking his head to the side. You're leaving yourself too open, kiddo. Bob and weave, or keep those hands up. Either make sure they can't dash. Heir dodges the next sweep of Heir's claws, keeping on the balls of his feet before he delivers two quick jabs to the Forgotten Prince's ribs with his left hand. He brings up his right to block another hit aimed for his throat before he plants his feet and draws his arm back too. That's it. Atlanta cheered for him. Just plant your feet just like that and pivot your body before pushing forward with your back leg. She showed him as she held up her hands for Heir to practice his punches. And don't forget to keep dash. Heir kept his wrist straight as he pushed with his back leg, his fist connecting with Heir's helmet once more. The spiked knuckles dig deep into the undead's mask, shattering it and revealing his decayed face to Heir. But the hunter didn't flinch at the sight. He didn't care what Heir looked like under his armor. He just went back to beating the undead monster with armored hands, the memories of the one who had taught him, guiding each blow. Heir, somewhere in his warped and rotted mind, finally abandons his offensive. The hunter's blows coming too fast to trade with and switches to defensive as he blocks and knocks away the blows. The Forgotten Prince was stronger than the hunter, and he knew this, so he turned away and blocked every blow he could as the hunter pushed him back against a wall of the temple. "Never try to outthink someone, Harry," Sirius told him on the second floor of Grimmauld Place. "Thinking you're the smartest in the room is the easiest way to get caught in a prank or a scam. What you want to do is simply try and predict what they'll be next," he said with a grin and mischief in his eyes. As the black dust begins to gather around in Carrie and Harry, the words of the latter's godfather play in his head. The hunter makes a wild left hook that he knew Carrie was going to block as his right hand dives behind his back and grips the handle of his hunting knife. Carrie blocks the blow and knocks it to the side before moving to capitalize on the opening the hunter had left wide open. The Forgotten Prince's claws fly forward, aiming for the throat of the hunter to kill him. If you put someone in a situation where you know they only have a few ways to react, you can catch them before they even know what's happening, Sirius explained standing outside of Dora's room. Artemis giggling uncontrollably in Dora's room as they filled it with shaving cream. The silver hunting knife punches through Carrie's arm before Harry twists it, violently, to the left. He could hear the snapping of bones, like dry wood, before he stabbed downward to pierce the Forgotten Prince's other arm and pin them both to the wall. As the hunter's right hand does that, his left hand goes behind his back and grasps the handle of his wand. With a flash of magic that crawled from the floor to the wall, it changed the shape of the wall. Slants open up, sharp and oval-shaped with pockets, much like a cheese grater. Harry lets go of his hunting knife to grab a hold of Carrie's head before he smashes it into the wall, destroying what was left of the headdress. The hunter uppercuts him with his left hand, before grabbing the Forgotten Prince's head with both hands and drags it along the slants of the golden wall that he created. The sharp pockets cleave away huge chunks of Carrie's face as Harry drags him before tossing the now headless body across the platform with a roar. The headless body lands in a heap of tangled limbs and broken bones. Harry's eyes burn, but he ignores them. He ignores the pain of his heart breaking, but he couldn't ignore the memories that played in his head. Of his sister, of Atlanta, of his godfather, of Sirius, of the happy smiles they shared with each other as they danced in the living room with each other, of everything he had lost. Artemis. Pain shot up her side with every step she took, like white-hot lines of burning wires that went from her ribs to her neck. Artemis had been mortal for less than a week, and already she had a newfound respect for her hunters. In her normal, godly form, broken bones were no more a hindrance than that of a flea bite to her. But now it was a labor just to continue walking up the final steps of the temple. Her fingers felt as if someone had pressed a hot iron to them. They burned, causing her hand to contract and cease in pain. All things her hunters had to deal with after a difficult hunt with a smile and without complaint, something Artemis was going to look upon with much more pride from now on. After what felt like hours, and with the sounds of battle below her, she finally makes it to the apex of the temple. There, resting in the open mouth of a visage of Quetzalcoatl, was a hovering and glowing moon. The visage of her power sat along with both the golden torque and silver Swiss Army knife that belonged to Harry. She smiles at the sight as she limps forward, her uninjured hand supporting her ribs, but as she gets within arm's length of her godhood, the smell of the air changes and she pauses with hand outstretched. "Have you learned my lesson, Artemis?" The voice of her father, Zeus, rumbles like an oncoming storm behind her. Pain and realization twist on her face in equal measure as she drops her hand. "Yes, I believe I have, Father," Artemis says softly before turning to face her father and king. He stands by the apex of the stairs, his dark pinstripe suit pressed without a single wrinkle, his face emotionless and his eyes like a living storm. The cold wind of the mountain tops blew around him, not moving a single hair out of place, nor did it look that the chill bothered him any. "So, tell me, just was my lesson I wanted you to learn?" he asks, his face betraying nothing to Artemis. She is quiet for a moment as her eyes drift to her father's feet, feeling like to all the world that she was a child that had been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. "I should have never had a child," Artemis whispers. shame welling up in her guts for uttering the betrayal of the relationship she had built with Harry. I created a danger to us, to the world, in doing so. If Harry were to try and do as other magicians in the past did, it would be the end to this world, and we, the Olympians, would suffer a fate worse than just that, she tells her father, unable to look him in the eyes for the simple fact that even if she could go back into the past and change certain events, the creation of Harry would never be one of them. Zeus sighs as he turns away from Artemis, casting his gaze over the once golden city of the gods. As you should know, Paititi was the gods' last warning. When it was delivered to us all those years ago, each of the kings felt the warning shake each of their respected pantheons to their core. I still remember the cold feeling that overtook my whole being, like I was plunged into an icy sea without end. Zeus says, his hands clenching and his voice shakes in remembrance of that day. Of the day an unfathomable power had gripped his spine and seared the warning into his very being. The only good thing that came from it was the very first king's moot. While we couldn't agree on a single course of action, it did set a precedent of how we would proceed when something that involved the other pantheons came up. Zeus admits as his eyes drift over the ruins of the Mesoamerican god's golden city. I was not as foolish as King Brahma, who ordered Shiva with the backing of Vishnu to put all the magicians born to their pantheon before and since to the sword. No, I knew that we would need the magicians to maintain the balance between the hidden worlds if for no other reasons. He informs Artemis as he turns back to her, a frown set upon his lips. Do you know why only Hecate is allowed to have magicians, my child? He asks of Artemis, but all she does is shake her head, for she was ignorant of the answer. It is because she is responsible and reliable. When one of her children is born a magician, she never informs the father of the child. The magician is secreted away to one of the camps to be raised under our watchful eyes. They are taught to honor and respect the gods. No matter what, they are only taught and shown so much of their abilities before they are sent off to the magical school in Massachusetts. He says as he strides forward toward Artemis, slipping his hands into his pockets as he does. And when they begin to attend that school, Hecate places a spell on them, a spell that will only activate if the magician mantles. If they ever do so, the spell kills them, swiftly and painlessly, he tells his daughter coldly. I sent you here to show you the price of our failures, for if it happens again, the world will be turned into this, he says with a sweeping gesture over Paititi. And when the last star dies in light, and life no longer exists in this universe, the end will close the door with this floating mass of rock, the last thing left. Untouched and undying. Zeus tells her, his voice strong as the sky rumbles around them as he puts his hand back into his pockets. Now do you understand? Zeus asks, a forlorn anger sitting in his eyes as he scowls lightly at Artemis. Yes, father, Artemis answers back, a frown on her face as her eyes turn downcast once more. Good, he says with a grumble as he steps past Artemis to look down from the mountains to the endless sea of green below. If it was under any other circumstance, I would have gladly welcomed any child of yours into the fold, Artemis. Zeus admits softly, almost a whisper on the cold winds as Artemis turns to him in shock. What? She says, her mouth hanging open after she spoke. Don't look at me like that, my daughter, Zeus says with a scoff. Contrary to what most of you think, I'm very well aware of my own faults. I know what my knee-jerk reaction would be, but over these long years I've learned not to act upon them, Zeus admits with a frown as he continues to look over the jungle below the mountain. I am also not blind. I have seen what the boy has done to you, the effect he has had on you, he says, his tone far softer than any before as he finally turned back to Artemis. Children have a way of doing that, changing us for the better. You've started to take an interest in things beyond your hunts and hunters. You've started to look past your domains and onto the wider world, Zeus says with a small, proud smile. I've also seen that you've grown softer, Zeus admits to her, the smile wavering from his face. 20 years ago, you would have never allowed a child of Lycaon into your ranks. You would have never saved a male demigod from the monsters hunting him. Instead, you would have killed the girl and waited till the monsters were feasting on the boy to strike them when their guard was down. He tells her, his smile growing with each word. Artemis looks away from her father, her face turning red at his words. Zeus' praise was a rarity among the gods, He did not say something he did not mean. Zeus merely shakes his head at her embarrassment with a small smile before he walks away from Artemis. Remember this lesson, daughter, for if the day ever comes where the boy ever tries to do what the magicians of the past did, it will be up to you to kill him, O goddess of swift death, Zeus says solemnly, his smile melting into a frown as Artemis flinches at his words. I understand, father, but Harry would not go that far, Artemis says to her father's statement, understanding the reason behind his words, but even with all she has seen, her faith in her son remains unshakable. It's good that you believe in him, my daughter, Zeus admits with a nod of his head. Guide him down the correct path, if nothing else. So long as you do, I will allow the boy to live and make no move against him. But Zeus says as he raises his hand with 2 fingers outstretched. He is not allowed anywhere near Olympus nor New Roman. Admittedly for 2 different reasons, but so long as you avoid those places with him, you may bring him anywhere else in between, he says as he drops his hand and turns back to look at his daughter. Retake your godhood, Artemis, and remember my words, for I will not teach this lesson again. He finishes before a crack of thunder echoed across the Andes mountain range, and the Skyfather vanishes. Artemis stares at the spot where her father vanished from, the last lesson sinking in as she does. Responsibility, something that most of her siblings avoid, be it in how they run their own domains or their own actions. Very few of them actually accepted the responsibility of their actions, and the ones who normally paid the price for their irresponsibility were their own children. Her father, Zeus, wanted Artemis to take upon the same responsibility as Hecate did with her children, to own up to the consequences of her own actions. That is fine, Artemis tells herself as she turns to the floating moon that held her godhood. He would never do it. He would never risk so much for himself. Harry isn't like that, she mutters to herself as she reaches out for the softly glowing moon once more, her faith in her child unshakable even in the face of the horrors of the past. Harry Potter, somewhere in the back of his mind, where his rage and the hunt had not yet reached, Harry makes a note of how weird it was, watching a head regenerate. The brain reformed before being encased in bone, and meat before the skin crawled over it. Honestly, quite the spectacle to watch from the outside. But even the grotesque showing didn't stop the rage the heir to the hunt felt as he charged at the semi-headless undead, driving his knee into the faceplate of bone as he leaps through the air, knocking down and carry before landing in a roll and popping back up to his feet. He once more reaches for his wand, as the frail corpse scrambles to its feet. Carry lets out an almost deafening roar through his half-formed face as he slams his hands into the platform. An uncountable amount of liquid magma tendrils burst from the golden blocks. The tips of the magma quickly form into razor-sharp tips to try and punch through Harry, armor and all. Harry retreats, dodging the threads of melted stone as best as he could. But every time one of the sharp points plant themselves into the ground, the liquid stream of magma would branch off like the limb to a tree to continue the attack. Harry aims his wand behind him and with a wordless spell summons the poleaxe from where it still sat and right into his open hand. He begins to swing the weapon in a wild pattern to shatter or deflect the oncoming branches of liquid obsidian. But with the awkward weight to the weapon and Harry's own inexperience in using it, he knew he wouldn't be able to keep up the defense for long. With a final swing that shattered 3 on the oncoming attacks, he bends his knees and shoots forward into the forest of obsidian. He slashed and smashed his way through the cooled branches of volcanic rock while deflecting the tendrils as best he could. What he couldn't deflect, he blocked using his reinforced bracers. The superheated, viscous liquid burns at his arms and hands as he tries to fling the mess off of him. He smashes through the final line of trees and reels back the poleaxe before flinging it with all his might at Carry. It flew at the forgotten prince like a blurring buzzsaw, and Harry watched with a smile as Carry, unable to dodge due to the speed of it, brought his arms up to block the attack, only for the poleaxe to rip right through the forgotten prince's armor and shoulder. Harry lets out a single barking laugh as he raises his wand, only for him to catch sight of his arms. His eyes widened at the sight of the liquid obsidian crawling across his gauntlets and bracers. Up his arm, and across his shoulder like a spiderweb. Inkari raises his good arm and clenches his clawed hand. Harry instinctively brings his arms up to guard his face, right before he feels the liquid harden and grow. It locks his arms and legs in place, stopping him dead in his tracks. The obsidian grows, trapping him and stopping him from moving. No matter how easy it is to craft obsidian into weapons, a rock was still a rock, and it wasn't something Harry could just break. A few seconds of struggling to free himself. Harry feels Inkari ram into him, knocking him backwards as blows begin to rain down on him. He could hear the claws of the Forgotten Prince scrape across his armor as he struggles to free himself from the bindings. The sound of slowly wrenching metal reaches Harry's ears, and he begins to panic. Somehow Inkari was ripping through the titanium he had created his armor from. Chinkachi! A voice calls out strong and clear, power ringing in every syllable, a familiar voice at that. Harry's eyes widen as he feels the stone that bound him vanish. Just for him, and Inkari to both turn to look where the sound came from. From the doorway that led into the temple from the platform, the same one Harry used himself, was none other than Kaik Boros, the grave robber. His wand was held straight in front of him with determination set in his eyes, his golden-furred and mismatched eye-cat clinging to his shoulders hissing at Inkari. "What the duck are you waiting for, gringo?" Kaik yells at Harry. "Move your ass." By the time Inkari turns his empty eye sockets back to Harry, the heir to the hunt had already reached up and grabbed the undead by the throat to keep his head still. His other hand slams into the Forgotten Prince's unprotected face, smashing in one side of it as Harry uses the momentum to throw Inkari off of him. With their position now reversed and Harry now on top, he drops his wand to begin to beat down on Inkari's face. His fist rained down on the face of the Forgotten Prince, each blow made worse by the spiked gauntlets he wore. "You should have let them go," Harry yells as he beats down on Inkari, every blow enhanced by the hunt. "You ducking idiot. It wasn't worth it. You killed them. You killed them all, and look what happened to you." He continues to scream as he rains down blow after blow on the undead prince, much like he did to Draco so long ago. "Was it worth it? What you did? Was it worth it?" Blow after blow until Inkari's head was nothing but a paste under his fist. "What you did to your mom? What you did to all those people? Just because you couldn't let them go." Harry moved down to the undead's chest, splintering Inkari's armor with thunderous blows fed by his one rage, by his own loss, and all the emotions he had bottled up. He kept hitting and hitting and hitting until he could feel the bones in his hand fracture and his knuckles split as every emotion spilled out of Harry. All of his rage. The monster looms over him with a cruel smile, knowing he had just taken something so precious from him. His wicked red eyes gleaming with sadistic glee as he rises his wand to point at Harry, an unspoken promise to take everything from him. All of his sorrow. Atlanta's laugh echoing throughout the Forbidden Forest as she and Harry trade jokes and swap stories. Serious warm hugs and his unending acceptance of who and what he was, his unwavering desire to do something for Harry that the boy had never had. "You should have let them go. They were dead. They are dead. A loving family and a happy home. They are there." Harry says more to himself than the undead monster undead him. His hands stop beating on a body no longer moving as he blinks the hot tears from his eyes. His vision cleared just to see the symbol carved into Inkari's chest, just over his heart. "They're gone. Dead. And they're never coming back," Harry whispers to himself as he finally drops his aching hands. The front door in his mind opens, but now he refuses to slam it shut, the emotions bubbling back up in his chest unrepentant in their existence. They come so fast and so hot. All Harry wanted to do was scream in his pain. So he does. The scream echoed throughout Paititi, the mournful sound of a lion cub losing his pride, left alone in the world screaming his pain to an uncaring and never-ending blue sky. Empty and raw once more, Harry reaches down and picks up his wand as he stands back up. He turns from the broken body of Inkari and begins to walk away, his armor melting off of him and vanishing into the ether from whence it came. He looks up to the frightened face of Kaik, backed against the wall and eyeing him like a dangerous animal with Carbunculo looking at him with narrowed eyes. "Damn gringo. Remind me dash," Kike begins to say as Harry walks toward him, his eyes downcast as he does, only for Kike to stop speaking for a moment as the scent of fear floods the area. Harry looks up to see the grave robber's eyes wide as he looks past Harry. "Shit," the grave robber says as he levels his wand toward Harry. Harry turns his head to finding Carrie back on his feet, his body slowly stitching itself back together. Though from the black veins covering his body, Harry's own ability was slowing his healing down considerably. As Carrie's headless body raises his hand, black dust begins to gather anew. Harry turns to the undead Prince fully his wand at the ready to start the fight once more, until Harry hears a voice call out from above and behind him. "Harry!" The warm voice of his divine mother calls out, catching his attention. "Catch!" she yells before she throws something through the air. He didn't need to turn to see it. Artemis had no need to call out what it was, all because Harry could feel it. His magic snapped to it like a cord being pulled taut. He smiled as he raised his free hand and called forth to that cord, tugging on it as hard as he could. It answered his call immediately, leaping to his hand like an old friend. He quickly stuffs his wand into his front pocket as he brings the weapon down to level the point at Carrie. The gi ball was back in his hands. With aching hands, Harry grips his spear with both hands. "Now then," he says softly to Carrie, "let's see if I can't find your heart." Comes out as a roar as the crimson aura of the curse locked away in his spear ignites before Harry charges back into the fray. Carrie's black dust gathers and solidifies back into blades before launching at the charging hunter. But this time Harry knew his weapon. He knew this weapon down to his soul. Every etched vine on the darkened wood to every barb and hook on the blade. Flashes of crimson lash out, knocking away each blade and diverting them from their intended path. With every step he took, the murderous aura of his spear went from a raging inferno to the barbed thorns that the curse took. Harry appears in front of the body of Carrie in a flash of silver and crimson. The now semi-headless body moves to block whatever attack the hunter was about to unleash, but it's just too slow. The barbed blade lashes out, taking one of Carrie's arms first before Harry begins his dance of shadow and death. He carves through whatever defense the withered body could put up, cutting large gouges into the dried-out husk. Every piece of obsidian that tried to collect on Carrie's body was smashed to bits by the butt of the spear. The attacks came at such a rapid pace, they seemed more flickers and flashes of crimson that sliced the forgotten prince's limbs away. Inch by inch, Harry slashes across Carrie's midsection, bisecting the undead creature entwined before drawing back the spear. His legs wide apart and in a position to step forward in a lunge, his free hand rested near the head of his spear to keep his aim steady. His eyes focused on a single point as Carrie's upper body began to separate from his lower half, the undead prince's face only partially rebuilt from the smear that Harry made it into. "GODESS," Harry speaks as a whisper, the twisting barbed thorns beginning to consolidate into a single overlay on his spear, the tip of which burned with the murderous aura that had made it such a feared weapon. "BOLG!" Harry roars before lunging forward and driving the spear that never failed to strike the heart, right into the chest of the forgotten prince. Harry's lunge carries him and Carrie's upper half across the platform and right into one of the sides of the temple, planting the forgotten prince into the wall. "You're a fool, Carrie. What's dead is dead, and no matter how bad we want it, those who pass on can never come back as we remember them," Harry whispers to the undead prince as the curse of Doin Scathe begins to spread. But for the first time, not to Harry, as he edges on understanding the final secret to his teachers. Lessons. Intersecting silver thorns split the dried flesh, weave around bones, and grow into the once golden wall. Even as Carrie's body rebuilt itself, the silver thorns grow through each part, stitching the body still and sealing it to the wall. "It's over," Harry says as he steps away from the budding moon lilies and pulls his spear from Carrie's body. Before the bud that grow from Carrie's rebuilt mouth blooms, the undead and forgotten prince speaks for the first and last time to Harry. "Manin amapas hey kakpas chekatapuni tukakunchu." escapes him as the moon lilies bloom across his body. Harry turns to the sound of footsteps to find Kaik behind him. Nothing is ever truly over, the grave robber says with an odd look on his face. That's what he said. In case you were wondering, he says as he reaches up and scratches his cat behind the ears. Harry scoffs as he turns away from the forgotten prince and looks toward the top of the temple to see his divine mother back in her godly form, smiling softly down at him. He smiles back at her, a tired and sad smile that echoed his pain and loss he felt. So, not to be the bearer of bad news, but the entrance to the temple locked behind me, and we can't really apparate inside of. Pay Titi, Kaik says as he looks up at the weird woman walking down the steps of the temple. Any idea how to get the hell out of the cursed pit of a city? Or are we just ducked? He asks, looking back at Harry with a worried look. Harry just lets out a small, soft chuckle. Oh man, I'm about to blow your mind, he says with a smile, knowing that Artemis could indeed teleport them out. Thus we conclude the Pay Titi arc and are officially halfway done with Act 1 of 4. This whole first part is set up for some major character development for Harry, from mourning Atlanta and Sirius to dealing with the scars that Pay Titi has left on Harry, to him facing his own demons. I had a much longer plan originally involving Aif coming back as a full Formorian and her tormenting Harry for being Conla's reincarnation, which would have her interacting with Narcissa and getting an absolute tongue lashing from her about how she treated Conla. That would have led to a bunch of awkward situations as Aif would randomly show up and try to mother Harry in rather brutal ways and having a peaceful Christmas between them. But I had to scrap the idea because of story bloat and it would ruin the pacing sadly, and I've learned that lesson from BMR. But now we move on to another place and another goddess that ends up helping Harry out with his demons. From the dying goddess to the dead one I'm sure all of you know who it is. But before we fully get into that, Harry meets a few other gods, most new, one old, so that should be fun. But the last goddess is one I'm looking forward to simply because of all the world building I'll be using her for. So she should be fun. How did y'all enjoy the fight? I thought it was well paced myself. Anyway, it's time we turn our attention to Vuzzz at me cha, the caverns below Pay Titi. A set of footsteps echo throughout the ageless tunnels where rotting and boiling gods lay in a torment that will last far past when the last star in the sky burns out. The haunted whispers coming from the pit of ash and rendered fat grows louder as the figure walks by them. Listening to none of them, their begging and pleading fell on deaf ears, their apologies hollow and meaningless to the figure. It cared not for the boiling gods' begging and pleas. They would remain in their pit in endless torment and fear, in a never-ending death that would never come. It looked more like a she, her pale skin giving off somewhat of an illumination in the darkness of the cavern. Her hands tucked firmly into the leather jacket she had lifted off a mortal soul that had passed through her not long ago. It matched well with the torn dark denim jeans she wore with a simple black tank top to match the whole set. A simple single leather cord hung around her neck with a small silver scarab with its wings flaring open with the markings of a human skull under the wings hanging off of it that shines in the darkness of the cavern. Her leather boots echo off the stairs as she takes them down one at a time, her short pitch black and spiky hair bobbing up and down with every step she takes. It has been many, many years since she was last in these caverns, but she still remembers the way as if it was just a few hours ago. And to her it was, for what is a few hundred years to something like it. She stops before the large pair of thrones, the headless that once sat upon one of them swept away by some mortal. The quiet feeling of forlorn hope and mourning did nothing for her as she turned away from the almost eternal sight of the thrones that once ruled a vast underworld. She always had a bit of a sore spot when it came to the gods that kept the souls of the dead from it. If it cared anything for it, she would have wiped them from this blue rock eons ago. But in the end, it wouldn't matter. Nothing mattered in the end, for the end would claim everything anyway. She steps around the thrones to find what she was looking for. Her head tilts at the sight before her. Mictecacitual lay before her on the stone floor, her eyes closed and a peaceful smile set upon her lips, with her arms crossed over her stomach, looking to all the world to be peacefully sleeping. But in truth, she was dead from a single axe strike to her heart. She scoffs and shakes her head at the sight before her. Always making a mess no matter where you go, she mutters to herself as she steps over to the fallen body of the flayed goddess. And as for you, Miktekasitradal, you've been a very naughty girl, haven't you? Tricking him like that, lying to him, you could have opened the door at any time but choose to do it right before you died. All to escape the punishment so tightly thrusted upon you. But you're as foolish as that son of yours, thinking that I would be so easy to escape, she says as she pulls a hand from her pocket and begins to reach for the body of Miktekasitradal. Her painted black nails grow into sharp claws to rip the goddess before her back to its half-life. As a tear slides down the cheek of the flayed goddess, her black lips hook into a cruel smile, but before she plunges her nails into Miktekasitradal, a sound stops her. A single soft hiss. She turns towards the sound, curious as to what it was, as a black-scaled serpent slithers out from the stairway. She leans back up before stepping over the body of the flayed goddess, her smile turning softer. "Well, hello there, precious," she says before kneeling down and holding out her hand, allowing the serpent to slither into her palm and wrap around her arm. "Are you the one that helped him find this place?" she asks the serpent and watches as its head swivels up and down. "Well, that was very kind of you," she coos at the snake before rubbing the tip of her button nose against the snout of the serpent. The serpent hisses into the dark, long and low, as the girl nods her head with a small grin on her lips. "Did he now? Well, I should be all that surprised he smelt like me, all things considered," she says with a tilt of her head and a soft, almost loving sigh. "Well, I suppose I shouldn't be too mad with you. After all, you're practically programmed to like him in some way," she says with a hum before turning back to the dead god with a frown, wondering what she had felt for him. The snake hisses once more, gaining the girl's attention again. "Are you sure?" She asks a question only she and one other could understand. "You're more than welcome to stay here if you wish. I could even send you to him if you'd like." He goes to this castle with more of dash, she says, but is cut off, rudely, by the serpent. But they are simple creatures, ignorant of any form of manners when they manifest. "Okay, if you're sure," she says before the snake hiss once more as it nods its head. She smiles as she opens herself up to the serpent and watches as it slips under her pale flesh and back to where it once came. She sighs before turning back to the still body of Miktekasitradal, raising her hand to rip the goddess back to life to continue her punishment. But she pauses and then frowns as her eyes narrow at the body. "Fine, I'd rather not anger him any more than I've already done," she says out loud before flicking her hand at the body of the dead goddess and watches as it begins to break down to ash. But this ash would not be added to the boiling pit. It would pass on to give Miktekasitradal her final rest. She turns to leave with the frown plastered on her face. "The others will remain, and so will the city above. Just consider yourself lucky that the last act you did was helping my Harry," she says possessively to the darkness around her, as her fathomless black eyes twinkled in the darkness. Her father had always been odd. Fia touched her mother used to call him whenever he would forget his wand somewhere, or swear he saw a moon frog or a heliopath. But being odd wasn't a bad thing. Some of the best people she knew were quite odd. Even she was a bit odd at the end of the day. It was because her father was odd that she first didn't notice. She thought it was just another oddity that her father was now doing, being Fia touched and all. He borrowed her paints to black out the windows all around the house. It wasn't the first time he had done so when he thought Cornelius Fudge's shadow man was after him. "Just for a few days, sweetie. Then we'll take it down, okay?" he had told her with tiny cracks forming in his eyes. But a few days ago was weeks ago, and still the paint remained. In the sitting room, just past the hall, sat an old empty bookshelf, and behind that bookshelf was a door. A door that stayed hidden and locked to keep all the painful memories down in the deep, dark cellar where her mother once worked. Her father had begun pacing in front of that door to where her mother's workshop had once sat, arguing with it or with someone. She first found her father pacing one night, talking to himself in whispers and mutters as he was prone to do when writing for his magazine. But now, someone was whispering back to him in a familiar female voice. She had only listened once before making her way back to her room to hide under her covers. The Morrigan, the Ministry of Magic, July 13th, 1996. She sat in one of the minor courtrooms that was used by the Department of Magical Education in the ministry. It was a small room, barely able to fit 100 sitting people on the news that filled the room. A large wooden table sat at the front of the room, big enough to seat 3 people, as the room was illuminated by witch lights. A large stone fireplace sat on one side of the room, flickering with green flames, with a large double door of oak and brass toward the back and opposite direction of the large table. A lector stood proud, just a little ways in front of the walkway in the middle of the rows of pews. It was a bland and boring room, lacking the majesty and history that the Morgan was used to sitting in the high seats of the Wisengamot Hall. But what she was here for was not a matter for the Wisengamot to debate and argue over for the next few weeks. No, it was arguably far more important that some law. She sat in the second row in her guise of Talia Peveril. While she was now considered the only candidate for Minister of Magic to the masses, only the highest echelons of government knew of who and what she was. The Wisengamot, the heads of departments, and other key individuals were the only ones who knew and were pretty thoroughly threatened into keeping it to themselves. She was checking her crimson nails for any imperfections, chips, or cracks in them as people filtered into the small courtroom. It was going to be a cramped hearing, not that it surprised her all that much, seeing that this was probably one of the most important hearings in the last 10 years. In the front row of the pews were the ones she most expected to be in attendance. Andromeda, Edward, and Nymphadora Tonks all sat near the end of the pew. The young Aura has been turning her head to glare at her every few minutes, no doubt thinking she was here to cause trouble of some kind. The Morgan took each opportunity to coyly smile and wave at the Metamorphmagus just to watch the girl get closer and closer to bursting a blood vessel in her eye. The next couple down wasn't all that big of a surprise to the Morgan, Molly, and Arthur Weasley. The matriarch of the Weasley family's face was like stone, her jaw set, and her eyes were enraged with fire as she looked forward with her head held high. To Molly's emotional opposite was her husband. The man had a stoic smile on his face as he held his wife's hand. Arthur would look around the courtroom, waving and nodding toward people he knew or worked with from time to time. To the Morgan, they looked to be a friendly and deeply caring couple of many years and children that she knew that Cleodna favored for being such a close-knit and loving family. With a single exception, on the opposite side of the aisle sat the Malfoy family, Narcissa, Lucius, Draco, and the lying little harlot, Delphine. The Morgan detested liars, sure. She may twist her words, give none answers, or allow people to assume things, but she had not outright lied to anyone after all. She couldn't. So when the little harlot did nothing but lie to her champion, she got a little testy with Delphine and spilled her little secret. Dumbledore was also in the courtroom, though, for far different reasons than the 3 families in the front row. No, the man was standing and talking with Amelia Bones and Mason Van Fem, the heads of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Magical Education, respectively. The 3 of them made up the triumvirate for the legal hearing that the Morgan found herself attending, though she was attending as a backup plan at the very most and watching the unfolding drama at the very least. Other than the main players in the front row, many more minor nobles and families were among the pews, as well as a few media people sitting in the very back of the room. The room was cramped and packed full of people looking to grab glory by proxy, getting their hands on the vast amount of gold on the line, or from families that secretly support Voldemort or just wanted a way to avoid his wrath when the time came. The importance of the hearing and the mass amount of people in the room called for a small number of Aurors to guard and keep the peace. The 6 members of the Auror force lined the far walls with sharp eyes and cold looks as they searched the crowd for any threats. They weren't alone either. From where the Morgan sat in the second row, she could feel the luminous power of Luff somewhere behind her. Why Luff, of all gods, was in the courtroom, she had no idea. But he hasn't done anything but watching the mortals around him and sneaking pulls from his hip flask. So the Morgan decided to mind her own business unless Luff did something foolish. Albus, Amelia, and Mason finally moved toward the large table at the head of the pews and took their seats. Albus took the right seat, Amelia took the left seat, while Mason took the middle seat. Mason lays out the parchment work over his section of the table before picking up the gavel that sat on the table and striking it against the desk. I call this court to order, please. Everyone in attendance, if I could have you all take a seat so we may begin. Mason says, his magically enhanced voice rolling through the room as if he shouted over the loud crowd. Mason Van Fem was the son of immigrants from the Wizarding World War. His parents were smart enough to see where the bones were rolling and got the hell out of France before it fell to Hitler and Grindelwald blitzkrieg tactics. He was a thin man with graying hair and a razor-thin mustache and combed-back hair. His brown eyes were soft as the wrinkles and crow's feet from his age were just now beginning to show. He was dressed in pale red robes with a soft cream undersuit as he gave off an air of someone genuinely trying to help. The Morgan likes Mason Van Fem for the simple reason that he was forward with what he wanted to do and bluntly honest with everything in his life. The crowd quiets down and soon finds their seats as Mason's eyes sweep over the gathered masses with a look of subtle annoyance. The man found the circus in front of him utterly ridiculous to have over what was on his docket today. With the want to get this horse and pony show in front of him over with, as soon as possible he bangs his gavel once more to call the court to order. I call the family division of the YEA I to order for the placement of one Harry James Potter, heir to both the noble house of Potter and the most ancient and most noble house of Black as of Dash, Mason says, his voice strong and clear as he lifts his wrist to check his watch. 10:32 a.m. on July 9th of the year 1996. He says before making a note on the parchment in front of him and banging his gavel once more. Before we move on to the case itself and the statements of the generous families that have put their name forward to give Mr. Potter a home, I have a few announcements I would like to make. Mason says as he clasps his hands together in front of him and adopts a stern look. Due to the inherent political nature of this hearing and the renown that Mr. Potter has attached to him due to being who he is, our clerks in the Department of Magical Education have been working nearly non-stop for the past 4 days, sorting through the vast amount of families that put forth their names to take the boy in, he says with measured words as he looks out over the crowd. While I thank every one of the families who put their names forward for the generous act of wanting to open their doors to a child, I'm afraid to say that we have rejected almost 90% of the submitted parchment work, he says with a stern face and much to displeasure of some of the crowd. We are only looking at 4 families today to place Mr. Potter with. The rest of you will be receiving letters in the Owl Post as to what reason you were not considered in this matter. I am very sorry for those who had taken times out of their no doubt busy schedules to come here today. That being said, unless you become a hindrance to this due process, you are more than welcome to stay. Otherwise, you will be removed from my court, Mason says, his hard eyes sweeping over the courtroom to find anyone contentious enough to speak up so he could have them hauled off. Thankfully, none stood up to cause a scene in the House of Law. Excellent. I now turn to one of my esteemed colleagues for an announcement on his part. Headmaster? Mason asks, turning to the headmaster of Hogwarts with a raised brow, as if he wanted to know what Dumbledore has to say. Thank you, Mason, Albus says with a dip of his head in a show of respect before he stands and folds his arms in front of him. As you all may are aware, the headmaster of Hogwarts has always been given a place in the family division of the YEA courts due to how involved the professors of Hogwarts are in most of the lives of the children that are normally involved in these cases. We are able to collect first-hand statements of those professors and the children's peers to help inform the courts as to what the best course of action should be, he says, informing those who didn't know one of the many responsibilities of the headmaster of Hogwarts. But, in lieu of my position, I feel that I am far too close to this particular case, in both my personal feelings and political beliefs. So, I will be excusing myself from this esteemed body and stepping aside, Albus says, much to the hushed whispers of the cramped courtroom. Dumbledore pauses for a moment to allow the commotion to calm down and the flashes of the photographers to stop before speaking again. I have personally made a few mistakes when it has come to the placement of the child in question in the past, ones I do not wish to repeat, he says as the Morgan hears the matriarch of the Weasley family mutter "too true" under her breath in anger. But I will remain in the court if Judge Van Fem and Director Bones wish to ask for my opinion, but nothing more, he says with a nod before turning his head and nodding once more toward the 2 he had just named. We understand, Albus, and thank you for your honesty and transparency in this matter. You may take a seat, Mason says as he gestures to the crowd in front of them, while Amelia also nods her head in understanding. Dumbledore steps from behind the large desk with his hands folded behind his back, his pomegranate-colored robes fanning out as he does, and makes his way over to the Morgan. "My lady," he says with a respectful bob of his head. "Do you mind terribly if I sit with you?" he asks, raising one white eyebrow in question to her. The Morgan merely gestures to the free spot next to her in agreement before Albus squeezes past her and takes a seat calmly. The next hour and a half is a bore to the Morgan. She watches as one by one the families that the Department of Magical Education saw as good fits and had a good case to take Harry in and plead their cases. Andromeda and Edward Tonks spoke of their connection to Sirius Black, how she, Andromeda, was his closest cousin to the man. They spoke of how they had taken Harry in not 2 years ago for the last few weeks of summer vacation and their interactions with him. They spoke of what they wanted to do in the future for him, emancipation. If the Tonks family attained custody of Harry, they would formally submit the legal parchment work that would allow Harry to be recognized as an adult in the eyes of the law while also helping him with whatever he needed. Both freedom and support for the boy who had lost so much in the last few weeks. Mason listened to them, asking questions when necessary and making notes before thanking them for their time and sending them back to their seats. The next people to be called up was the Weasley family. They spoke of the long friendship that her youngest son had with the boy who lived, how Harry had spent numerous summers with them. Molly spoke from her heart, how she was worried about Harry, how she cares for him, and at one point even calling him her son. Molly spoke of Lily and James, Harry's parents, and how they called them friends during the closing years of the last Blood War and wanted nothing more than to see their child happy and taken care of. The woman wore her heart on her sleeve and spoke with such protective ferocity that even the Morgan was hard-pressed to deny it. Molly Weasley was nothing less than a mother who would fight tooth and nail for her children, be them hers or the one she sees as hers. Arthur, however, spoke with a calmness that the Morgan had come to expect from a man dealing with fools and mundane contraptions. All day, his words were soft and patient, being able to calm his wife from going off on a tirade with nothing more than a gentle touch and whispered words. When Arthur did speak, his words, no matter how soft, were heard by all. He was a father, plain and simple. He was loving but firm and chose his words carefully as he spoke about Harry. His pride in the boy, and not from the grand titles thrusted upon Harry. No, he spoke of watching Harry grow, of his academic achievements and his skills on the Quidditch pitch, of how Harry was thrusted into impossible situation after impossible situation only to rise above it all. Arthur spoke of Harry not as the world saw him, but of who the boy truly was. Kind, caring, and fiercely protective of those Harry had grown close to. The Weasley speech was moving, even to the Morgan, and she could see why Cleodna has favored them. Mason didn't interrupt them as much as the Tonks family, letting the Weasley family pour their hearts out to him as he nodded along and made notes. The Morgan didn't doubt the man could see the same things that she could see in the couple and their earnest and honest love they held for Harry Potter. If it wasn't for what was coming, the Morgan didn't doubt that the Weasley family would leave the ministry this day with custody of one more child. The next person Mason called to speak was the Malfoy family. Narcissa, ever prim and proper, spoke of family ties and the importance of lineage, of how the next head of the House of Black should be raised by the last true member of the House of Black. She spoke of the importance of heritage and respecting the past and where they had come from, as well as the very public relationship that her niece, Delphine Lestrange, has with Harry. Only for the girl in question, who looked as miserable as the Morgan hoped she felt, to flinch slightly at the mention. But something felt off to the Morgan. Narcissa Malfoy was a convincing and charming woman that could talk a spider out of its web when needed. But her speech lacked that air to it, as if she put none of her personality into it and was blandly reading off a script that she distanced. Mason could see it as well, his eyes narrow as he took no notes, nor asked a single question to either Narcissa or Lucius. He had gone so far as to cut Lucius off before he even got a few short sentences into his argument and thanked them for their time before sending them back to their seats. The Morgan turns to look at Dumbledore, but even the wizened headmaster had narrowed eyes and a frown at Narcissa's speech. Albus' eyes follow the Malfoy couple back to their seats as the Morgan turns to look at them to witness yet another oddity. When Lucius and Narcissa sit down, Lucius tries to wrap an arm around his wife's, but Narcissa deftly and subtly rebukes him and clasps her hands in her lap before turning slightly away from Lucius. The man in question takes the snub in stride and doesn't remark or force anything. But by the way he grips his cane, he is far more enraged than his face and actions give away. Even Draco and Delphine look at the two with confusion, fear, and uncertainty. But before the Morgan can ask Albus for his thoughts on the matter, Mason Van Fem speaks up to call the last person to the lector. Lady Tylia Peveril, Mason announces, catching the Morgan's attention. You will be the last person to speak before me, and Madame Bones retire to debate our judgment, he says as he places his forearms on the table. But, of course, she feels it. A shadow of unrelenting power entering the ministry, strong and steady steps carrying it towards the courtroom. Your Honor, the Morgan says with a growing smile before standing. She turns to look at Luff in the back row. He has turned to look at the door and sighs out in relief as the Morgan sighs inwardly, not wishing for it to show on her face. She takes slow and careful steps toward the podium, her smile never falling before standing before it. First, allow me to thank the Family Division of the Department of Magical Education for considering me for taking in Mr. Potter as family, she says with a slight pause as Mason nods his head toward her to both accept and to ask her to continue. And with that thanks, I wish to be completely honest with you and this esteemed body. I did not put my name forward for the love of the boy like the Weasley family did, or dedication to the late Lord Black like his cousin has. I confess that I merely wish to see the boy safe from the enemies that rally against him, she says, watching as Mason raises a thin eyebrow toward her. Do you care to elaborate on that, Lady Peveril? Mason asks calmly, but by the look in his eye he already knew what she spoke of. Let us not play the ignorant game, Your Honor. It is below us and the matter of discussion, the Morgan says, pausing slightly to allow all the attention in the room to turn to her. The known terrorist Tom Riddle, also known by the moniker of Lord Voldemort, has returned, she says bluntly, ignoring the gasps from the mortals behind her and barely fights off the urge to roll her eyes. And he will be coming for Harry Potter sooner or later for the very reason we have enjoyed these last 14 years of peace, the Morgan says, her voice steady and clear as it carries to the back of the room where the press stand. Because Harry Potter defeated him when he was just a babe in the crib. Because Lord Voldemort is afraid of the power Harry Potter has, and rightfully so, she says, adding on the last bit to add speculation to the papers that would no doubt sell out because of this hearing. And how would you see the boy safe if that is the case, Lady Peveril? Amelia Bones asks, one brow raised over her monocle. That is by far the most simple thing of all this, the Morgan answers smoothly. The boy already has the best protection at the moment, and I would elect not to remove him from it. The townhouse she begins to say, and thanks the domains that she was cut off before she reveals too much when the door to the courtroom opens. She turns. Her face was the picture of surprise when she does, to find Scathack walking into the courtroom with crimson eyes blazing, looking to all the world as a woman on a mission. The Witch Queen was dressed in her customary black dress with a red and black brat hanging over one shoulder and secured with the symbol of the Fianna, and in one hand was a simple rolled-up scroll. The voices from the hidden door didn't stop, and as the weeks went on her father got odder and odder. Mail piling up on his desk unanswered, going without shaving and taking baths only in the pond on property while fully dressed. Writing on full rolls of parchment as his handwriting got messier and messier to the point where it was nothing but spirals near the bottom. But it wasn't an article or a story that her father wrote in long and loopy cursive set in thick red ink, but a poem, one that had seemed to get lodged in his head. Yesterday, upon the stair, I met a woman who wasn't there. She wasn't there again today. I wish she'd go away. On and on it went, drawn in red ink and spirals. It worried her to no end, and when she thought to tell her cat the truth, she found her father had thrown it out, spreading salt across the thresholds and windowsills while hanging iron horseshoes above each of the entrances to keep her cat away. It was the first real time she felt afraid of her father and his whispering door that started to smell faintly of blood. She wanted to write to someone for help. She wanted to write to Harry, for she knew, deep down, in misty memories that were not hers, that he would come. Harry would stop whatever he was doing just to charge across the world to save her, to kick down the door and let the shadow with fathomless eyes that walked in his shadow take everything that would think to hurt her. Her only problem was that she couldn't find a quill, nor a pen, or a feather, or any of her brushes. Nothing that she could use to write. She found the charred remains of them in her father's office, along with a single black feather quill dripping thick red ink. She now knew why her father had taken to wearing gloves and long, sleeve red robes. The Morgan. The hearing didn't last much longer after ScatHack had shown up. The apprenticeship contract she had with her was all that was needed. A clause in the contract named her the legal guardian of Harry, something that was signed in blood by ScatHack, Harry, and Sirius Black before his death. Though that last one, the Morgan was sure the Witch Queen had forged herself, just in case anyone would try and speak out against it. Of course, some of the minor nobles did, not liking the thought of the Grand Master of the Circle of the Fianna having custody of a national hero. But there was little they could do against ScatHack and the ironclad contract the Witch Queen had her hands on. But now, with that minor concern passing and her prophesied hero secured at the moment, the Morgan was free to turn her attention to other important matters. This is why she stood some 20 feet away from where ScatHack was as she was talking to Arthur and Molly Weasley. The couple knew for a fact that Harry wasn't in hiding on the islands like Dumbledore reported to the Ministry. If the boy was, he would be at Grimmauld Place behind the fortress like wards, but he wasn't. If you could just tell us where he is, we're worried. Neither Ron or Hermione has been able to get a hold of him, and we don't know if he's ignoring their letters of what. Molly says quickly, her face pinched with worry and anxiety, while talking to ScatHack as Arthur's arm was over his wife's shoulder in a show of support. Please, Lady Ardgrain, all we want to know is if he's okay, if he's safe, and if it isn't too much trouble to write to him. Arthur says calmly, the skin around his eyes bunching from the look of his own worry he was giving to ScatHack. The Witch Queen sighs out before looking around for a moment and leaning in toward Molly and Arthur. Harry isn't on the Isles at the moment. He is with the Hunters of Artemis in America, she whispers softly, and the Morgan watches as Arthur relaxes a bit at the news. Though Molly still looks like she wants to say something, ScatHack holds up a hand to cut her off before she can speak. If you have anything you wish to send to Harry, just send it to me at Hogwarts and I'll make sure it gets to him. I promise, she says with a small smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Lady Ardgrain, Molly says with wet eyes and a smile as she curls herself against her husband. Please just call me ScatHack or Professor if anything else. I have a dislike for titles, the Witch Queen says with a smile of her own. ScatHack and the Weasleys share pleasant goodbyes before her attention fully turns to the Morgan with a frown. And what do you want? She says shortly as she walks over to the Morgan, her frown never leaving her face. The Morgan does nothing but folds her arms behind her back as ScatHack walks up to her. I just wish to inform you that I will be calling a meeting of all of us soon. I expect you to be in attendance, she says flatly to ScatHack. The Witch Queen's face begins to twist into something rebellious, as it normally did when the Morgan asked anything of her. But to the Queen of the Celtic God's surprise, the look stops before it could spread to ScatHack's eyes before she sighs. That is fine, ScatHack says with some difficulty to the Morgan, causing the Washer and the Finns to raise an eyebrow in surprise. I had wished to bring something up when I next met with the others, so this will do nicely if we can get everyone in the same room, she says as her shoulders relax as the Witch Queen crosses her arms beneath her breasts. Oh, and what would that be? The Morgan asks, genuinely curious about what ScatHack wanted, for there wasn't much the Witch Queen could not do or get herself. It's something that will no doubt cause an argument among us. But you have my word, I am not doing anything malicious, ScatHack states, looking the Morgan in the eye. The Washer frowns at the lack of information, but nods. She would find out soon enough. If it had anything to do with the war at their doorstep, the Morgan would rather have it around just in case. It was then that Luff came meandering out of the courtroom and into the busy halls of the Ministry. ScatHack turned to him and offered him a short nod, which Luff returned. ScatHack, the God of Justice, greets the Witch Queen. Hell of a good showing you did in there. And with the Weasleys as well. 'Twas kind of you, he says with a small smile of his handsome face. Scat merely shrugs at his words. I wasn't about to let my students be dangled over man-eating bottom feeders when I can do something about it. And Molly and Arthur have been nothing but welcoming and loving to Harry, so I don't see any reason to cut them off from him, she answers easily. But what I am curious about is, what you were doing here, Luff? She asks the sun god, who squirms a bit under her blood-red gaze. Oh, just looking out, Luff says bashfully as he scratches the back of his head while looking away from Scat. Both the Witch Queen and the Morgan chuckle a bit at Luff's reaction. Did you hear what I told Scat? The Morgan asks, only to see Luff nod his head. I did? When? He asks. In a week's time, the Morgan informs him. We need to discuss what our plans are for our enemies before they start, she says, a frown appearing on her face at the thought of what was to come. Albus chooses this moment to make himself known, sweeping out of the courtroom with his arms folded behind his back and an inquisitive look on his face. Before they start? Albus asks as he joins their little gathering, his eyes flicking between them all. Before who starts what, my lady? He asks, sounding as respectful as possible for a mortal who stepped into a discussion between gods. But as the Morgan opens her mouth to either tell him or reprimand him for his actions, she wasn't sure which one yet. Another, even more unwelcomed voice answers him. Why, before we begin our frenzy? A voice as smooth as silk says as the three-day Danon all swiftly turn to their unwelcome guest. Dressed in fine white and gold robes with a black top hat with a red band around it was the father of puppets, Bress. I dare say that the Morgan knows more than anyone else what we Formorians are capable of doing to a population of the fearful, he says with a slick smile. You, Luff says with the heat of his rage in his voice, and moving to step forward, no doubt, to rip the spider apart. But the Morgan reaches out and grabs him by that arm and pulls him back. Not here, you fool, she hisses in a whisper at Luff as she glared at him. Too many mortals would be caught in the crossfire between you two, she tells him, and thankfully, after a moment when rage spreads across Luff's face, he sighs angrily before stepping back. What are you doing here, Bress? The Morgan spits with contentment at the spider. Bress just chuckles at their reactions to him before he leans against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. I've heard so many wonderful things about this place, Bress says, gesturing around him at the ministry. And I just wanted to come by and check it out myself, and I must say, these mortals really do set up an appetizing meal, he says hungrily as he flashes his shark-like teeth to them. He turns, looking over the crowd with a cold, cruel smile. Look at them all. So ignorant, so afraid, so unaware, and yet so delicious. It's like this little section of the world was handmade just for me. So much paranoia and fear that the government is going to do something to them. So many are scared that they're being manipulated by another. Like a grand tapestry, woven of bloody fear, creating the image of such an enticing feast, he says with a whimsical sigh escaping his lips before turning back to them. But what about you four? Bress says as he pushes off the wall, letting his arms fall to his side. Well, got a justice? Where is the justice in what happened to your beloved son? Are you truly going to let this conniving bitch go after what she did to your dear Satana? The spider mocks Luff with a bloodthirsty grin. All because Satanta wouldn't stick it in her. Bress says with a laugh as Luff's fists ball and his eyes begin to flick back and forth between the Morgan and Bress as if he didn't know who to punch first. Or perhaps I should speak to you, O mistress of the land of shadows. The father of puppets says as he rounds on Scat. Have you ever wondered why the reincarnation of your beloved nephew, someone who is almost like a son to you, ended up as he is? Did the boy ever tell you the details of his past, and just who sent him to quite the singular hell? He says with a chuckle before turning to Dumbledore with a sly grin as Scat looks to the old headmaster with narrowed eyes. I couldn't even imagine the defense that man would give, perhaps the same defense he gave after him and his former lover gave when they killed his little sister. He says mockingly to the old headmaster, who in turn stands a little taller. There wouldn't be a defense, Albus says, anger and power causing his voice to come out like a rumble of a thunderstorm. For there is no excuse for those crimes, he says as the death stick finds its way to his hand. Enough, Bress. The Morgan states as her anger causes a small tremor to shake the whole of the ministry and her brown eyes bleed black. If you've just come to play mind games, mortal lives be damned. I will let Luff rip you apart, she says with a clenched jaw as Luff steps forward, twin burning stars glowing in his eyes that not even his sunglasses could hide. Bress scoffs out a single harsh laugh. As you wish, Morgan, he says before pulling Bridget's top hat off of his head and bends forward into a low bow to her. Do pass my love along to my dear wife, won't you? He asks as he straightens up and turns on his heel and disappears into the crowd of mortals. Luff, the Morgan says, only getting an angry grunt from the sun god in return. If you come across him on the battlefield, be a dear, rip out his tongue and bring it to me, she says mercilessly. Aye, Luff says with a nod and a growl. I think I can do that for you. And from the look in his eyes, the Morgan doesn't doubt it for a second. Bolted and chained doors to the outside world. A pond of water replaced with sand, unbearable and permanent sticking charms on painted windows. Trash and litter started to pile up, and food began to grow scarcer in a home that held cherished memories, but now housed only fear for her. Her father becoming worse and worse. His conversations with the hidden door no longer whispers, but one-sided screaming matches. His once clear blue eyes now cracked and broken with dancing fractal patterns for pupils. Her father could or would not stop, and she wasn't quite sure which option was worse. She tried to call out to her cat, but unlike all the other times he could not come to her aid. She would hear him scream into the late night. She isn't one of them. She can't be. She's my little girl. No, no, I won't. YEA can't make me. He would yell, trying to convince himself more than the door to not feed her to the hidden door chunk by bloody chunk. But it did not stop him from standing in her doorway with a knife watching her as she pretended to sleep and petrified in fear. Oh, how she wished she had her wand, to have anything to protect her, but her father had taken it from her and hidden it weeks ago when this all began. She often cries herself to sleep these days. Grimald Place, July 20th, 1996, 10 p.m. Two meetings were happening at roughly the same time, both mirroring one another in subject, but not context. As the gods talked about topics on war, mortals, champions, and blood, the mortals gathered at Grimald Place spoke about the damages wrought so far. Disappearances have jumped up a staggering amount of the group's own members, of other witches and wizards, and even mundane mortals to be never seen again. Sickness and fever sweeping over the country like a plague, forcing mortals, magical and mundane alike, indoors in fear of catching the plague themselves. Fear and paranoia spread like wildfire among the populace of the Isles thanks to the government, both magical and mundane, unable to come up with answers. The new talk radio station helped the paranoia by spouting conspiracy theories day in and day out about how the government was behind it all, how it was watching them all, even turning the frogs gay. Monsters led by Death Eaters came crawling from the filth and darkness and descending upon village after village, stripping them almost bare of life. The country was being gripped by fear in impossible ways as the war began again in earnest. They could do nothing about it. Try as they might, they always arrived just a few minutes late if they made that far at all. The worst news of the day was the simple fact that Azkaban had fallen, pulled up from the sea. The once gray hell was remade into a tower sat out at sea where Voldemort and the Fomorians now controlled. The situation looked as hopeless as one could expect when warring against uncaring demons and an egotistical madman hell-bent on bending the world to his twisted vision. The Order of the Phoenix sat at the dining room table arguing about what to do, tactics, and how to help the people of the Isles lost in their own fear and anger. None of them noticed a spark of hope. Igniting above their heads before, in a burst of flame, a girl fell from the air and landed on the table. Hard. Ow! Mother Ducker! The girl yells out as her shoulder slams into the table before the back of her head hits the hardwood. I swear to the gods I'm going to deep fry that stupid, she says as she pushes herself up, rubbing the back of her head where a goose egg was starting to form, only to open her eyes and see herself surrounded by a lot of angry-looking people pointing wands at her. Wait, hold up! Don't curse me! I'm not even armed, she cried out, holding up her hands in surrender. A rough hand grabs her and yanks her off the table before slamming her into the wall. You! A man with a scarred and electric blue eye whizzing around in an empty eye socket barks in her face. Who the hell are you? Who sent you? How the hell did you get into the house? The man screams in her face as his wand jammed under her chin menacingly. Alastair! Dumbledore quickly barks over the retired Aura yelling, catching the man's attention as the fake eye spun around the look at his old comrade. Calm down. The girl is here on my invitation, he states calmly. You just gave her away in a headquarters. Are you daft, man? Mad Eye barks at Dumbledore, not moving his one good eye from the girl. Of course not. I gave her one of Fawkes' feathers. When she used it, he was to bring her directly to me, and it just so happens that I am here, the headmaster explains, causing Moody to grumble before turning both his eyes to the surprisingly calm girl. Alastair grunts before letting the girl go and backing away from her, but not putting away his wand as he glares at her. The headmaster sighs before stepping forward. Miss Lestrange, as inopportune as a time for you two, shall we say, dropping on us. It warms my heart to see you relatively unharmed, my dear, he says with a smile to Delphine Lestrange. Right, I'm just going to ignore the way these folks treat a girl falling out of time and space looking for protection, the blonde says with a huff as she straightens her robes. Yes, how very rude of us. A sarcastic drawl comes from the corner of the room. Turning to the voice with wide eyes, Delphine recognizes one of the Death Eaters she had most avoided during the last month. Headmaster, Delphine snapped, quickly pointing at Snape. That man is a spy. He's been reporting to the head snake about what you've been doing all summer. She yells before turning back to the headmaster, who was now looking at his potions professor. Severus, how could you? Dumbledore says dryly as his bright blue eyes twinkle with mirth. Oh no, Snape answers back just as dryly. All my nefarious plans have gone to ruins thanks to one meddling child. What will I ever do? He says sarcastically and not seeming the least bit concerned about what Delphine just said, but other than a few people in the room rolling their eyes, no one does anything to the dark man. Dumbledore chuckles lightly before turning back to Delphine. While I thank you for your warning, my dear, I assure you, I trust Severus with my life, he states with a small smile before it falls to a frown. You, however, are under a bit of suspicion, he says with a tilt of his head toward Delphine. The girl sighs. You know, I get that, she says, running a hand through her hair. So, how do we prove that I'm not here as a plant or whatever? She asks, looking back at the headmaster in the eyes. She watches as his eyes narrow a bit before feeling what could be only described as a polite knock at her mental shields. Oh, she says before sighing and standing a bit taller. Since you asked so nicely, she mutters before she swings open the barred door to the aviary in her head. She could feel the headmaster waltz in her mind, right past the huge augury standing guard in the cage. Dumbledore makes sure she knew where he was in her mind and what he was looking for, and with no resistance from her, he brought up memories she'd rather not relive. Bellatrix hugged her, welcoming her back from Hogwarts and asking probing questions about the mission Delphine got from Voldemort. The hug was swift and cold to Delphine as her mother was more worried about Delphine's success than seeing her for the first time. Delphine lied to her, fiction falling from her lips in a cascade, telling her mother Harry didn't suspect a thing before giving a false smile. Endless hallways of different manners that her mother had dragged her to over the weeks. Meeting people she didn't care about, some full of dark cloaks and silver masks with her father standing at the forefront looking more monster than ever. Some meetings she was just with her mother and stepfather as they tried to get her married off after the war to men older than her. One had decided to get a bit handsy with her, so she had taken it from him with a needle and a poppet. Bellatrix was beside herself in her wrath as her stepfather yelled at her. But then her mother, Bellatrix, did the unthinkable to her. Crucio! She writhed on the ground, screaming in pain as Rowell stood over her, a sneer on her face as she looked down at Delphine in scorn. Filthy ducking half-breed. How dare you speak, Dash? No, focus. Rowell was in the past. She was dead. She stood outside the manor, watching it burn with a hollow feeling in her chest, thinking that this is what she wanted, what she always wanted. Focus. The blonde woman in the meeting, attractive and lovely looking in her white sundress. But her tattoos were off-putting. They moved, always watching Delphine, no matter where she tried to hide, always watching her. Knowing her, other monsters walked the hall, some worse than her father, but none worse than the blonde woman. Bellatrix leaning over and whispering into her ear of how Delphine would take the mark and serve her lord father. But like always, Delphine rebelled. In private, she had told her moth no. She told Bellatrix she wouldn't do it, that she would never do it. Crucio, cold and shivering in the cold rain, thrown in the aviary with only Tycho for Compa. Aunt Narcissa at her bedside, her hands running through her hair in a comforting manner as Delphine's body spasms from the after effects of the curse her mother held her under for almost a minute. She won't do this again. I won't let her, Aunt Narcissa whispers to her late at night. But Delphine had already made up her mind. She would not allow it to happen to her again. She planned and crept through manners while the others met to speak with the head snake. Amazing how dumb magical people are, she mumbles to herself as she jimmies doors and desks, looking and searching, finding and copying before escaping back to them. The feather is light in her hand. She would be able to see Harry again. She would be able to explain to him, to tell him how much she loved him. The door opens, and she quickly turns to see Aunt Narcissa looking at her, and then to the unmistakable feather in her hand. Delphine begins to shake. She didn't want to hurt her. She didn't want to fight Narcissa. But to her surprise, she doesn't. After dinner, Narcissa says as she hugs her closely, "Leave after dinner, when everyone is asleep," she whispers to her, and Delphine begs her to come with her, to escape too. Narcissa smiles sadly. "I won't leave Draco here alone with that monster," she says before planting a kiss on Delphine's forehead. After dinner, she says once more. Delphine blinks and she's back in the dining room, surrounded by people. Some familiar, but most weren't. She sniffs before wiping away the tears in her eyes before looking back at Dumbledore. Her headmaster was looking at her with an odd look of pity and pride before placing his hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, my dear," he says softly, giving her a small smile. "You've been very brave and have gone above and beyond anything I could ask from you." "Thank you, Delphine," he says sorrowfully but with a strong smile. "Yeah, whatever," she says, looking away from the headmaster. "Do you want what I have or not?" she asks after taking a deep breath and turning back to Dumbledore. "If you want to hand it over, my dear." The feather never had any expectations attached to it. He reassures her, but all Delphine did was shrug. "I already stole it, so I might as well," Delphine says before reaching into her pocket and pulling out her shrunken trunk. Placing it on the floor, she pauses for a second. "No one's going to curse me if I pull out my wand, are they?" she asks, turning back to the headmaster. "Of course not, Miss Lestrange," Dumbledore says as his eyes sweep over the people in the room, most putting their wands away bashfully, other than Delphine's cousin. Doris stood with her arms crossed and wand in hand with a brow raised on her face. Delphine just rolls her eyes and flicks her wand into her hand before unshrinking her trunk. "I don't know everything I made copies of. Most of it is written in parcel script, I think," she informs the headmaster as she digs around in her trunk. "Not to worry, Miss Lestrange. While I cannot speak it, I have, over the years, I've learned to translate the written form." Dumbledore reassures her, causing an impressed hum to escape Delphine before she pulls out an armful of papers, parchment, and maps before dumping them onto the table. The pages are from books he had marked off, ones I could actually read. He was looking into the wards around the Ministry, Hogwarts, and a few other locations, and oddly enough, wand lore, Delphine says with a frown as she came to terms with never understanding her sperm donor's mind. "The parchment is the stuff in parcel script, and I have no idea what the maps are for, but they looked important, so I copied them too," she says before placing her hands on her hips, looking proud at herself and the shocked looks of the members of the Order. As information was pasted back and forth between the members of the Order, it was Moody who recognized what the maps were. Attack plans. The bastard is picking and choosing which villages to feed those ducking monsters, he growled out as Dumbledore and Snape share a look and a smile. Delphine, however, didn't care. Her part was over as she turned to Dumbledore and asked a single question. "Where's Harry?" she asks. Delphine had too much to talk to him about, too much to tell him, and so much to apologize for, and she was unwilling to leave it alone longer than she already had. But as Dumbledore turns back to her, a sad look enters his eyes. A pit grows in her stomach as she realizes Harry wasn't there. A crash, a bang, and a rattle woke her from her fitful sleep. The sounds were quickly followed by incoherent yelling coming from the sitting room. So with soft steps in the dark, she sneaks down the stairs. She finds her father kneeling before the hidden door that was no longer hidden. The bookshelf was thrown aside and broken to lay bare the old wound that had festered behind it. Her father was weeping and pulling out bunches of unwashed and oily hair with skin still attached as he repeated the poem over and over again. Yesterday, upon the stair, I met a woman who wasn't there. She wasn't there again today. I wish she'd go away. When I came home last night, at 3 the woman was waiting there for me. But when I looked around the hall, I couldn't see her there at all. Go away. Go away. Don't you come back anymore? Go away. Go away. And please don't slam the door. Slam. Last night, I saw upon the stair a little woman who wasn't there. She wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish she'd go away. Over and over, again and again. Whenever he reached the part asking the woman not to slam the door, the hidden door would open and slam again and again. Daddy, she says in a small and scarred voice, tears gathering in her eyes as she watches her father freeze before slowly turning to look at her. His blue eyes were now gone completely. All that was left was the rainbow fractal pattern that had crept into his eyes over these long weeks. His face was broken with anguish and heartbreak as black tears ran down his cheeks. Luna, he says her name for the first time in a week. The remorse in his voice causes her own tears to slip down her face. I'm sorry, he says before the door that wasn't there opens and 2 spears punch through her father's chest. For one horrifying moment, the blue returns to his eyes before he looks down at the spears before they curl like fingers. Her father is yanked backwards into the open door as she screams for him, running forward to try and do something to save him. But the hidden door slams shut, echoing his screams and the laughter of the monster that pulled him into it down countless corridors. She runs to the door, screaming for her father before slamming it open and tripping down the stairs that led to the cellar. She lands painfully on the landing before a door that wasn't there before with spirals painted all over it. Across the walls were carved in dripping red ink was a song that curled into spirals as if to mock her. And mock her it did, as a distorted laugh echoes from just beyond the door in front of her and a wet ripping and tearing sound follows. Soon after, the hidden door slams shut, locking her in the stairwell as the sounds of a feast fill her ears. She brought her hands up to cover her ears from the sound, not wanting to listen, not wanting to know, and before she knew what she was doing, the first verse of the song written on the walls fell unbidden from her lips. Guests line up to leave their moldy bedroom in a dimly lit, moonlit hotel. The turtles are dancing with the raccoons. A zombie joins but gets a firm, no thank you.